for years, it's the Mizzle Dub Show. Always checking in, cause you know we love sports. Ay, they just hit 100 subs, it's time they get some out. Ay, yeah, just two brothers, yeah, y'all. Come tune in, they got guests, they got others, yeah, y'all. Come sit and chat, they got talks like no others, yeah, y'all. Cause it's a family up in here, we love each other, yeah, y'all. Let's see what they say tonight, yeah. It's the Mizzle Dub Show, yeah, the Mizzle Dub Show, yeah, Mizzle Dub Show, yeah, the Mizzle Dub Show. It's the Mizzle Dub Show, yeah, the Mizzle Dub Show, yeah, Mizzle Dub Show, yeah, the Mizzle Dub Show.
Hey!
Well, you see the sign, and yes, it's the show you've been waiting for all year long. Yes, it is indeed the yearly prediction show here on the Mizzle Dub Show. As you can see, we are in our team gear. As we said, please come in your team gear, represent, and let's talk some football.
Let's do it, brother. Let's do it. Let's do it.
And here comes Mr. Bridges already talking about the Bears. Well, I'll say this.
The Bears.
Against vanilla defenses, this offense has shown potential. But now it starts for real.
Yes.
And
no more bullshit football.
To Mr. Hess.
No more bullshit football.
Well, I mean, we got one more game that's actually on right now. We have the Commanders and the final scouting job of the season. But let me just get this off my chest real quick.
Go for it.
Raider Nation, 49er faithful, can we please stop with this crap?
Oh, you're speaking of the video I sent you.
Yes. Like, okay. We are passionate fans.
100%.
No, Mr. Bridges, I'm not sensing a little hate. Look, trust me. The NFL is a lot better if the Bears are relevant. If you have the old guard of the NFL and you have the old guard of the AFL, if those teams are successful, it makes the league better as a whole. Chicago is a top 10 market in the United States of America. It's a high market. It's a top market. So if they're doing well, like if the Giants are doing well, if the Packers are doing well, if the Raiders are doing well, if, you know, the old guard of the AFL and the NFL teams, if they're doing well, it makes the league better as a whole. I don't care what anybody says. Obviously, the jury is still out on Caleb Williams. Now, defenses get complicated. Offenses get a little bit more complex. Can he now do that for a 17-game season? And if he does, kudos to him. The Bears have the Bears have some very dynamic offensive players. They have DeAndre Swift, who I've been a fan of his since the days of Georgia, because I'm a Georgia Bulldog fan. Okay, Keenan Allen has been a favorite of mine since going to Cal Berkeley.
Herbert, Kyle Clement,
Herbert. Not to mention DJ Moore, who went off last year, who got handsomely paid by the Bears. There is a different culture going on in the Bears. Now, a lot of people thought that Eberflus was going to get the boot, but the Bears front office is giving them confidence. And we will see what the Bears come up. They traded for Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat got a nice extension to be the center block of that defense. Well, the Bears have always had good defenses, historically speaking. But again, now it counts. Now it counts, and we shall see.
Yeah.
To our guests that are going to come on the show, please stand by. I will resend the link. I don't know why the link is.
Yeah, I'm working on it too.
Yeah, not doing its job right now. So bear with us, fans. We do plan on having a plethora of guests here, as once again this is the yearly NFL prediction show here on the Mizzle Dub Show. To where, if you was with us for last year's show.
Oh boy,
we almost went for 6 hours. So anything is definitely possible on this show. So just stay with us, fans. It'll be coming real soon. So just bear with us as we are.
Let me try to. I'll send the link out to
And again,
I'll try it
if
as
you
well.
want to be on the show to talk NFL football, go ahead.
Okay, there's JP.
If you can get it out better than I can, go ahead. Because
I'll try it. Give me a second. Working on it.
I will officially have internet tomorrow, as I'm going to be able to use my laptop.
Okay, I'm working on it. Just continue to talk, Dub. I got it.
All right. So speaking of Mr. Pruneda of the Alberto Javos, here he comes sneaking in from the blind side, if you will.
Left field. Coming from left field.
Last year, as we went on and on and on, literally almost to the break of dawn with this particular show that we're doing.
I definitely can't do that this show because I have work in the morning. But
Yeah,
that's what be able
this
to.
is why we started a little bit earlier, because we know we can go on for hours. So this is why daylight is still happening around
As
right
the
now. So.
Yes, sir. I had to break out the white Ronnie Lott. Don't do this very often. Very special occasions. I wear the jersey, so
that's beautiful. That's one of the players I don't have an issue talking about is Ronnie Lott. That man was a football player.
Yep.
I mean, when you run across the middle back in this day, you were looking for 42. There was no hearing shadows or footsteps. You were looking for 42.
And if you weren't, he was going to make you pay for it.
Indeed.
I mean, I fell in love with the whole story of the fact that he basically amputated his finger.
Yes.
To continue playing.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, okay. So this is a guy who just said, fuck it, chop it off. All right. Cool.
Who loves football?
That's dedication to the game right there, because they weren't getting paid nearly as much.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
Back then as they were right now.
Hey, welcome to the show. Another co-host from Talking Ish with Dub, Chris, and Mizzle. Welcome, Mr. Chris Vera, to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Cowboy fan. How's it going?
All wearing the white jerseys today.
I think I should go put on my white jersey. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Well, soon as Dub come back, I'll go do that. I don't want to, we're gonna have to bear with Dub. He had moved into a new location. No internet is set up, so he might be bouncing in and out. But all of us have our show. We can hold it down.
Oh
yeah. By the way, the white jerseys are a good thing, but I think you should wear. Go ahead and put on the silver and black, because that's what we know. I mean, let's be real. You can't don't wear white because we're wearing white. You wear silver and black because that's your boys.
I'm gonna have to do that. Just that is well said there, sir. I'll definitely gonna put on the
black
jersey.
Don't follow us, and I'll tell you what. If I have one of the blue jerseys, matter of fact, I think I might have one. So, but I'm going to be changing jerseys throughout.
You did say that. You said you were going to be going. You're going to be bouncing in between jerseys.
But this one, I don't know if you guys can see the number.
Is that Barber?
Yes, it is. I had to wear it for my boy, man. Lost him, and had to pay a little homage to my boy, the original Beast Mode.
They ran him to the ground.
Well,
that 2,000 yard season, he was literally the whole team.
Oh, he was. And the thing about it is, with that, they said that it wasn't his body that gave out; it was mentally.
I can see that though.
Yep.
They literally
said he died of hydration. How bad is that?
Wow. Yeah, they ran that man to the ground. And that's horrible. And didn't pay him after he put the whole team on his back.
Well, and
they've done that to a few running backs.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know if you all know this, but he actually was quoted as saying, "One man will never be able to bring me down." And I don't think in his whole time with the Cowboys, one man ever tackled him. I think it was always a group thing.
Well, hi, Marion
What's up,
Barber.
Mr. Duff?
Hi, Marion Barber. How are you?
How are you? I'm doing well.
Tired.
Like I keep saying, the original Beast Mode. He was Beast Mode before Beast Mode was.
I'm tired and I'm sore.
Oh, from
Yes, from the move, absolutely. But welcome to this joint collaboration. As you see, we got a mixture of Talking Ish with Dub, Chris, and Mizzle. We got a mixture of the Jaffo with Ronnie Lott in the building, and I don't know what the Raider is doing, but right now we got one game going on, the last scouting game of the season, and then of course it all starts on September the 5th. Right now we got the Commies and the Patriots. Go figure, a political game going on right now in Landover, Maryland, or is it Foxborough? I don't know, but nonetheless,
we forgot one thing.
Oh, what's that?
There you go.
Thank you. But unfortunately, there was some sad news to report in Maryland, in Baltimore, as the Ravens' offensive lineman coach passed away this morning at the age of 70 after battling an illness, which is the reason why he took time off from the Ravens.
Oh, wow.
So
I didn't realize that.
And as Tim Brown makes his return,
I'm going to do it. Chris gave a great idea. So we're going to start off with Timmy touchdown, and then we're going to cycle through jerseys that I have of the Raiders. So let's go.
Cycle through.
And by the way,
that.
one of the nicest men I've ever met in my life.
Timmy B?
Tim Brown.
I believe it.
Oh, one of the nicest men I've ever met, dude. He came up when we did that thing in here in Vegas. And we met a bunch of the NFL players, and I've showed pictures of Shannon and some of the other guys that I got pictures of. I wish I would have gotten a picture with Tim. He walked up to me and he's like, "Hi, my name's Tim. I'm, ex-Raider player, blah blah." And I'm like, "Dude, really? I know who you are, man. It's a pleasure to meet you." But one of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Well, that's that
Hands
Texas.
down.
That's that Texas Southern hospitality. That's what that is with Tim Brown.
It's like,
One of the nicest.
You know who you are. You don't need to act like we don't.
Did you send the link to Corey?
I did.
I got it.
He was giving Chris the same error code.
Oh, okay. So you
No,
were passed
I see
up
what
that
I
code.
see what it is. Dub, when you sent it, it looks like RIG and it's RJG. So I'll take it and send it to him right now.
All right,
Appreciate
as I was saying, Ravens offensive line coach Joe DeAlessandris passed away at the age of 70. So obviously, the Ravens O-line will play with extra motivation this year to honor their O-line coach, who died early this morning at the age of 70. Very beloved by his offensive linemen in Baltimore. So our prayers and our condolences to him. Obviously, he was the O-line coach that had one of the best offensive linemen in football.
Somebody sneeze, bless you.
In 2019, his O-line ran for 3,296 yards. Of course, the Ravens had the league's top rushing offense this past season, going at 156.5 yards per season. So there you have it. But gentlemen, the road to New Orleans, Louisiana, and Super Bowl 59 is officially underway. So now it counts now. This is the moment we've been waiting for. So just what things intrigue you, gentlemen, as we now approach the upcoming NFL season of 2024?
Did you say things that intrigue us?
Yes.
Man,
Rookie quarterbacks.
There's a lot. We could start with the rookie quarterbacks because that is intriguing to me. Because I think there's and you guys have been listening, so I'll throw it out there. But correct me if I'm wrong. There's only 2 so far that have been named starters that I know of.
Yes, Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels.
Exactly. Those are the only 2 that I know of that have been named starters for this season.
And that's interesting.
I mean, Caleb Williams, if you're not counting that.
Caleb Williams.
That's 3.
Yeah.
Got
He
Corey
was
on
named
now.
the starter right when he got drafted.
Mr. Hammond.
Oh
There he is.
Lord, it's
There
gonna be a
we
long ass
go.
day. I love it.
Hey, now the show's completed. Let's go.
What's up, guys?
What's
Good
up,
evening,
brother?
Corey.
How's it
I don't have a
going?
You doing good?
jersey. I'm doing well. I mean, I got a 3-month-old at the house, so
You're
it's a
doing
good reason.
spectacular.
It's a
Oh,
good
so you're
reason
not.
to have me outside. See, I'm out. We outside, right? Literally.
We outside.
So, but
How
Hey,
how is the weather right now at 8:19 Eastern Standard Time in New Jersey?
it's you know, it's more comfortable than an August day in Vegas anywhere, probably, or at any
Oof.
time of the day.
Well,
We got about, I'd say
would
it's probably
agree.
about like 76. We got these bugs chirping. The mosquitoes have
The
died
crickets.
down. Yeah,
I can hear the crickets in the background. That's nice.
yeah,
Well,
it's a
Corey,
nice
there's
ambient
one
ambient
thing
noise
that you
behind
have
us.
to know is that it's really not that hot in Vegas this weekend. So this
Oh
morning
yeah,
when I was up, it was 73 degrees. Yeah, it
well
was.
that's
It hasn't
the
been
sweet
bad.
That's
spot.
cold in
It's actually
Vegas.
been in the
That's cold.
I mean, that's
mid-90s.
what you're looking for, though. You're looking for
Yeah.
a reasonable temperature after sometimes. It's funny. I sit here in the summer now after being out there 2 years ago in Arizona for the championship, and anytime anyone from New Jersey complains about 90 degrees, I specifically tell them, "Shame on you. It was 130, and I will never complain again about the heat." I
And
just
that
can't.
130
And
wasn't the
Same
time.
here.
no. It was 130. The way I explain it to people
Yes.
out here, 'cause that we have the humidity, and
Yes.
for the triumphant Vegas guys that were out here during the championship this year, it's funny. I talked to Daniel Packer before the game, before everybody hated me, and Packer was like, "I will never come back to New Jersey," and I was like, "Why?" I thought he was going to talk about some kind of like assault or like a road rage incident. There's tons of reasons not to come back to New Jersey. And he specifically said humidity, and I was, I guess, but here people complain about the heat. But when they start to, I explain to them, you know how when you're at a barbecue, you're standing in front of the grill as it's roaring.
Open
Yeah,
flame.
that's what all of Arizona and by extension Vegas feel like outside
Yes.
in the dead of summer.
100%.
You're not wrong.
I cannot
Bullhead
complain about.
City. No, Bullhead City.
Now, when anyone from Vegas in the winter war complains about 59 and windy, I will absolutely 100% go right back to full blown complete annihilation of anybody's weather take there. However,
Oh, I don't
heat.
want to deal that winter.
Nah, we can't say shit about heat. You should hear the people
And
complaining
we
about
can't say
88.
shit about snow or cold.
I mean,
Highly.
Vegas guys, when you guys get cold, it's usually like our comfortable, So whatever. We
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
in the winter,
dealing
we
with
just
that
put
this
on
week.
the. Go ahead, Chris. My bad.
I said I'm going to be dealing with that this next weekend. I'm going up to my in-laws in Utah, so the nighttime is probably going to be already. It's going to be in the 40s, I believe.
Yeah,
To me,
and then
that's nice. I'm not one of those Vegas guys. I'm one of those. The colder, the better.
Well, you're a
Yeah, I like
Canadian, eh? So I mean, shit.
True, eh?
Oh,
That's
Canada.
very true, eh?
Yeah, man.
Hey, Dub.
The thing that I think people struggle in Vegas with is that, here in New Jersey, it's every year, it's all of it, right? So we own hoodies. Sometimes I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe you guys should get like a couple North Face outlets out there. Maybe somebody will be able to prepare you
Oh
guys
no,
for when it dips down below
dude.
50.
Let me tell you. I need to take pictures when I drop my daughter and my nieces off. They're all the same age. They go to the same school, roughly the same age. But when I drop them off at school and pick them up, I need to start taking pictures of all the kids in this friggin' heat wearing hoodies to walk into school and walk out of school. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Are you guys
Now that's another
outside?
whole thing.
Well, Chris, you need to meet my
Black
son.
hoodies at that.
You need to
Black
meet my
hoodies,
son.
not even white hoodies to reflect the sun. Black hoodies.
Yeah, well, certain girls, like, or females or whatever we're allowed to call them nowadays. It's hoodie weather is just hoodie weather. We're wearing it. We're going with it. And I can't understand that either. Anything involving what kids do is probably a losing battle trying to make logic to it. But speaking of the
Would
cold
agree.
weather, what do you guys think about the frozen tundra and the Green Bay Packers' chances this year? No, I'm just joking. I'm just trying to segue back into NFL.
No, good question. Good question.
Well, you know what?
Well,
it depends on
All of it, no.
where are we starting, and what division should we start in? I mean, that's what people are here watching for, right? Is for us to understand.
I guess
So, what division should we start in the black and blue division and go to the NFC North?
I was just going to say, since Mr. Hammond brought up the Packers, let's start in that division. Let's start in NFC.
Well, let's start in the black
Let's
and
at the
blue
NFC
North.
North.
Let's talk about what we all think about that.
Let's talk about the North.
And Mr.
What do you
Hammond,
guys-
since you brought it up,
What
we'll
do you guys
graciously
think
give you the stage.
about? I think one of the biggest questions is the Vikings, because correct me if I'm wrong, they really had high hopes for bringing in a rookie quarterback, and he was going to figure things out.
Mr. McCarthy.
Now he's out for how long?
The year.
Dub. Yeah,
He's out for the year. Yeah.
Yeah. So
He's out for the season.
Yeah.
And what? And who are they going with now?
Sam Darnold.
It always comes back to a
Sam
Jet,
Darnold
doesn't it?
has already
Doesn't
been,
it?
has already been made.
JP, doesn't it always come back to the goddamn Jets? Now, last year I actually went on the All Pro Jaffo show.
Matthew Ryan, I love you.
What's up, Matt? We should get Matt on this thing. I predict that one team. Sounder.
Breaking news.
That is, first of all,
Breaking news.
If Matt's right, listen, if Matt's right, I think we all should, first of all, after the season's over, we can judge if he's correct or not. No assumptions there. But if he's right, he might be onto something. I don't know. It seems like a pattern.
That's great. I love it.
But Josh, JP, remember last year I was high. Well, that's a loaded thing to say, but I was high on Sam
few
Darnold.
episodes.
I had my like super take was that Sam Darnold in the Niners system could flourish. And I think when he had time, he wasn't bad. But the thing is that guys that have the talent label early on in their career, for whatever reason, like the guy is talented. He's talented. Oh my God, he has so much talent. That is such a hard label to lose, that even though I do respect the specific abilities that Darnold has consistently shown when in, combine situations, practice situations, right? Has he matured
What
enough
I see is
to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, has he matured enough to go from system to system and without, able to really sink his teeth into an offensive playbook and learn it, know it, be able to, audible out of things if his team will benefit from them. Can he just step into any role and just start succeeding? The Vikings aren't a terrible roster. They seem relatively consistent year in, year out, that they're just, a couple question marks away from being legitimate.
They're actually one of the more consistent franchises in all of the NFL history. I actually saw somewhere today, I think they were top 10 in winning percentage, but the only team out of that top 10 to not have a Super Bowl.
Well, and I think
so they're I think in the 56% range win percentage in total. So they consistently have winning seasons.
Right.
They get into the playoffs. They have great players that have come out of that organization throughout the years. So it's always been a question with the Vikings. They're one step away. Is it another quarterback? Is it a wide? There's always the questions with the Vikings on what it is that's going to get them over the hump. They thought it was going to be J.J. McCarthy. Going to have to rely on Sam Darnold. Now, Sam Darnold, I don't necessarily I think he's going to end up falling into that category of, oh, he couldn't get settled because he was in so many systems. He
Or
couldn't really show off his talent. He couldn't really. But my question is like, well, okay, he didn't really have the opportunities. Well, he had the opportunities when he was in that system to flourish enough to stay on the team. But he obviously didn't do good enough for them to want to keep him even as a backup. So
But I mean,
somewhere around the whole thing,
does a guy,
you can blame coaching and development, but you also got to give some sort of accountability to the player's ability as well. And I don't think
but
Sam
does a guy
Darnold
like
is
Sam Darnold
great
with that
enough to.
name fit when you're the San Francisco 49ers and you kind of want to be all in on Brock Purdy, when even some fans, probably even the guy to, on the screen to my right, might even still question who Purdy is. I think that we're going to learn a lot about how good Kirk Cousins really was now that he's not there anymore. And I think people are going to be surprised that, at the end of the day, how good Kirk Cousins is comparative to the alternative. It's funny with, and we'll mention it later with some of your guys' teams, right? I mean, there's overlap with the, the right side of our screen. But every year I hear there's a lot of people looking to try to, find a way to get Dak Prescott wearing a different jersey, or
I don't understand that either.
or a different quarterback wearing the starting jersey, for Chris's team. And he's one of those guys that I think fall into that same category. With Kirk Cousins, he always was able to be a consistent, steady NFL quarterback that can make winning plays in most of the situations. I think the in primetime games thing got overblown because who do you play in primetime games? You play better teams, right?
Yeah.
Has Kirk
True.
Cousins been
Corey,
on a team that what?
let me just say this. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with you. I think this is going to be a time where we see Vikings fans start to understand what they've lost in Kirk Cousins. I agree with you there. What I think is what we're seeing, and people can argue this with me, I think what we're starting to see with the Vikings, okay, and I think it's going to be a trickle down with some other teams. The question mark becomes, did you make the right decision at the right time? Because now with McCarthy hurt and you're having to turn to Sam Darnold, that's why the questions are going to come up. We know that if you have a rookie quarterback, what you're going to be thinking of is more on the lines of, we've got to give the kid time, right? A lot of people know that. A lot of fans know that.
And there's a two-way street with
So,
that rookie quarterback, right? He needs time
yes,
to
there
develop,
is.
so you can't. He needs time to develop, so you can't expect like year one is the year that you judge him. But at the
Exactly.
same time,
Yeah.
it's a ticking time bomb, because when is your window to win with a rookie
But
quarterback?
let me ask you, let me
It's the
ask
rookie
everybody on the panel a
contracts
question.
too,
Let me ask
and so they
everybody on
lose
the
out. Go
panel
ahead.
a great question. And I really want an answer to this because I think that this is something that's truly effective. Okay. Do you all really think that if Justin Jefferson would have known that this was going to be the situation at quarterback, do you really think he would have signed that big contract? Or do you think he would have stuck that foot in free agency had he known that this is the way things were going to go down? Because we all know what he could get, what a lot of these free agents garner in free agency is a lot more than what teams are really willing to pay them at the time. We all know that because it turns into a feeding frenzy. Had that happened, where what happened with JJ McCarthy and all this stuff that has already gone on, Jefferson, of course, is going to say, hey, this is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. He just signed a big-ass contract. But I'm saying, had this all went down last year and he was a free agent this offseason, do you guys think he would have signed with the Vikings, or do you think he would have tested free agent market?
Well, I mean, testing it and leaving your team are different. I think that the thing about wide receiver contracts is it's proven over time that teams that sign a huge contract to a wide receiver don't leave enough money for the more important parts of the offense. I mean, just look at some of the bigger, wide receiver contracts in recent history. Mizzle, my bad that one of your guys is included. Just because a guy
But
like
Devontae
Devontae Adams, well, yeah, Devontae Adams got a big contract, didn't he?
Yeah,
And then
deserved.
when you commit that much to a guy that's dependent on a quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
look at Odell Beckham's career. He thought he had it bad with Eli Manning as his quarterback, right? And he went off to the cool kid. And who was the cool kid? Get ready to press a button, JP. When Odell Beckham was like, "Nah, man, yo, this new cool kid for the Browns, say his name. May he rest in
Awesome.
shit." When Baker Mayfield to Odell Beckham was a better option than Eli Manning, it was because of the hype of who he was as a collegiate player, right? And JJ McCarthy, I think, deserves a lot of praise for what has been able to accomplish since he's been a quarterback, even since high school. Really, if you go back to it long enough. But
well,
I think
but
Jefferson going into the season is looking, hey, this kid is going to be great. I can teach him. Oh, I can mold him. He's going to look at me. There might not have been a
yeah,
better
but now he's won.
contract out there than what he was going to be offered in season,
Hmm.
locking him up with the guaranteed money in a situation where I think, a lot of times we forget if he goes to a different team in Madden, it's cool. In life, he's got to move. He's got to uproot his. He's got to hire a real estate agent. He's got to think about, oh, do I rent in this in the off season? If he signs a
But
huge
hold
deal, there's
on,
no way.
let's look at something real quick. All right, now you brought up um, Devontae Adams, and I get what you're saying about the cap. My argument with the cap has always been the same. NFL teams can pay who they want to because it's truly not what you're paying the player, but rather how the contract is structured. And right
Correct.
now, the Raiders have the fifth most money under the cap at 34,700,000, with 29 million in dead cap money, which will come off next season. So when you start to look at that, there's certain ways that you can structure contracts so that way, even though it looks like a lot of money that you're paying an individual player per year, the way the contract is structured is going to give you that relief that you need under the salary cap. Because my question mark to all of you would be, how did the Eagles pay Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Barkley, and still have plenty of money under the cap to do what they want? They've got 24 million under the cap and 52 in dead cap space that will come off next season.
Well, it's
Yeesh.
because the only guy of those guys that they signed was Barkley, and Barkley, I think, in my opinion, is kind of a bargain based on maybe the name recognition. When you sign a running back, he didn't sign a Todd Gurley contract. But the other thing is when you talk about Devontae Adams and where the Raiders sit, didn't he sign? Yeah, I think. Yeah, but I think the idea was they were going to get a rookie quarterback then, and they were moving on from Kirk Cousins. So I guess
Yeah.
that's the move there. But when you look at who plays quarterback for the Raiders, the starting quarterback, no disrespect to him, that's my guy. But when you look at your cap and you have cap room, and you look at the number one slot on the depth chart, and it's Gardner Minshew, that might have something to do with it too.
Well, it was also the fact that the Raiders wanted to trade up. And they
Rico.
really wanted to trade Daniels,
Yeah,
and
Uncle
they
Rico.
couldn't trade up to get him. So,
No,
in
there wasn't no trade up to get him. McDaniels didn't want that trade. The package was set and ready to go. CJ Stroud should be a Raider, but McDaniel said no. He wanted Garoppolo.
CJ Stroud was last year. I'm talking about this year.
Oh, this year. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
with
I'm sorry.
They
McCarthy.
wanted
Yeah,
My
yeah.
bad.
Daniels.
My bad. My bad. My bad.
They were
They
all in
did.
on.
They did try, but just nobody was biting. Everybody wanted to stay on their in their
The Commanders
in
wanted
their
to stay there. They wanted to take him,
yep,
so they weren't
yep,
moving off the second spot to do so. So, I mean, the
yep.
fact of the
It
matter
was
is, like,
Jaden Daniels or nobody.
yeah, and I've seen too many teams in the NFL that have they could pay who they want to because, as I said, it's how the structure goes. Because everybody knows
Yeah,
you're going up millions of dollars every year in the cap space. This
100%.
year it's 255. Next year it's supposed to be tell you guys what next year is supposed to be.
Close to
Next year is
3, I
supposed to
believe,
be,
right?
it's supposed to be. They announced it earlier. They said it could go as high as 285 to 290. Right now, they're showing 260. That's not correct. And then in
Nah.
2026, it could be as high as I believe it was 320. So as they go up, that's how they structure these deals, so that way they can make more cap space for themselves. So when you
Mhm.
hear a team doesn't have the cap space needed to make things happen, no, they can do it, and it just depends on what they want to push down the road.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
weren't we supposed to be talking about the black and blue division?
We're supposed to be predicting the NFC East, not the East.
No, we were talking about the Vikings. We were talking
Yeah, the
about the
North.
Vikings. So
Yeah,
Vikings.
we're supposed to predict the North. So let's
Yeah, we're just talking about the NFC North.
yeah.
Chris,
And
you were
where
the one
we're
who
gonna fall.
Chris, I love you, and I'm not upset about it. But you're the one who derailed us on the Justin Jefferson. Should he have signed somewhere else?
Corey, that's why I said that. Aren't we supposed to be talking about? I was trying to bring us back. That's
No,
all.
I got you.
I wasn't blaming nobody.
Listen, I think the Vikings season this year is going to be a referendum. This was my take. It's a referendum on the fact that, hey, you wished for this, Vikings. Yes.
Uh-oh. Corey's on mute because his
That's
wife
the
is calling.
husband duties. Go ahead, Chris, if you want to talk about the division. Starting us off.
Oh, the division.
No, my dog ran down the street, and that was just with the neighbor bringing her back. She thought she could sneak away. She'll make an appearance on the pod in a second. She's looking at
There
me.
you go.
Yeah, you were a bad girl. But anyway.
So, in my estimation, I think that if I have to look at the North Division, the one thing NFC North, the one thing that I am going to look at is something that was actually brought up earlier by Kennel and his Bears. They were definitely top 10 defensively last season.
Yes, they were.
The biggest question mark is Caleb Williams. What is he going to do once teams start to scheme on him, and how is he going to look against these other teams? So that to me is the biggest question mark. Now, when I start to look at the other teams in the division, and you guys can, let me know your thoughts, but right now to me, it's the Lions and Packers that will be vying for the number 1 position.
I don't disagree with that. I don't
think the Bears are going to win 6 games. But
yeah,
and if I had to give an edge to somebody, I think I would probably give it to the Lions. Sorry, go ahead, Corey.
Well, I think I started with the Vikings because I think they might end up being the bottom of the division. And then I was going to mention the Bears because I think they're the step up. I think a lot of people misunderstand what happened to Justin Fields, in my opinion. I'm not sure what the Steelers are going to do with him, but the Bears to me are interesting because in their own minds, Bears fans think that because they finally got the number 1 quarterback in the draft, after years and years where it was like they always seem to get the leftovers, right? I mean, they were sold on Mitch Trubisky. When they got Justin Fields, they convinced themselves that was the best guy. You could go back on and on and on. I mean, we could go back as far as
you're forgetting who's on the board when they took Mitch Trubisky, which was one Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
The Bears have messed that up over and over and over again. So this was the time, right? They had the pick of the entire litter.
They still reached.
Then they get their choice of the best guy. And I don't know. I think the expectations are super high. They, to me, don't match what the output should be. Who's their number 1 receiver? And I know they have guys that they're gonna. If you're a Bears fan, you're gonna be like, "This is the guy."
But I guess it's gonna be Keenan Allen.
Yeah, and listen, I love Keenan Allen as a player, and as he's one of the better targets in the history of the San Diego Chargers, numbers wise, right? But really, that's your answer. That's your answer, right? If anybody would have wanted maybe Justin Jefferson, it could have been maybe the Bears. But they have, DJ Moore, right? He's still there. I like
Yes, he
that.
is.
I like that he can, I don't know. He was good at Maryland
He
at
just got
times. Was he even dominant at Maryland ever? No, right? So, and then, okay, how do you help out a rookie quarterback? You have a great run game.
Running back.
Now, the running
DeAndre
back
Swift is nice.
No. Don't get me wrong. The running backs are actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
But what's the running game? What's the running game?
And a good tight end.
Kyle Kmet
Yes,
is pretty good.
but Chris, when the Cowboys had the best running offense in the league, was it led by their running backs, which were good, or was it led by another unit that's the most important thing in football?
The
It was
offensive line.
offensive line.
Do the Bears have a top line in the league or even close?
No.
I
I
I
would
don't
give
think
them
so.
even in their division. I would give them number 2.
So
They're
to
bottom
me,
5 in the league.
yeah. So to me, if you don't have an offensive line to protect a rookie quarterback, he's going to struggle. And the thing that gets lost is that even though Chicago sometimes, they're the opposite of what we said about the Vikings. They're one of those teams that even though they're not like, the Browns or whoever we would say is the team now, Jets. We'll talk about them soon. But the Bears are one of those teams that they constantly have high expectations, and when they don't meet those expectations, they struggle because Chicago, and Dub can fact check me on this. What they're like the fourth or third largest market, the most aggressive fan base in the league. I mean, look, Dallas has probably the most fans, but that it's the Austin Dallas area isn't as
The most
massive.
delusional.
Oh,
Don't get into the
baby.
personal attacks yet. We could get there.
Oh, that's going to happen.
Chicago is harsh on their athletes. Chicago is harsh on their athletes. They have high expectations. They lived through Michael Jordan, right? So if Caleb Williams struggles, and he's already seems to me to be a guy that's like that new age guy. He, whatever. He writes messages on his fingernails. It just shows that, he's just one of these newer athletes, right? I can't really identify him with him. I'm not going to go too far into that. But is he gonna be able to withstand the scrutiny of Chicago if they struggle with high expectations? And I think it's unfair, but they have expectations this year to be something. And I think it's similar to the Vikings thing because when Justin Fields was at times looking like a pretty good quarterback and then just couldn't put it together in a full season, they think, oh, it's him. Get rid of him, and then we're good. You guys all know football, and you guys all know that that's not how that works. And that's how I see the Bears season going.
Oh, nice.
To answer your question, Corey, Chicago is the third highest media market in the U.S. Of course, we know New York's number 1. LA is
New York,
number 2.
LA, right?
Philly is number 4. Chicago's 3. Philly is 4. Dallas and Fort Worth, number 5. Number 6 is Houston. 7, Atlanta. 8, Boston. 9, the District of Columbia. And coming in at number 10 is the Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose.
But LA's
Yeah, cracking the top 10. I like it.
LA's too, right?
Yeah. It should.
So my
LA's
question is,
LA's too, right? And then Chris, go right into it. But what I'll say about LA, they don't give a shit about their teams, right?
No. What I agree with you on, Corey, is my question mark with this is Caleb Williams going to be closer to a Pro Bowl quarterback with all the struggles that he could have in Chicago and all the pressure, or could he be closer to a Ryan Leaf out of San Diego where the pressure just killed him? Which one is it?
Yeah, I mean, listen,
Leaning
I don't
more
know.
towards Ryan Leaf.
Well, my thing is I can't judge a kid. Like it's tough because I always root for young guys to figure it out. But I think there's a solid formula. You have to have a good offensive coach to teach the quarterback the game. You have to have a good to great offensive line, and you have to have a fan base that is at least reasonable in their expectations of a young guy. So look at Trevor
You
Lawrence,
forgot one
right?
thing. You forgot one thing.
What's the one thing?
Work ethic. You got to have
Well,
work
no,
ethic.
yeah, no, but that's on him. I'm saying in the
Exactly.
support.
He's
the
talking about
support
supporting
system
cast. Yeah, he
around
was talking
that
about
guy.
supporting cast.
No,
But-
I agree.
Yeah, and take a well. Here we go. I gotta keep doing the motion sensor. But if you look at Trevor Lawrence, right? Trevor Lawrence, similar hype. I think maybe more, not exact, but similar hype to what we were expecting out of Caleb Williams, right? Caleb.
Yeah.
See, when my dog's black, so when the lights go out, she's looking to bolt. Look at her. Sneaky B. Sneaky B. So listen, Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, fans weren't expecting him to win, 9 games rookie year. They were just happy to have somebody that, wasn't David Garrard, I guess. I don't know,
Facts.
right? And no disrespect to David Garrard. I think he's, underrated as a quarterback.
He's
So we
good,
can go into
very underrated.
we can
and
go
very
into
good
the
quarterback.
annals, or if Scott McCorkle was here, the annals of history. But for me, I personally believe that if that's my formula for building a successful quarterback, you're putting in mind, because and I might just be ignorant to it. I spent a lot of time, coaching my kid and A7FL, so maybe I don't know the credentials of the offensive minds for the Chicago Bears. But they've been bringing in offensive minds over and over again, and they haven't been that good of offensive minds. I don't think that the offensive line is good enough, and the fan base, I think they expect Caleb Williams to be Patrick Mahomes year one. That seems like a recipe for
disaster.
that's
Disaster.
that's bust all over it.
Disaster, yeah.
But hold on. Let's go back a little bit, and let me just ask this question. Dub will know this. Miz, I think you'll know this, and Josh, I think you'll know this too. Give me one team that Caleb Williams 100% struggled to beat in college.
It's just like 6 teams.
Utah.
One of them's Utah. Yeah.
Oh, that would be the Utah.
Exactly. Thank
The
you.
Utes,
That's what I was saying. And the one thing that I would say to that is, were the Utes a powerhouse? No, they were not.
No,
They had
They were a good team, but they weren't what you would call a powerhouse. So.
exactly. So what I'm thinking is going to wind up happening to him is you're going to have a lot of NFL teams take little bits and pieces from that defense that frustrated the hell out of Caleb, and that's what he's going to see. So I hope he's ready for it, because that's exactly what these NFL teams do. They look for ways to stop these quarterbacks, and they look for ways to frustrate them. So that way they frustrate them into turnovers, and that's what he's going to see the majority of the year. My question mark isn't about his talent. My question mark on this kid from day one, and Dub, you could attest to this, is his mental strength. It has never been about his talent, arm strength, or anything like that. It's always been mental with him.
We just mentioned another USC quarterback talking about the Vikings. When Sam Darnold was at the combine wearing shorts and a T-shirt, flinging that thing, everybody thought that was it, right? When Caleb Williams spins the ball in his highlights with the USC jersey on against Pac-12 or whatever the division, whatever they're going to call that conference now, the Pacific, please join us. The Pacific,
Pac-2.
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 The Pac maybe.
They might have
Beavers and Cougars.
So listen, Bears, I think they might even have a worse season than the Vikings, only because the Vikings specifically, they have a little bit more stability than, in my opinion, than the Bears do. But that we're talking about the black and blue division. Those are the two bottoms, and then it goes down to who do you guys think? Because Chris already said the Lions probably are the class of the division, at least at the moment, and their quarterback story is really interesting. How do the rest of you guys see that division shaking out at the top end?
I think, like I said, I think the toss-up between the Lions and the Green Bay Packers. And really what it comes down to, in my mind, between the two is head-to-head, but what it also comes down to is injuries. And who can stay the healthiest in that division. I think between the Packers and the Lions are the ones that win it.
See, my
Well,
question,
I
my
still
question
think
about
the
the
NFC
Lions.
North is the
Oh, my
Lions.
bad.
What's that, Dub?
I'm just saying, I think the division is still. I still think the NFC North is for the Lions to still lose. But
I
now
agree.
they're not going to be this darling old story anymore. Now teams are going to come at them
Yeah,
and they're going to
that's the
hunt
story.
them. Now, here's my question for Green Bay. Yes, they've added some people, but can Jordan Love duplicate the contract that he just got paid this offseason? That's the big test. I mean, I think it'll be close. I think whoever wins the season series when the Lions do play the Packers, I think ends up winning the division, but I still think it's the Lions to lose by a slight, in the slightest bit. But
Yeah.
Green Bay's on their way. But again,
I got the
Jordan
Love
just
Lions.
got paid. Now, can you live up to that contract? That's the big question going into the NFC North.
Well, and for me,
So
when you look at go ahead.
Go ahead, Corey. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, for me, when you look at
No,
the
go
Lions,
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
when you look at the Lions, it's interesting because a lot of times a coach like Dan Campbell, that's a culture setter, and in that first year where no expectations gets to 8-8, the year after that they have momentum, then they start to surge. I don't know if this is the case, but there has been a precedent set that those types of coaches that aren't coaching based on, elevating the talent based on scheme and, understanding of the game, the attitude, the locker room speeches. In the NFL, that can only raise the level of your team so much. And I've seen teams in the past overachieve, miscalculate their off seasons thinking they're closer because their coach has elevated their roster, and then they don't capitalize on that upward swing, and eventually they plateau because the 10-6 Ryan Fitzpatrick Jets. Jay, it always comes back to the Jets. The 10-6 Ryan Fitzpatrick Jets were not that good. So when you look at your team and you stare your coach in the face and you stare your general manager in the face and say, we were 10-6, we can't rebuild, but your team isn't good, the next year is a down year. Now, I don't know if the Lions are there because I kind of respect that they built their team the right way in the trenches with offensive and defensive line. They play solid enough defense that their offensive scheme of hard-nosed football, convert third downs, I think always translates. I think for me, their hidden bingo card that's gonna maybe push them again past where maybe that plateau would be is that a guy with Jared Goff's career arc where he was on a upward trajectory was kind of humbled and it reset, like, maybe his value base. I don't know. I'm conjecture. This is all bullshit basically at the end of the day. But a guy that's drafted first, that faces adversity early in his career and is able to kind of find a way to get back to normal, that's an impressive NFL feat. There's very few quarterbacks that face that initial adversity, especially changing teams, and find a way back into the conversation of respectable. So for me, it juxtaposes with a situation in the Packers where they're almost like last year's Lions or 2 years ago's Lions moving into last year. They're in that same mold where they didn't have a lot of expectations last year. They maybe overachieved. And now when they lose that extra money because they had the quarterback on the rookie contract, is their roster good enough to make up for that? Is their general manager good enough at drafting young guys to replace the guys that they lost because they had to sign Jordan Love? Or is Jordan Love good enough to justify losing those 3 or 4 starters when you pay a guy $40 million a year? And I think that's where the Lions, for me, take it in the division. But I really like what Jordan Love's doing because he's one of those guys that he was put in the right position. Who's their coach? An offensive coach with a good mind. How's their offensive line? It's pretty
Decent.
damn good.
It's decent.
It's not horrible. I think the Packers always suffer the bias of they play in Wisconsin, but I think their offensive line is pretty good. It gives him enough time to make decent decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Now they lost in the playoffs still, to somebody's team.
Which they should have fucking won if you ask my decision, but
whatever. It was close.
Whatever.
They overachieved. But you know what? Their fan base was also very realistic going into that season.
Mm-hmm.
We juxtapose that with
And
what we
that with
just
2
talked
interceptions.
about with the Bears with Caleb Williams. That's how you do a quarterback, right? And Diddy or pause or no homo or whatever. That's how you take care of a quarterback right there. Is that guy sat forever on a shelf, and he sat so long on a shelf, people were already like, oh, let's draft another guy. Like really, no, they
So
were patient.
just
They did it
just a
right.
real
They
quick
had the
thing.
system in place. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, looking at the
Oh.
rankings for offensive line, surprisingly, Chicago Bears are ranked 11th going into this season.
Oh,
Green Bay is ranked 14th.
wow.
Who did they pick up that I'm not aware of?
Yeah,
That's an interesting
Right.
development.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What's that? Josh,
Who
what'd you
did they
say?
pick up? Who did they pick up, or who did they draft that I'm not aware of that validates an 11th
Yeah.
ranking for
Oh,
that
yeah.
offensive line?
It's a really good question. Hold on, let me go back down to 11, and let me see what they're saying. The Bears'
Well,
offensive line, as it got healthy, was one of the top units in the NFL towards the second half of 2023. Center Ryan Bates is expected to complete the unit and bring it to the next level. In Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright, Chicago has a promising young offensive tackle duo, and Jenkins has performed extremely well since moving to guard, earning a 70-plus PFF rating grades in 22 and 23. That's what they give as their rundown.
Wow.
And listen, that's a huge factor in how they'll do this
Yeah.
season. So we'll
Yeah.
see how, as we all know, preseason rankings of these units are always
Nothing.
well,
They're
I mean,
always gonna be a little
they know
off.
more than we do, I guess, right? They're literally in the camps watching and writing. I'm not.
I guess.
I'm
I
coaching.
guess.
I'm coaching
Yeah,
10-year-olds.
most
So I
most
don't
of
know.
it is to
Corey,
blow
but what I'll
smoke
tell
up
you
people's
this,
ass.
I'll
That's
tell you
it.
this, what my eyes see, I can pretty much have a good assumption of what they have as well.
Well, what are
Wait,
what the
we've got
stats
two
show?
fans. We've got two fans on here right now. Who agrees with the fact that San Francisco in preseason is ranked 24th in offensive line?
No. And I'm
I
not
don't
even
agree
a
with
Niner fan, and you know how I feel about that organization, but ranking him that low, no Trent Williams out there. So
I mean, that seems extremely low for an offense that with any pieces in it has 2,000-yard wide receivers, a 3,000-yard quarterback, and a 1,200-yard running back consistently. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah,
so we'll see, I guess.
So we
It
all
comes down
agree.
to what the hell do we know, like you were saying, Corey.
All right.
So we all agree that we're taking in this division. It's going to be the Lions taking this division, right?
Yep.
I think
Lions
that
1, Packers 2.
I agree with that.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
it could go both
Lions,
ways.
Lions 1,
It can
Packers
flip flop.
2.
Yes, it can flip flop.
I think that's a close division.
Yeah,
But those two teams seem like playoff teams to me.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Deb.
and I think that you got to toss up when it comes to who's going to be the bottom
All
dweller.
right.
But I think that if we're going to look at what happens in plays of our years of past, I think that it would be Bears 3 and Vikings 4.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. Well, moving on to a very interesting division to which, and maybe I'm missing it, bookings coming out of the NFC South, a division that's been in the stranglehold of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers the last 3 seasons, but NFC South should we really put a lot on the Falcons train with Raheem Morris adding Kirk Cousins, but not just that, adding Judon, adding Justin Simmons, and then just re-signing Terrell to a contract? Should the hype train be as high as it is for the Atlanta Falcons in the NFC South?
It shouldn't be too high because halfway through the season, Kirk Cousins is going to get hurt and Penix is going to take over and never look back. That's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I like that.
I don't know why people are not understanding Penix Jr. like how good he actually is. I don't think people understand it. He's been overshadowed by Caleb Williams this entire time, and I've never understood why. He's way more accurate. He's way more poised in the pocket. He's bigger. He's got, definitely the intangibles. He's got a rocket for a fucking arm. It's just what he did in Washington was insane.
My question mark is why have they and this is a honest question mark that I've heard and have seen multiple times from multiple outlets that one of the knocks against him right now is his consistent inconsistency in practice and on the field when he's playing. That's why he hasn't stepped up as much as they wanted him to, and that's the knock that's been going around about him right now. And Josh, trust me when I say I agree with you. What I saw from this kid before he got drafted would have made me think more highly of him than Caleb Williams. But at the same time, I've got to listen to the coaches that know a lot more than we do. And from everything that I've read and everything I've heard, that he has been very inconsistent in practice, and they don't trust him right now.
Fair enough.
And nor really should they. It kind of goes back to the point of being able to develop him. It's okay that right now, him being a rookie and he's not expected to start, it's okay for him to go through those mistakes in his first fucking training camp as a rookie.
Exactly.
So I'd rather him get it all out now.
Yep.
Than to do it when we finally have to make the decision to put him in.
When it counts.
I think with the right development, with the right way of actually getting what you want out of him, which is basically a playmaker who can throw it all over the field accurately. The sky's the limit with it. But that all depends. Atlanta hasn't necessarily have the greatest reputation when it comes to developing talent. So they have a bunch of talented guys on that team. It's just a matter of what are you going to do with it. You set yourself up for a pretty damn good-looking future. Like, if you look at Atlanta's young core, that's going to be a nasty fucking team if they do it right.
Especially with that Texas running back.
I mean, I didn't even have to mention them. We just know about Bijan.
Bijan. I mean,
we already know about Bijan.
If they can fucking get Kyle Pitts going, he's a monster.
Bijan is a piece of that, but I think that the overall piece that I see missing from Atlanta is being able to utilize and put those guys in positions in one-on-ones to win. I see a lot of
Kyle Pitts.
Bijan too. Why aren't you moving him around to utilize him against linebackers rather than corners and safeties? The other side about it is, Kirk Cousins, whether he gets hurt in the middle of the year or not is irrelevant, because I think that Phoenix isn't ready to become a starter. I think he's about a year or two away from really taking that over. And the problem with him that we all forget, he's also an older quarterback as a rookie.
What he's about, what, 27?
I believe he's 25.
27, 28,
I think 25. He's 25. Hold on, I'll tell you. It's just looking at it. And I don't want to mislabel it and say he's one age when he's really another. So
yeah, we
just
do
looking
speak
at
the
it
facts on this on our shows. We try to do that.
And try to do the right thing, get the right answers. We don't want to be saying one thing and seeing something else.
Do we also like
he's 24.
24. Oh, so he's not that old.
No, but for what I'm saying,
like
he's
super, super senior age. Yeah. It's like Baker Mayfield age. It's older, but it's still rookie. I think
Exactly.
I think the key for Penix Jr. is if you look at some of the best quarterbacks that are high draft picks in the game today, a lot of them have followed the Andy Reid mold. When you look, we just mentioned Jordan Love. Jordan
Yeah.
Love sat behind a really good quarterback for a relatively long time and learned the nuances of what it means to be a professional player, as
100%.
well as a legitimate, week in, week out starting quarterback.
Yes.
Of
Yes.
all the things you can say about Kirk Cousins, he knows how professionally to do this job. I mean, everybody kind of like started to warm to Cousins from that Netflix show, but I kind of was more impressed with who he proved to be when he was like a rookie and a young player with the Redskins. He was not supposed to be the guy. It was another
Like that.
guy.
You like
Yeah,
that?
it was.
Sorry.
Well, I do like that. And when he asked, I said yes. I said I do, right? Because he's always been told it's not your team, it's somebody else's team. And if Michael Penix right now wants to be the best quarterback he could possibly be, he should look at a guy that's made what, like $300 million in this league,
All
and
guaranteed money.
and maybe learn a little bit about maybe even the business side of the league as well. But for me, I don't know. When we talk about the NFC South, it's hard for me to put Atlanta at the bottom because you
Yeah.
have the Saints and the Panthers, and we'll see with those two teams.
Well, we
But
know where the Panthers are going to fall.
well, I
So
mean,
the place that I think that and you could crucify me for saying this later, but I think the place where I see the Atlanta Falcons having their problems is they got Drake London and they have Darnell Mooney as their starting wideouts as of right now. I think that the wide receiving core is probably their softest spot that they have on this team. And then if you're looking at running backs behind Bijan, that's probably the only other place that I think they have problems at. I mean, tight end wise, we all know what Kyle Pitts can do. Are they going to put him in a position to win? So if I have to look at Atlanta, those are the only areas that I see that they have weaknesses at.
They do need a better offensive line too. Defensively, they're not bad either. So I think coaching wise, they've run into a bunch of fucking brick walls that haven't been helping.
And I was just thinking about that. I was going to take a look and see where they rank coming into the season, offensive line wise.
Go ahead, Deb.
Well, not to mention Atlanta is, as Chris was talking about the Falcons' wide receiving core. Well, they already took a steep hit by losing Rondale Moore for the season as he hurt himself during training camp, which of course he was a part of the Spencer Rattler trade, to which Rattler got traded Desmond Ridder got traded from the Falcons to the Cardinals in exchange for Rondale Moore. But Rondale Moore, as I just mentioned, is gone for the season with a knee injury. So obviously Drake London does need some help to complement him and Kyle Pitts and Bijan with that offense. But again, here's the ultimate question. Kirk Cousins is 36. He is coming off an Achilles injury. Now, yes, the recovery time obviously is different now with the advances in technology and weights and medicine and all that. But for a quarterback, to which we all know great quarterbacks, what makes quarterbacks great is, of course, their attention to detail, their accuracy, but most importantly, their feet and their footwork. How will that, coming off a torn Achilles, how will that affect Kirk Cousins in his first year in the ATL? As, like I said, a lot of people have the Falcons very high, possibly winning this division or possibly getting a wild card spot in this division, which we know Panthers are rebuilding. Panthers are rebuilding. We know this. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know how. The Saints
somebody
are
has to win.
high.
One of these four teams
you don't know what the heck they're
but Not the Falcons though. Like, I mean,
Well,
not
well
a clear
again,
cut as they're making it.
the last 3 years, the Buccaneers have had a hand in this division. And last
And
year,
aren't they the most team? They're the team that
chagrin of
has the
Chris,
most returning
in their
starters,
playoff
right?
game, they thrashed.
Well, can I just say that? So
Besides the Saints.
Yes, and not to mention that the Eagles
offensive
got thrashed by
line.
the Buccaneers, and the Buccaneers almost beat the Lions if it wasn't for that tipped interception in the playoff game against Detroit, because they were neck and neck with Detroit. So Tampa Bay almost got to the title game last season,
Thank you.
and it could have been a Baker Mayfield versus it could have been an Oklahoma State versus or Oklahoma versus an Iowa State NFC title game with Purdy and Baker, much to the chagrin of my fellow Niner faithful who can't stand anything that is a Boomer Sooner. But I mean, are we just forgetting about the team that has won this division the last 3 years,
That's what we're
or
talking
the
about.
last 4 years? Are we just saying screw
I don't
these
think we're
guys?
forgetting about them. I just don't think we scrutinized them yet. But I mean, Atlanta has
That
a
division has
sixth-ranked
been so
offensive line.
shit the last few years that it doesn't matter at this point.
It's unfair.
Nobody really cares because the division has
No,
been so
and
bad.
the thing about it-
I don't disagree with that.
the thing about it
I
is,
don't.
what was the record of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to the playoffs last year?
Wasn't it 8 and something where they
You know,
didn't go in with a
They had 9 wins.
9-8.
9 wins?
No.
So
Is
I
that-
mean, when we look at that, you got to kind of take that into consideration.
Hold on,
over
I'll
at
give you the
over-
exact number.
And Josh,
Josh,
I'm
Oh, stand by.
absolutely 100% telling Country K you just said that.
I mean, he knows as well as I do. It's like it's not much.
Did we send K to
Well, I
Lynn?
think what is the panel's take
I
on?
sent him the invite. Yes.
Well, we'll see if it joins. But what is the panel's take on? Because we've been really quarterback heavy, so I'm down. Let's keep it going. About Baker Mayfield, because I think the referendum on the Buccaneers to me seem like when the Democrats were trying to throw Joe Biden back out there. Nobody was enthusiastic. They were like, all right. I mean, he succeeded. The inflation's going down. I guess GDP's up. I don't know. And it wasn't like that. Baker Mayfield did a bad job last year. I think he might be one of the better quarterbacks in the division, with all the moves.
He had his.
Well, I believe he is.
He had his best season a year ago.
I mean, let's list
let's
list the quarterbacks in that division: Derek Carr, Baker, Bryce
Cousins.
Young, and Kirk Cousins.
Ass, and more ass.
Well, I mean, listen, Bryce Young's on a team that just doesn't have anything around
That's
him.
rebuilding.
We'll
as Doug
see.
said earlier.
We'll see. Kirk Cousins is not ass. He's just what, the kids would call mid, which, in the NFL, being a mid. No, but
It's
let's be
decent.
serious. If you're
It's decent.
15, 16, 17 in the list of quarterbacks on earth, that's a pretty high mid. These are high mids we're talking about.
Corey, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
You're the only one on this panel that can answer this. Truly. Because you're the only one that's played quarterback. So my question is, does anybody know which ankle that Kirk Cousins blew out his Achilles?
Was it his right?
Was it his right?
I think it was his right.
Both
See, 'cause
are
my
really
question mark
important. Both are
Yeah.
pretty important, though.
100%.
Very important. So
Yeah.
my question mark is in that, because you know how important it is to put all that weight and that pressure on that plant foot when you're throwing. So my question mark is how going through this, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it. How's Kirk Cousins doing it with his coming off of that, and is he feeling comfortable on that repaired ankle? Because when you're throwing the ball,
and an Achilles is tough because it's such a specific, movement. With the Achilles, it's like the gas pedal push kind of thing, right? You know what I'm saying? And it stabilizes somewhat, but that's also can be done like the caps and the DCLs. I'm making shit up at this point. I'm not a fucking doctor, but what I will say is that there is a contextual like evidence based proof in the past of a quarterback that suffered an Achilles injury, came back, was relatively decent. Dan Marino, I think his was his right Achilles, and the right Achilles is the drag foot, right? So
It
it's
was
all
the right.
the right.
And it was a non-contact also, by the way.
Well, Achilles almost always is non-contact for whatever reason.
Go ahead.
But the thing is that each individual throw is more determined by the left foot, the plant foot for a right-handed quarterback.
Yeah.
But the movement in the pocket a lot of times is like that step up in the pocket, and that recentering of gravity and transferring motion. A lot of times that's the back foot. So when you're stepping up into the pocket, that's when you're going to be calling on your right foot. I don't know if the style of quarterback that Kirk Cousins plays, to be honest, right? Let's be clear. It's an injury that he can't come back from. I think that if you're talking about a lower body injury for a quarterback, it's not as severe as, like, for instance, like a rotator cuff or like Peyton Manning's nerve damage type of thing. You can overcome lower body injuries and still be a pocket quarterback. And the type of
But
professional
it's the
that
question mark.
Kirk is.
It's that question mark of being comfortable, with guys falling around your feet and all that
Yeah, I
happens to a
mean,
lot of quarterbacks. It's that comfort, having that comfort level to step up in that pocket when guys are falling at you. And because I've heard from other quarterbacks that have torn their ACLs where they said that was the biggest mind what that they
yeah.
had to overcome was guys falling at their legs to step up and make plays. So
Yeah,
my question mark is, are we going to see the same from Kirk?
which, right, and for me, like, to answer your question, I don't know if each or the one or the other is more important, but I think that that's pretty consistent across the board with any ligament injuries. Guys,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, if you break a bone, you're not necessarily as concerned as that ligament injury, especially when it's non-contact, because it's so random that it feels like it's a looming presence behind you. To be fair, any injury that I ever suffered in my adult career, I just kind of just kept going. So whether it's my knee or ankle or broken foot or dislocated elbow or whatever, I still was, as we were talking about with Kirk Cousins, I was still going from mid to mid, so there was no drop off. But maybe that's why the upper echelon of my abilities was never, or my potential was never reached, was because of those. But it is an interesting thing to think of that the Falcons drafted a quarterback,
Yeah.
right? They signed maybe the biggest, name quarterback in the offseason. Maybe not. That's always, kind of bullshit.
Well, I would say the biggest name free agent quarterback for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, a free agent quarterback is usually available because he's not the biggest name. And again, we said Kirk Cousins is where he is on the tier list, right? He would be like a B. He's a B plus maybe at his best, B minus at his worst, but he can get the snap, he can call a play, and he can read a cover 3. So we'll
And he
see.
can throw it in there. He can put it in there.
And the thing about it comes to
Yeah.
the Achilles, I know, going off of guys that I played football with that have told me about it. Donald Toomer, Larry Brown. These are guys that I played football with that blew out their Achilles and played. Both of them played corner. One played corner and receiver, and both of them told me the same thing. It took them a while, and when I say a while, almost a full year, to really have confidence in people falling around that foot, because they were always worried about, hey, what could happen, right? It didn't take much from either one. Either one blew their Achilles, basically just running. Nobody hit them. Nobody did a damn thing to them. It was one of those, you hear that little pop, and that was it.
Yeah.
And they
That's
both
the
said the
Achilles.
same thing,
Yeah.
Yep, both of them said the same thing and I was actually on the field with one of them and standing on the sidelines when the other one happened, and both said the same thing. Hey, did somebody kick me in the back of the leg? So it's interesting It's an interesting thing to see, and then it's an interesting concept to watch these guys come back from it. And both of them said it took them a little while mentally to get back from it.
Yeah, and I think the Falcons season. I think the Falcons are a popular team because nobody believes in the Saints or the Panthers. And what's proven real in that division is that a lot of times those are the teams that you should look at. There's not recently because the Bucks have kind of been the top, but before the Tom Brady, it was the team that was worst last year is the best this year.
Mhm.
But does Baker Mayfield have a drop off season? Is really the question.
So who do you guys feel? Who does the panel feel is going to be that number one in the NFC South? Are we willing to all say that we all feel that the Falcons will be number one in the NFC South?
Or how do we feel about the Buccaneers? Do they improve or do they level off or do they?
I was gonna go. I will say my pick for the number one would be the Buccaneers, just because I believe they're the more consistent team in the division right now. Besides the Saints, maybe, but they did a little tinkering with them. But I like the Buccaneers to repeat this.
I've got to be the wait and see when it comes to the Atlanta Falcons, because I think there's too many question marks and not enough answers at this point in time. So I think I would have to go with the Bucks being number one, and I would have no problem with saying that the Atlanta Falcons would be number two, and then I think that it's the Saints, and the fall off is the Panthers.
Yep. I like that. I don't disagree with that.
Still, it's still the Buccaneers' division to lose.
Yeah.
How far do you guys
Can
think the bottom teams are
can the
from
Falcons
turning it
compete
around?
for a wild card spot?
I don't know.
I think the Panthers are a couple of years away. I think
I feel like a
so.
team. I feel like a team like the Panthers can, but I don't know if they've proven that they should be considered a team that has the ability to surprise some people and be like mid and not bad.
They need to clear out the front office.
The Saints, I've always been kind of a big Derek Carr fan. He's just always been in a situation where either he's getting paid too much and they can't build a team around him, or he's doing well and for whatever reason his defense is garbage. So I don't know. I think that division's going to be sneaky this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Falcons are the best team. But I think the whole point of that division is that we're going to be surprised one way or another.
If the Falcons are winning that division, they're doing it with only 7 wins.
Yeah, I don't
take a look
like any of the teams in that division.
I'm going to see if I could get the defensive ranking, preseason defensive ranking.
Well, the Saints and the Buccaneers each won 9 games last year.
Yep.
But the Buccaneers held the tiebreaker and thus got the division over the Saints. So, but like I said, those are too gentle and high
we're being
because
so
1 week.
disrespectful to the Saints.
No, they're gentle and high because I mean they still have players. They got Olave, got Shaheed. They still have Alvin Kamara. You still got a fourth with Demario Davis on defense and Cameron Jordan. And then if Chase Young could get back to his rookie season when he was a commander, that can hit the defense. But again, it all depends on if Derek Carr can play a full season and if his offensive weapons can stay healthy. Like I said, they're Jekyll and Hyde because 1 week they can look like, hey, we can win this division, and then 1 week later it's like, where the hell do they go? So they're too high.
I feel like it multiple times last year.
Can you trust a guy like Dennis Allen to get them fired up and ready to play a football game?
Nope. You know how I feel about Dennis Allen.
I think will surprise a lot of people. I know it surprises me looking at this. And trust me when I say I'm a fan, and I don't believe it. But right now, PFF has the Cowboys as the number 1 defense in the NFL, followed by Philly, Indianapolis, the Jets, the Patriots, the Browns, the Ravens, the Jags, the 49ers, and rounding out the top 10 will be the Texans.
Wait,
They
I
got
don't
the
understand.
Colts defense at number 3.
And I don't understand how the
And all
Niners
that
defense
don't
is
mean
that
jack
far behind. I don't. The Niners defense
And
that low?
Whose poll is this?
You see PFF?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
know about
the
that one.
Niners defense that low?
Yeah. Okay, so tell me.
Hold on. No,
So tell me how that
never mind,
translates
it's
into
not
September
PFF.
5th, September 6th.
Hold on, I'm looking at a different one right now. That was
Even if
rankings for. Go ahead.
Even if that was Pro Football Focus, how is that going to translate into September 5th, September 6th, September 8th, and September 9th?
Exactly.
I would agree.
How is that going to translate? Because I mean,
So
okay,
this
for
will tell you
for
how
those that
different
care,
these
the Bears went undefeated. What will that translate into in 2024 when it starts September 8th for them?
Not a damn thing.
Yeah,
I mean, how many times have we seen teams go undefeated in the preseason and they played like absolute dog turd during the season?
Every year.
Every year. That's facts.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
So I'm not gonna believe. Just whoever ranking that
Okay.
was must not really watch football.
So PFF, this is PFF rankings. Okay.
Okay.
PFF has the Jets as the number 1 defense, 49ers number 2, Philly number 3, Detroit number 4, Cleveland 5, Dallas 6, Indianapolis 7, Pittsburgh 8, the Raiders number 9, and again, Houston Texans at number 10.
That list is a little bit better.
And
I
none
think
of
that
the
list is
teams
a little bit
from
more realistic.
well, and none
Yeah,
of the
that's a
teams
little
from the
bit
NFC South are in there, right? When do I think who's the best defense in the NFC South? We would say the Bucks.
Hold on. I'm just going to scroll down the list and I'm going to see who pops up
Yeah.
first out of the NFC South, and I'll give you their ranking. Wow. Okay. Tampa Bay,
Which,
number
by the
20.
way, welcome.
So Tampa
Which,
Bay
by
is
the
the
way,
first.
welcome once again to the Mizzle Dub.
Sorry, Dub. Go ahead.
I was just saying, for those tuning in, welcome to the yearly NFL prediction show here on the Mizzle Dub Show. I'm Dub, that's Mizzle, that's Chris, that's Corey, and that's JP, as we are doing our yearly NFL special where we are picking division winners, and also we're going to pick our wildcard teams, and of course, as always, we're going to pick our homer and non-homer Super Bowl pick. But right now, we are trending through the NFC South. We have picked the Lions to win the North. And it looks like people are tending to the Buccaneers to once again still own the South, as Chris is going over some rankings by Pro Football Focus in regards to preseason. So I'm picking Tampa Bay. So who else? Or the panel's open. Who do you have winning the NFC South division?
No.
Tampa Bay.
Just no.
New Orleans.
I don't. No. Just not. No. I just don't want this. I don't want this in my life. This
You gotta
division's
pick-
one of those divisions. It's like, oh, they played. Oh, I don't care. Thank you. Next. What? Honestly, my feeling in this division, like what I was trying to allude to, is just feel. It's always a team that, not the team that they're talking about. So the teams they're talking about, Bucks and Falcons, right? It's probably going to end up being the goddamn fucking Saints, right? Like that's just how this division goes. It feels like. Recently,
You're not wrong.
I mean, when Tom Brady was there,
Not.
don't include those seasons. But every other year, it was just like some weird thing would happen. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I got the Bucks.
No, I'm not picking this.
Sorry.
By the
Make a
way, for
wild card
anybody
is
that-
not coming from here either. I can almost guarantee that.
Hello, throwback.
Oh, it's jersey
Throwback.
switch time. Okay.
I just
That's not
figured out
another
that-
Marion
which
Barber,
one?
is it?
No.
Which,
that-
by
is
the
that a
way,
Dion?
for anybody that cares, Joey Sly is
Oh,
attempting
it's
a
the all-time
16-yard
leading
field
rusher.
goal
Okay, we'll
at
go
the
with
end
that.
of the half. It is 7-0 Patriots in Landover, and the kick is
It's an important game. The last game of the preseason, right?
yes, it is.
It's for people that like maybe we know though, right? Like I always like to watch. I used to like to watch preseason because I would root for the guys that are trying to make the roster. Like, come on, buddy, you.
That's
can do
what
it.
it's really about. It's scouting.
No.
That's why I watch the preseason. It's just for scouting.
Yeah.
And everybody knows.
By the way,
so.
Which, by the way, FedEx Field. Well, it's no longer FedEx Field, but the stadium formerly known as FedEx Field still has the most horrible grass in the National Football League.
Not even.
I thought that was Santa Clara.
It was, but Landover has always had.
How about this? This is more important. If there was an election in November of the commies and Patriots, who would you guys vote for?
Damn.
Wow. You really giving us a big choice there.
I don't know.
I plead the fifth.
And that is for you guys in New Jersey. In New Jersey, it's always going to go the one way. For you guys, it's interesting. You could take that matchup as blue or red, or you could take it as what, in the words of Donald Trump, right? In the words of Donald Trump, it's one way, and then it blue and red, it would be the other. So we'll just move on. What are we going to stay in the NFC and just go straight to the East if we did north south, east west, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna go. Let's move to the East. Let's go.
Now this is division.
Right.
This is division, right?
Yeah.
It used to be called the NFC least. They are no longer the NFC least.
Even when it was the least, it was still one of the most entertaining.
Yeah, I will give you that.
Even when it was Chris,
All
even
right.
when Chris Sims won it with the Redskins, we still watched those games. Come on, let's be honest.
So
Who gives a fuck about Sims?
Corey,
No,
since
it
you
was Chris
live,
Sims on the. No,
since
that was
you
bad.
live in the state where
East Rutherford.
the Giants of East Rutherford play in, how
Giants,
much crap are they giving Fred Flintstone, aka Daniel Jones?
Danny
What
You
what
mean-
is
you
his-
mean-
Boy can't throw to his own team.
You mean
What-
the leucistic Lamar Jackson, right?
Ooh.
You guys know leucistic, right?
The taller version. But
Leucistic is
what's
when an
the scoop
animal
out there,
in
like,
nature lacks melanin, right? And so it appears to lack the color that it normally would be. Leucistic.
That would
Look
be
it up.
Fred Flintstone Jr.
I mean, listen, when Fred Flintstone starts that car running, man, he's Daniel Jones not too long ago was clocked as the fastest person moving in the NFL. Now, did he absolutely fall on same said play? Yes, he fell on his face.
Yes, he tripped over the 10-yard line.
No
I
white
saw it reach up
person,
and grab
honestly, no. Physics kicked in because no white person should ever be moving that fast.
As far as AstroTurf, Steve, as far as field turf, Steve, yes, MetLife is horrible. But we're talking about natural grass in comparison to FedEx Field and Levi's. But Levi's has fixed it. Go ahead,
Go ahead, Dub. Sorry. No, go ahead. I'll say it afterwards.
No, I was just pointing at to Steve about the whole turf field. I mean, that's all there is. Yes, we know how bad MetLife's turf is. Go ahead, Chris.
I just like to giggle because, as we know, Tiki Barber was the one that was on one of the shows, and we all know Tiki is a ex-Giant, and so of course his comment was he would take Daniel Jones 100% of the time over Dak Prescott 100% of the time, every time, and so would anybody else.
Yeah. No.
I
Okay.
wonder
Who the fuck is anybody else?
Did you see JP's face? You said that.
Tiki Barber needs to be drug tested.
I used to literally see Tiki Barber run his morning jog and through Florham Park. I know the route. Like I literally could have said hi to him a bunch of times. The thing about Tiki and the Giants is he went too heavy and hard on them early in his broadcasting career that he didn't realize that, bro, you're not a national name. You got to somehow find a way locally. And now he's trying to eke back into the good graces of the New York, New Jersey fan. All right, I'll ask you guys this: would you guys rather have Lamar Jackson or Dak Prescott?
Lamar
I'll
Jackson.
take
Lamar
Dak.
Jackson.
Well, my hypothesis, based on their statistics side by side, and look, I see the film, so it's a losing argument. But that Daniel Jones's actual output is similar to Lamar Jackson's. Now, a lot goes into a quarterback succeeding in the NFL, and we've talked about it multiple times. I think to start with the Giants, number one, Saquon Barkley. Let's just get it over with. Right thing to do. No, don't sign a running back. You need an offensive line. The guy has played probably like 60% of the snaps that he was eligible to as a Giant, and he was a fan favorite. But they made the right decision there. Maybe a year too late, honestly. But the signing of Daniel Jones to me just felt like one of the biggest questionable things that has ever happened in football. That guy is not worth. You could say what you want. That guy's not worth $40 million.
Agreed.
Nope.
Now, what he
Agreed.
does do is he 100% focuses on his job, and his job is not to be the best quarterback in the NFL. His job is to convert third downs and move the ball, under 4 minutes at the end of each half. And
Are you talking
with
about Daniel Jones still?
yeah, with 0 targets, he's actually relatively effective at doing that because he either takes off, they design runs for him to get the 7 approximate yards per carry that is really impressive, or with nobody to throw to, and like their big signing last year was a tight end that was often injured, and they were like, oh, we fixed it. I give the guy credit. Now, are the Giants worse than the Commanders is the question.
I think
Oh,
you're not going to be able to
that-
take a look at that. You're not going to be able to see that until we see where Jaden Daniels comes into play. So right now, I couldn't answer that question until we got to the regular season because we've got a rookie quarterback that is coming out for the Commanders, and we know where the Giants' defense is. I think they're a pretty good defense. But my question mark for the Giants is always going to be their offense.
Well, and I don't think they fixed anything. I don't think anything's better. But
Nope,
I don't think that this game that Commanders fans play, which is, well, look what we could do with nobody at quarterback. Now we actually have a quarter. I don't think that math is a linear equation. You put a rookie quarterback in there, and I've been high on Jaden Daniels ever since his first career start at LSU.
Which was against the Florida State Seminole.
I think it was Florida State, and it was the year after they won the national championship, and that was a brilliant, amazing game to watch. But how we were talking about how old, what's his name is? How old is Jaden Daniels? Because it's the exact opposite, which I think is an issue.
Yeah, I think he's either 21 or 22 years old. He's a very young quarterback.
I think he's 21, and the last time we had a quarterback that young starting, like week 1, it might be Sam Darnold, guys. I might be wrong, and there's every year we have new rookie quarterbacks. If the Commanders are paying attention to the formula that I'm setting up, where do they have a good offensive line? I think theirs is mid. It's not horrible. It's not great. I mean, they had quarterbacks get injured last year. I wonder why.
Jaden Daniels is 23, just so you know.
Oh, he's 23?
23.
Oh, so he's really not even that young.
No.
I think the knock on him coming into the draft was he needed another year of starting. I don't know. We'll see. But does he solve all their issues to become a better team than the Giants? And those are, like, we're playing this game. When you look at that division, those are the two teams that clearly to me seem to be either, 3 or 4. And I think you could go either way.
But how will Malik Neighbors help Danny Dimes in East Rutherford, New Jersey? Or can he help?
Okay, can we please stop calling him Danny Dimes? Why are we calling him Danny Dimes?
I called him Lucille.
I'm just gonna go off what
he throws dimes to the defenders. That's
he's
about
not a
it.
high turnover quarterback.
My
You are
name for him,
making it
my
up
name for him is
to be
Chris.
funny.
He's
He's not a
Mr.
high
Flintstone
turnover
for Slate
quarterback.
Company.
He's just not a high, efficiency quarterback in completing passes downfield to the effect
No,
of
he's
Wentz.
great. He's absolutely great at completing passes down the field. Unfortunately, it's to the other team.
He is not a high turnover quarterback. He's a mid turnover quarterback. But I think
He's a high turnover quarterback in high pressure situations.
Yes.
No,
When
he
it
plays
comes
for
to
a fucking shit team. No,
shit team or
he's
not,
out
when
there
it
throwing
comes
to
to
Steve
actually
Smith
doing
from
something,
2002.
if you have close games and it comes down to Daniel Jones having to do something to get them to win the game, he chokes versus the other team.
Last year, who was their go-to guy in the pass game? It was either their running back
don't
out
even
of the
know.
backfield on swing passes or Waller, an oft-injured tight end.
And Slayton.
Corey, you've got to ask yourself. The Giants had cap space. You've got to ask yourself why they weren't active in free agency when it came to wide receivers or to running backs, which was their two soft spots.
No, because the last time they did that, who was the Lions wide receiver? They were like, "Here's the answer," and he played like 4 snaps his entire career.
Lions wide receiver.
The guy they signed. This proves my point that I can't think of his name. But Giants sign Lions wide receiver in Google. It'll pop right up.
Ooh, Charles Rogers?
No, it wasn't Charles Rogers. Look, let me see if I can.
That was a while back.
No, it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Hell, I don't even know that one. I don't know that one. As we look it up. So
Galladay, Michael Galladay.
Galladay, yep. Michael Galladay.
Oh man.
Or Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay.
Yeah. My bad.
Kenny.
I was saying Michael Gallup and Kenny Galladay. But that's the point. They spent big time wide receiver money on them, so they're still having PTSD of going to the free agent market and signing a wide receiver. I think drafting a wide receiver is a better proposition.
Yeah,
but
they drafted Neighbors.
Yeah, but that's a long. I think wide receivers are long-term propositions.
Yes.
I mean, there's guys that pop year one as a rookie, but there's also guys that should be the best wide receiver like talent on their team, and it's not the spread offense where they look at cards on the sideline with pictures of Lee Corso's face. So they got to learn the offense and the nuances of running routes against NFL defenses. I don't know. Listen, if anything, and I don't watch Hard Knocks. If anything, being on Hard Knocks means that your team is not going to be successful. I think that's just proven fact. So
that would be the Bears.
I mean,
well, they're not just the Bears. Who else was on there? The Giants.
Yeah, it's 2 teams a season. Yeah, it's 2 teams.
And then they're going to do the AFC North.
The whole division. Yeah.
The whole division.
So I mean, when we're talking about the NFC East, I mean, when you look at this thing, I think it's even though I hate to say it, I think it's a two team race between Dallas and Philly. That's my own opinion, and it's a homer opinion, but I think that everybody would agree with that. I don't think
it's a homer opinion, but
okay.
I
don't think
it's
realistic.
I mean, when you're speaking facts is facts.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
Now joining us to the panel, folks, our other good buddy, our good friend, the one, the only, the Floridian himself, the 6'10" beast from the Southeast, Dr. K. Kawante Foster. K, as always.
South, man, what's up?
To the NFL prediction show, sir.
I ain't scared of you, motherfucker.
No, we appreciate it. So we are talking about the NFC East, which, by the way, we made our predictions earlier for the South and the
North.
The North, and we'll get predictions in a few on that. But NFC East, K, what is it that you're feeling in watching this division with these 4 teams out of the Cowboys, Giants, Commanders, and the Eagles?
Eagles winning it. Eagles taking that for sure. We're gonna get I think from the Cowboys, we're gonna get a high volume of suspect photos and clips from Dak and Zeke. Uh, the Washington,
already are.
the Washington to be discovered team, because we're not sure what the new owner's gonna do. I mean, they're gonna be a comedy shit show.
I'd
And
put
the
that as the
Giants,
Giants, but anyway.
no, well, I mean, the Giants. Honestly, the Giants are just they're gonna surprise you. You know what I mean? They're
How
gonna
are they going to surprise you? They got Danny Nichols as their frigging quarterback. The only thing
Nah,
that's going to be a
he's
surprise
into
out of
the
that is if he
he's
actually
into the
proves
Here we
leucistic
go.
Jackson. He's into
Here we
leucistic
go.
Jackson.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, you gotta get off. Raymar Jackson over there in
Exactly.
you got to get off of Raymar Jackson up there in New York, because I'm gonna tell you right now, he's gonna surprise you. He's gonna surprise you this season, because I seriously think Saquon was holding him back, because they like if you
the
really
only
look at it,
surprise I'll have is when he's injured after game 5. But anyway, go ahead.
well, yeah, but at the same time, you got every time Saquon's on the field, he's guaranteed 25 to 35 snaps. Like, you have to make sure he gets the ball that many times in one game. And then you don't really have receivers. Your best receiver is Shepard, and you see right now he's on the Bucks.
I
Tell me
don't know
the
what you're
slot
talking about because Saquon is no longer with the Giants, so I don't know
got
why
that.
you even talking
That's
about
my
him.
point.
No,
That's
he's
my
saying
point.
that's a good thing that he's gone. See?
Oh, okay.
That's what
I
I'm
knew I
saying.
Yeah, the
liked his
backup
guy.
running back is
Their
going
number
to
one
thrive, is what he's
receiver-
saying.
Their number one receiver is on my team right now, and he's like the 7th receiver. That's my point.
It's Steve Smith. Remember Steve Smith from 2002? That's who Sterling Shepard was.
Oh, I ain't gonna do all that. I ain't doing that.
We're doing all that.
How big of a loss is Kelsey in anchoring that Eagles line, which is probably,
Huge.
one of the best offensive lines,
Oh,
one of the
huge.
reasons why they're constantly one of the best teams.
Well, the
Huge.
question mark is who's playing center for them right now.
That's a good question.
And nobody's stepping up and being that much of a leader, that much of the thing is that what Kelsey could do from the center position is set the line, be the leader, but also get the second level block. He could pull from the center position. He could do a lot of things that made their offense more successful, because that position in which sometimes you're kind of like landlocked in between the two tackles, he was quick enough with both the snap, which, by the way, he's a fucking asshole for throwing it that hard at any quarterback.
Right.
Fucking Jason
Which,
Kelsey.
by the way, to answer your question, right now, slated to be the starting center for the Eagles is Cam Jurgens out of Nebraska.
Okay. Well, here's the thing that I see, especially because I watch a lot of Philly because I'm a Cowboys fan, so obviously I'm going to watch the shit out of them. My biggest question mark for Philly is something that's real simple, and that is that they have our old offensive coordinator. Now, I know how complicated he tries to make shit that should be easy as hell. So, Country K, I will disagree with you in a big way, because I really think that Jalen Hurts might wind up hurt in this season because of the way Moore likes to run his offense. And I think that you're going to see Hurts holding onto the ball way too long for things to get open downfield and for him to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. I get it. Your offensive coordinator. So I have those same night chairs about Jameis Winston. I'm gonna be honest with you. But here's my issue. Here's my issue with the whole thing that you're saying. You're talking about the Cowboys and this.
I wasn't talking about the Cowboys. I was talking about Philly.
Well, I mean, I'm saying I got that, but I'm saying as far as using him as that same guy was in that system.
What's up, bud?
with that team, and how he managed it, and how he's on a different team managing that team on the offensive side of the ball. So what I'm saying is that guy with the Cowboys, with the pieces he had in Dallas or in Arlington, I'm sorry, they're not A.J. Brown or the Heisman Trophy winner, Devontae Smith. They're not at that caliber. Even when you had Amari and CeeDee, they are not at that caliber of those receivers. So Jalen might not be holding the ball. And then on top of that, they got Saquon Barkley. And then on top of that, they got Dallas
Dude, if
Goedert.
you're going to tell me Devontae Smith is better than CeeDee Lamb and better than Amari when he was there, you're going to make me giggle at you. Actually, no,
Well,
fuck that.
then,
You're gonna make me laugh at you
so that lets
because
me
I'll tell you
further
right
know
now,
you respect
Devontae
AJ
Smith
Brown
at
at a high
at
clip.
6 foot
Out of
whatever and
I like the
everybody,
digger
560
back.
everybody I
pounds
mentioned, you went to Devontae
is
Smith.
not the
Everybody
receiver
else
that
wasn't.
CeeDee
Come on,
Lamb
guys.
is.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
My bad, you're right. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm just saying he ain't the receiver that CeeDee Lamb is. And if you want to look at it, look at their years and look at their stats. He is not the receiver. And if you
Pull him
want to
up.
say, oh, well,
Pull
he's
up
going to
the stats
excel
because
in Moore's offense, I hate to break it to you, but he's not. He's not going to excel in Moore's offense. And that was the whole knock against Moore to begin with, was he couldn't scheme his receivers open.
Yeah, because his
So
running backs
talent be damned.
weren't producing.
yeah, but I think maybe Kellen Moore wasn't the right fit for the Cowboys.
He wasn't the
But
right
those-
fit for the Cowboys. He wasn't the right fit for San Diego, or excuse me, now LA Chargers.
Is it more of the fact that they miss Shane Steichen more than opposed to
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
By the
He's
way,
missed
Shane
more,
Steichen,
and I think
former,
that the problem with it is, when was the last time you seen Herbert, for the quarterback for the Chargers, even hurt, except when Moore was there? And why? Because of the deep routes that he tries to put out there and gets his quarterbacks injured because they're holding on to the ball too long. So I'm just talking about proof in the pudding. I'm not saying about the talent that's out there. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, when you have certain situations, and that's why I don't like Moore, and I never did as an offensive coordinator. When they put him at the offensive coordinator with the Cowboys, I saw a lot of stuff that just shouldn't have been ran. And so I'm hoping that that's not the same thing he does in Philly and winds up getting Jalen Hurts hurt. No pun intended at all. I'm just being real.
See, I'm not disagreeing with that at all because you're right. Again, just my only point is talent. You got to call what your talent lets you call.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And the last person to do that was their last offensive coordinator. Since then, Philly has not lived up offensively. Look what they did last year at the end of the year. They shit the bed completely.
I agree.
So when you start to look at Moore is very predictable. And that was the problem that I had with him in Dallas. When you get in the red zone, there's only 3 different plays a man calls: quick slants, and it's a run option for his quarterback, which is going to get his friggin' quarterback killed because he doesn't show any motion to make that happen. And the last play that he always calls is a running back. So it's a fake handoff to the running back and puts the running back into the flats. That's what he called in the red zone each and every time. So what he's going to wind up doing is either getting his quarterback killed or getting his running back killed. So what I can tell you right now is, have fun with that, Philly. You're going to see one of your players going out, one of your main players going out in the early part of the season.
Agree with that strongly.
all right, Chris.
So
I feel like there's all kinds of levels of Dallas bias within what he's saying. That doesn't necessarily make it wrong. But he's talking about how the Eagles are not going to do so well. He's talking about the talent in Dallas is better than the Eagles. And then he's also saying that the former Dallas offensive coordinator is ass, right? So I feel like even though that take was shaded very white, silver, and blue, or as white, silver, and blue as the take could be shaded, I think the only thing that I blatantly disagree with is that, the level of talent isn't necessarily I would take one or the other. I'd say, though, that even if you are a Dallas fan, the names that Moore is going to be working with at quarterback, at wide receiver, at running back, they're at least, apples to apples to the best that
I think they're better. I think Philly's offense, or Philly's wide receivers are better than Dallas because we only have one wide receiver, and that's CeeDee Lamb. I think Philly's wide receivers are better.
Kellen Moore, even when Kellen Moore was the one that was calling the plays, I think it's an interesting comparison. But then you even look at, the Eagles' take from Country K is that the Giants benefit from not having Saquon Barkley because, what he kind of almost pigeonholes your offense into being, because, hey, this guy's talented, we got to get him going, is kind of like that fallacy that, teams usually get stuck with. specifically with him or guys like him.
But Corey,
But
you got
now
to
when
think
he's
one
on the
thing.
Eagles, is he a benefit or a detriment to Jalen Hurts and
No,
what
I
they
think he'd
try
be
to
a
do?
benefit. I think when you start to break down the talent, and if we wanted to break down the talent on the Eagles, I would say they're a very talented team. I think that they've got talent at all three wide receiver spots right now, especially with signing Dots or trading for Dotson. I think that they have talent all around them. So I think that you can, with the Giants, the Giants played Saquon because the way they did, because let's face it, he was the only talented player they had on offense. Now he has a group around him. But the thing that I'd say is the misnomer or the downtrodden for them is the fact of they have an offensive coordinator that I think is very predictable and puts wide receivers in harm's way. So that's where I think that there's going to be a problem within Philly as far as this team goes. And my question mark is, again, can they stay healthy because of the way Moore calls plays? So it wasn't really shaded, and I'm not throwing shade at Philly. I think they're a talented team, but I also think that coaching around, and we've talked about this in the past, and we talked about it just a little while ago. Coaching plays a big piece in what happens with these teams, and I think that the offensive coordinator position on this particular squad is going to get called into question. I think you'll see it probably about mid-season.
Interesting.
So to make this a little bit more interesting, Chris, I think you would probably say that your pick in the division is the Cowboys, right?
No, like I said earlier, I think that it's going to be a fight between Dallas and Philly for the number one spot. I said that from the beginning. I don't know who's gonna. I don't have a necessarily a pick. I think Dallas and Philly are going to battle it out for the number one position, and it really is going to come down to health of the team towards the end of the season, because we all saw it last year. Philly was 10-1, and then wind up losing their last 5 games. So I mean, teams shit the bed every so often. Philly did it last year. Are they going to do it again? And what it comes down to is who's the healthiest at the end of the season is going to be the number one. Is going to be the team that wins the NFC East.
Is there whose head's going to roll in Dallas if they don't win the division this year? Do you think?
Shit, I'd hope it would be Jerry's, but we all know that ain't happening.
Yeah. That, when the king loses his head, it's usually a revolution, and nobody wants to see that. But I mean, the Cowboys are in a position where it feels like now or never, in my opinion. All right, we have McCarthy. It's not his first year. He's no spring chicken. All right, we have Dak. All right, we have these pieces in place. The defense isn't far from being in the conversation as one of the top teams, as we mentioned in both of the polls that Chris rattled off. So if my thing is if it doesn't go the way that Cowboys fans in general probably think it goes, and no disrespect to him, but every year they say this. Quincy Carter was their quarterback. They were saying this. Yeah, that's an oof. Quincy Carter, poor guy. Shout out to the University of Georgia quarterbacks. Not a lot. Matt Stafford, that's probably it.
What's the overall question that you're asking?
Well, let's say the Eagles win the division, Cowboys miss the playoffs. Whose head is in a guillotine? Talking about let them eat cake. Who is Marie Antoinette for the poor?
Well, I mean, it's always going to be the
completely
scapegoat. Is always
never
going to
spoiled.
be the court. It's always going to be the coach. And do I necessarily agree with that? No. I think that when you're close, the biggest piece that I've seen from the Cowboys over the last couple of years when they're close in the playoffs, and they're saying, okay, these are deficiencies. Last year it was linebacker. Who did they go out and sign? Nobody. So what I'm saying is when you are close and you have question marks, most teams will then go after somebody to kind of get them over the hump, or the player that they think, or players that they think are going to help them out. So my question is very simple. You take CeeDee Lamb off this squad, and who are the playmakers? And that's the question mark that I have. So you don't have that in Philly. Philly, you take Smith. Smith gets hurt. You still have AJ Brown. You still have Dotson. Take Hurts off of it. Now you might be missing something, and that might be a little bit more difficult to overcome. So there's certain players on certain squads that you just need. And right now, if you take Dak, I don't give a shit how many Dak haters are out there. You take Dak off of the Cowboys, who's playing quarterback for him? Not to mention the fact of you don't have a single fucking quarterback under contract in Dallas next year. Not one.
So yeah,
Don't
that
still
was
have
going to be my
Cooper
question.
Rush.
No, Cooper Rush's contract is up as well. You don't have a quarterback, period, under contract in Dallas next year. Not
So
Cooper
that's why
Rush,
you were
not Dak
saying.
Prescott,
That's why you
not
were
Trey
talking
Lance.
about. Yeah, that's why you were talking about draft position. Well, it's not going to be. Let's all be honest. We saw it's not going to be Trey Lance. Right, Josh. I told you.
Nope.
No, Trey Lance
Good.
is not ready to be a starting quarterback. Period.
No,
His 5
no, I
interceptions on
agree.
Saturday told me that.
But do you think that with the way that the Dallas Cowboys fans in general, not the we're not talking about the ones that like actually know anything. We're talking about the guys that, jean shorts down to their ankles, likely dirty, stonewashed, likely dirty. They're wearing a Tony Romo jersey. They got a visor on and flip-flops and ugly hairy feet. We're talking about that guy, right? Is he going to allow Dak Prescott to be on the team next year? Even though I would disagree that I would think that it's the most asinine thing that they could do. I think that this is the year that, how did Country K come on this show? He came on the show throwing shade at Dak with his weird dancing, Instagram, like vines, right? Like that's who he's become now. He's turning into what Russell Wilson used to be.
Oh wow.
Are they going to be able to survive the nonsensical, in my opinion, but that vitriol that's going to come with, hey, everything's the way it's supposed to be. The reason we didn't win is because of Dak. We got to find somebody else, which is going to be the thing if somehow the Dallas Cowboys, this is my opinion, if Dallas doesn't win the division this year, they're looking for Dak's head to be the one that's rolling down out of the basket when it falls over.
Well, I mean, look, bottom line is, and I'll be the first one to say it, I don't stick up for Cowboy fans anymore. I haven't for the past 3 years because I've seen some of the dumb shit that they've posted and some of the dumb shit that they've said. So I'll be the first one to say, I really don't give a shit what the guy with the flip-flops with the hairy feet and the freaking shorts down to his what'd you say, down to his ankles and whatever,
shins,
wearing a dirty Tony Romo jersey. I really don't give a shit what he has to say. The fact of the matter is, you want to sit there and you want to talk about, and here's my problem with those type of fans. 1 minute they're going to tell you, oh, Dak is shit. He's a choker. Okay. Last time I checked, it wasn't Dak Prescott that gave up 41 points to the Green Bay Packers. It was their defense, who averaged 20 points a game that they gave up. And Dallas was scoring 29.2 points a game, yet they scored 32. Doesn't that math isn't mathing to me. That's a Dak problem. That is a fucking defense problem. Period. So when you start to look at these things and you start to really put those things together, again, don't give a shit what those guys have to say, because real fact that franchise quarterbacks are few and far between. You've got teams, and I'll say them, Cleveland Browns. They've been looking for a damn franchise quarterback ever since Bernie Kosar was gone. And they still can't win. So let's be real. You can look at Denver and how they've been struggling since they lost Peyton Manning. And I could go on and on and on. The fact of the matter is, some of these guys look at it and they're real with what they're talking about when it comes to finding a franchise quarterback, and others are dumbasses because they'll sit there and they'll tell you, well, let's give Trey Lance a chance, and if we don't go to the playoffs, so be it. You know what? I was a Cowboy fan in between Troy Aikman and Tony Romo when we searched for years for a friggin'
Quincy
quarterback.
Carter.
And we were 5-11, 6-10, 4-12 throughout those years. And
it was quick. You guys trotted out Shane Hutchinson.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Ryan Leaf. made
Oh,
an
yeah.
Drew
appearance.
Henson.
Yep.
Drew Henson.
Drew Henson, I was about to say.
Oh,
guy that
those
was-
names
that
are
was better than-
brutal.
the-
Those
the
names
fresh-
are brutal.
Well, Quincy Carter was
Oh.
probably.
Quincy Carter was probably the one that I thought had the most potential. And then when I found out about his drug problem, obviously that went by the wayside, and that's when they found Romo. So when you have when you're
No, they had
lucky
Drew
enough
Bledsoe.
as a,
They had Drew Bledsoe.
I said
Don't
Drew
forget
Bledsoe,
my guy.
and Drew Bledsoe got replaced by Tony Romo after throwing 4 picks in the game against Philly. So I understand that, and I remember those games and those. Oh, sorry, it was against the Giants. I remember those games and I remember those situations. But I'm not stupid enough to sit here and think, oh well, we're going to go get Shador Sanders, and that's going to be our end all be all. Let me tell you, anybody
Do it.
who's anybody,
Do it.
knows.
Oh, do it.
Anybody who's anybody understands the fact that when
If
you're
you do
talking
that,
about
that's
first round
guaranteed
draft
prime time as the next Cowboys head coach.
By the
when
way,
you,
he'll
well,
be
Prime already
available.
said he'd never coach in the NFL. But let me just
By the-
say this.
Until the
When you
offer
talk-
comes.
When you talk about
Yeah.
these situations and you talk about first round draft picks being quarterbacks, only 3% have ever taken their teams to the Super Bowl. 3%. 78% have been busts. So go ahead, draft your fucking first round quarterback.
Shadir
watch what
Sanders
happens.
is gonna be available when it's Friday. He's gonna be available on a Friday. You'll see.
Exactly. So, but my point being,
Good luck with
is
him on it.
you're not going to be able to draft some of these guys that they're talking about because you will not be able to trade up high enough to get them.
All right,
All right.
look, can I say something on this topic really quickly?
Go ahead.
Hold on, Kay. Before you do that, Kay, hold on. Folks, joining us is Gotham's finest from the other side of the block. Mr. McDonald, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Is that
Blessed.
Dak Prescott?
What's up, man?
Somebody got a lot of rumbling going on in there.
Yeah, you got to mute yourself. Some of that wind is just too much.
How was that?
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
All
sorry
right,
about
Kay.
that. I know. Once again, thank you for having me. Blessed to be on the show. Really excited, guys. It's always a great time. So again, thank you for having me.
All right, Kay. Go ahead and make your point.
All right, so Chris made a lot of great points, and I agree. But the problem is what Corey said, I feel like he was making earlier about man squad, which I would like to add. They have some teams, Cowboy, Navy Blue. That person is the person that Jerry Jones most likely thinks like decision.
Yeah, that's the scary
So,
thing.
that was like literally the point I kind of heard when he was saying that, and that's kind of the point I was making. Like everything you're saying is correct. Jerry Jones don't make his selections off of analytics.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones don't make all his points and moves off of all of this stuff. He makes his stuff off of hype and pizzazz and flair because he wants
That's not true anymore, Country K, and I'll disagree with you because if that was the case, we would have had Johnny Manziel as our quarterback 8 years ago when they decided to take Martin as their number one pick, our first round pick.
Too much trouble behind him. That was the only reason why he took that. Johnny Manziel had a lot of issues behind him at that time.
No, it's one of those things where everybody thinks Jerry Jones is still running. Stephen Jones will play.
Tell me how he's not, because he pretty much with what's my guy name that came from USFL. He was like the shining star of the USFL. That
who? Turpin?
Turpin, yeah. You got Turpin, and Turpin is
Good call. Good name.
Turpin wasn't drafted. He was picked up as a free agent.
But that's what I'm saying. He picked him up because he was the shining star in the USFL. He was the return guy. He's been
But that was okay. But that was a Will McClay pick. Will McClay brought him in.
That person convinced Jerry to do that because Jerry signs off on everything in y'all's organization.
Jerry does not sign off on everything. Jerry is not head of personnel. Head of personnel is Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones signs off on everything.
I got that, but
we're really going to act like Jerry Jones doesn't have a say in this.
Jerry Jones does not have. It is a piece that has been publicized more than once that Jerry Jones, when they were drafting, now I think it's 3 years in a row, Jerry Jones has slid a name over to Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones has taken the paper, crumpled it up, and threw it in the trash. So Stephen and Will McClay set the board, and the draft is done according to Stephen and Will McClay. Now, GMs have actually come forth and said that the reason that they were afraid of the Dallas Cowboys now was that Jerry Jones was no longer part of the draft scheme. So, you guys want to say Jerry's still part of it? Cool. I'll go along with that with you guys and say, okay, yeah, you're right, but he's not.
So that's what we blame your ineptitude on, because again, like you were saying, those are the guys that been running the last 3 years. 3 years ago, wasn't Kellen your offensive coordinator?
4 years ago.
4, okay, but you still have Mike.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy was still there.
You still have Money Mike, and you still had that.
Yep.
So y'all really, and again, and you just said,
the what?
Like, so my point of saying that is the way y'all look last season is pretty much what we pretty much looking at, right? Because y'all ain't do shit, so pretty much y'all a one-trick pony. Y'all defense gonna pretty much hit the bed at some time because y'all gonna lean too much on Mike and he's gonna fire. And that's it. And then we gotta blame Steven and Will. That's what you said their name was?
Stephen Jones and Will McClay are the ones that run the draft.
And so again, you at the beginning of when you were starting your stuff, you said we got to get rid of Jerry. But if Jerry ain't got no power, so why you got to get rid of Jerry?
Jerry's a figurehead, and when it comes to re-signing players, not signing players, re-signing players, Jerry plays a big role in it.
John Kitna. Ooh.
So that's where I wish they'd get rid of Jerry, because he's the one that will tell you in the front part, oh, we love our own guys, and in the back part, not want to sign our own guys. Jerry and Steven like to wait instead of signing guys and let the market set themselves, and it sets them up for failure.
And there will be no John
Kitna. If they would have signed CD early, they wouldn't be trying to pay all this money to him. But they waited, and it's costing them.
Like, I hear all of this, but Jerry has power then.
Jerry's the owner of the team. Of course he has power. I never said he didn't. What I said was he does not play a big part in the draft.
Power has been delegated. Jerry has still some kind of degree of power. He has some kind of degree in
said he didn't. Again.
He has also some kind of degree in influence for people wanting to go there and things like that, for free agents and stuff. So my point is, nobody
was
wants
the last big free agent that the Cowboys signed.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody wants to play there. Nobody really wants to go there. No receiver really believes in that. Derrick Henry wanted to go there. And y'all couldn't get that done. Let's be honest. Derrick Henry wanted to go there. He still could have gave y'all 1,500 yards. He wanted to go there.
Derrick Henry never. And if you heard in the offseason, Derrick Henry himself said the Cowboys never called him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
So kind of hard to go someplace when nobody gave you an offer.
Well, how about we say this?
Publicly express interest. Derrick Henry.
Amari Cooper was a big free agent. Does anybody think that the Cowboys overtake the Eagles and become that number one team in the NFC East this season?
No.
I think that there's something to be said, and here we go. I think there's something to be said about how teams finish a regular season.
Mm-hmm.
And losing your playoff game that you maybe should have won isn't always a bad sign. When the Cowboys lost that game against the Packers that they probably should have won, it's the exact opposite of what I explained earlier, right? When the Jets went that 10-6 and then they had the wrong opinion of who they were, I think the Cowboys were good. Maybe one of the better teams in the NFL last year, if they, all things, considered and working in their favor. And they should have won that game against a Packers team that had a really good game. That formula, that loss at the end of a season that has made those guys that are returning starters and the guys that should have played better work harder in the offseason to prepare and maybe are taking it seriously or whatever those intangible things that happen in losses in the playoffs are. I think that bodes better for the Cowboys than the way that the Eagles basically turned into a terrible team at the end of the regular season last year, and losing maybe their heart and soul by most accounts in Kelsey, who look, he gets a lot of he gets a lot of publicity because of the the podcast and all that shit, right? But it that all came because he was such an elite level player at a position where it doesn't really matter sometimes who the guy is as long as he executes what his job is. For the Eagles to then go and sign a guy, in my opinion, in Saquon Barkley is kind of like that. It's that toy you buy your kid, and it's got a lot of hype in the commercial, and then when you unpackage it, you're like, you poke it with a stick. That meme, like, do something, Saquon. I think the Cowboys win that division.
So Derek,
Yeah, Derek's smart. He knows what he's talking about, and I don't think the Eagles. I don't think the Eagles are bad, but I don't think the Cowboys are. I don't think the Cowboys are as bad as their haters would say. And the guy that we talked
They
about with
suck.
the guy that I described before, he's never going to be rational right now. My question is that the decision to sign McCarthy, is his experience and steady hand a good thing, or was the book correct on him in that he was not the right head coach at the time to hire? And we talked about the draft. I 100% agree with all of the reports that I've read, and Chris is right about Stephen Jones basically telling Jerry Jones to go grab and maybe sexually harass another worker. No, I'm sorry, that's probably too much.
Damn, he went there.
During that draft, he's saying, Jerry Jones, get the hell out of here.
Wow.
But let's be clear. Who do you think was the biggest voice in that meeting room when they were deciding who their head coach should be moving forward after they got rid of Jason Garrett?
Definitely
Because
Jerry Jones.
I think that Jerry Jones is the one that made the decision on who should be running the ship.
That was
And
definitely Jerry Jones.
a lot of people said that Mike McCarthy was a low floor, high floor, low ceiling coach, which, based on his performance so far as a head coach, he's proven to be. Now, I could be wrong. Dallas could not be the division winner, but I think that, to me, if they're not, they absolutely 100% are going to fire their coach and consider moving on from their quarterback.
I can see that.
As Derek said, Barkley is Adrian Peterson 2.0. We got McCarthy is awful. Great X and O's, but worst game manager ever.
Yep.
I don't
Well,
disagree
one
with none of
one
those
of the worst
statements.
game managers ever, for sure.
And I don't disagree with none of those
You know
statements.
who one of my worst? You know who one of my worst time management coaches of all time? When you look at his entire career, not maybe not recently, but the worst time management coach of all time is a great X's and O's guy, Andy Reid. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, he's even said it. He's got to get better with time management.
Oh, he's always been terrible.
That's true.
Fucking
But,
remember Donovan McNabb puking in the Super Bowl? That was just a debacle.
Gosh.
That was just bad. But I mean,
That was
when you look at the bottom line for this, and Corey, I agree with you. We could talk about 12 different ways or 12 ways from Sunday on how Philly can be the number one team, and I think you can. I would agree with that. I don't disagree with either one being number one, and I think it all comes down to one major piece, and that is who's the healthiest towards the end of the season. But I think that's with any teams that are close in any division. It all comes down to who's the healthiest at the end of the season. You've got teams right now in some divisions that should run away with the division. They're just head and shoulders above their whole division. One of them will be the 49ers when we talk about the NFC West. So the bottom line is when you sit there and you look at some of these teams, I mean, look at it however you want. And we could spin it 12 ways from Sunday. And Country K, you're right about some of the stuff with Jerry Jones. However, Jerry does not, and I will repeat, does not run the draft, and he doesn't really have a say in it. But it is interesting dynamic because he's the owner. He pulls that card when it comes to making the plays for the coach. And I think that is where him and Steven try to split hairs, if you will, and he gives his dad the credence. But most of the time, when it comes to personnel decisions, 100% Will McClay, 100% Stephen Jones. Because in all honesty, if Will didn't have that kind of pull, he would have left for a GM job a long time ago. And he has turned down left and right for the last 15 years. So if he didn't have that pull, he would have been like, dude, I want my name on some of this. So I want to go and be a GM over at this team or that team that have come after him over the last 15 years.
All right, so for the NFC West guys, over under.
Oh, we haven't even picked it. We haven't picked the East yet. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We were discussing it, so let's take the panel right now before we move along.
Go ahead.
East down the line. I'll start with I got the Eagles. Chris,
you know who I got. Why are you even asking?
Yeah, 100%. Well, just go ahead and say it. Just
Cowboys.
Go down the list. Dub.
Arlington.
All right. Corey.
I think the Cowboys are going to win this division.
All right. Country K.
Fly, Eagles fly. All
right. Keys.
Eagles cry.
Who wins
I'm gonna have to. Honestly, I'm gonna have to go with them Eagles on this one.
All right. So, JP.
I don't know if I want to, but due to the fact that I live with her, I'm gonna have to go with the Eagles.
Smart man.
Derek says Giants.
As Boss Man comes in the chat line with the laughter, the Giants. All right.
Okay. On to NFC West. Where...
All right. Here, guys. You guys ready?
Okay.
Over under in the NFC West. Victory Royales in the regular season in Fortnite by Kyler Murray. I'm going 15.5 over under. Fortnite Victory Royales. Guys, go.
First of all, it's Call of Duty that he likes to play.
Yeah.
And that's coming out sooner rather than later.
Listen, it's funnier when you say Fortnite because it's a more of a kid game and the guy is 5'3".
Damn.
Really? Shit, you're giving him a couple of inches. I thought he was 5'1".
He's actually technically 5'8". He's technically 5'8 and 3/4, but they want to give him 5'9".
Yeah, well, his helmet's the only person who has a bigger helmet than Eli Manning in the history of the NFL is Kyler Murray.
Would agree.
Shit.
He might actually be 6'1" with the helmet on.
Oh,
stop that pad here. He only 5'7".
Young in Carolina got a strong hold my bill argument.
Well, in the West, the defending conference champion Niners class division the last couple of years, but the Rams
know
did
why
have a
we're
strong
talking about this division right now.
Chat
I
time.
know who's gonna win it.
We're covered doing a show. Good grief.
I
But
know.
anyhow,
I know.
But anyhow, lot on the line for the Niners in Santa Clara, but the Inglewood Rams trying to make strides. The Arizona Cardinals still need Jesus. And the Seahawks in a new era. No Pete Carroll for the first time in a long time. So what could transpire in Seattle? We don't know, but as Derek just said, he is making $46 million more than all of us combined, $10 million per foot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Amen, brother.
So he's saying 4'6".
So then he's 4'6". Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry.
NFC West. JP, I will start with you since you are part of that fan base as long as I. What do you make of the NFC West in 2024?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be as close as people think it's going to be. There's really, I mean, this is going to sound biased and everything like that, and I mean, call it what we want, but there's nobody in the division better than the 49ers. It's not even close. And me and Matt Six were talking about it. Even Matt Six reluctantly said it on Friday that even in the NFC, there's probably nobody better than the 49ers. So basically, the NFC West is a race for who's going to get the wild card spot because nobody's taking the division away. The only way that happens is if a shit ton of injuries go down, and that's happened before. So, but if all else, everybody's healthy, everything goes well and according to plan, it should be a cakewalk into the playoffs.
I don't disagree with your analogy, but here's the one thing I'm not looking forward to seeing twice a season, and that is a healthy Cooper Cup tag team with a healthy. That's what I'm not looking forward to seeing twice a year. I'll say that. Interesting to see how Blake Corum fits in the running game with Kyron Williams, because Williams was very stout in the run game. I'm pretty sure Aaron Donald is happy that he doesn't have to see the Niners anymore, because as we know, the Niners have had their way against the Rams for the last few years. Okay, so Derek's thinking of both predictions saying the Lions are better than the 49ers. Rams win that division just because everyone is too cocky.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh.
Very
fired.
interesting take. Now, my thing
That
is
escalated
this. We don't know what the situation with Brandon Ayuk is. Will he or won't he? At this point, I'm just like, either sign the damn contract or get out. That's from it
Doesn't
right
matter.
now.
Whether he's playing or not, it doesn't matter.
I don't disagree with that. However, you do need to get number 71 back in there in the huddle, because if he is not on the left side and you have Jalen Moore protecting the blind side of Brock Purdy, that's going to be a problem. Now, they still have to figure out right tackle because Colton McKivitz is not the answer. I do like Dominic Puny, the guard from Kansas. I think he is perfect as the right guard. 4 of the 5 spots on the offensive line is set. It's just the right tackle position still scares me, and they haven't addressed that. Now, if John Feliciano was not hurt, that would be my right tackle, but he is hurt right now, so we don't know what's going to happen there. I'm scared if you put Jalen Moore there. I'm even more scared if you put Colton McKivitz there. I really like Jacob Cowing, the rookie from Arizona. He had a fantastic preseason. I really hope they can find a spot for him on this team. Okay, that was back in January. Stuff happens. Y'all should have not blown that 10-point lead that y'all had on us, but it's a new season. We'll see you in December.
Should have kicked field goals. Should have kicked field goals. That's what I
Preach
say.
it. Preach it. Preach it.
Take the point.
But however, I will not count out Sean McVay, because Sean McVay has the one thing that Kyle Shanahan does not have, and that is a Super Bowl ring. So Sean McVay has well, no, because
at least the Niners won.
But see, the Niners have not gone to 4 consecutive Super Bowls like the Orchard Park Bills and lost all 4.
And lost.
Now, granted,
Preach
yes, this is a 3-game Super Bowl losing streak that I do not like, and twice because we
Kermit the
appreciate
Frog.
This is Kermit the Frog here for Sesame Street News. We appreciate JP Josh Pineda for coming on and hanging out with us. Which, by the way, please go subscribe to the Pineda Brothers Production YouTube channel and the All Pro Job Post and get their subscriptions up. And please also like and share with your friends. We appreciate JP for coming on. The Rams obviously got better towards the end of the year and definitely can contend for a wild card spot. Like I say, it's a new era in Seattle. Gone is Pete Carroll. So, I mean, that's interesting to see what can happen. Can Geno Smith go off the momentum he had last season? Can that continue? We don't know. Or will Sam Howell give Geno Smith a battle? That remains to be seen. Interesting to see how that Mike McDonald is going to put this thing together, since it's now it's his baby, and hard to believe that he's only the 9th head coach in the history of the Seahawks. That's very interesting. Yeah, right. That was quite a shocker. The Cardinals. I mean, yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. will be fun to watch. If Kyler can get him the ball, but they're still doing some building in Arizona, just like they're doing in the desert. But I mean, it's still the Niners division to lose. Obviously, it would make me sound like a homer, but I'm really not trying to sound like a homer. I'm just basing it off.
I don't think there's no homer with this pick in this conference. I think we're all gonna say the Niners, unless you're just trying to be funny.
You know what? I'm not
No,
trying
that's
to be
not the
funny,
case.
but I don't think the one thing that we've got to look at is what has happened to the Super Bowl losers in the last 10 years. And I'm not saying this is going to happen to the Niners. Please don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we've seen a decline from the losers of the Super Bowl in the last 10
Mm-hmm.
years. We saw what happened to the Bengals last season
Yep.
and the
True.
injuries, the injury bugs. And if they were healthy, they probably would have been a better team. All I'm saying is that it is very hard for NFL teams to stay healthy year in and year out. And it in this decade, or excuse me, this age of the salary cap, it's very hard for you to have backups that you can literally say next man up. So it's
No,
very
dude.
difficult for me to sit here right now and just say, oh yeah, it's the 49ers. I have a very hard time with that. I do think that the Rams are up and coming. I do think they're going to be a hard out. They were hard out for a lot of teams last year. And I think that with the addition of some of the offensive players that they have, with a healthy Puka Nakua, and with a healthy, what's their other receiver? Why can't I think
Cooper
of his
Cup.
name?
Cooper
Thank
Cup.
you. With a healthy Cooper Cup. And I saw their rookie in the preseason, number, I believe he's 89 or 87, I can't remember, but another great wide receiver. You're going to have a very hard out with these guys. And the question mark that I have with the 49ers going into this season, and Dub, you could correct me if I'm wrong, is their secondary. That's where I think they're the weakest. So we know defensive line wise, they're pretty stout. But where's their weakness? Their weakness is in the secondary. And when you have three receivers that can do what the Rams' three receivers can do, that is the equation for problems. So I think they're going to be a tough out this year. And I think that when we get going into the season, we'll start to see that. And then the question mark becomes, do the Rams gel and do the 49ers fall off? Because if that happens, you could actually see the Rams winning this division, not the Niners.
And I think for me with the Niners, because if you look at what they've been able to accomplish, they've put out a body of work, specifically their quarterback, that if everything's, as it stands right now, roster wise and health wise, I think they've proven that we should trust them. They have the better defense in general against all of these other teams. And their quarterback's proven to be a difference maker, even though, a lot of times people want to paint him as just a system guy. He makes a difference.
He
But
does.
the thing is they are still very reliant on offense, at least on three guys that their health, if that's the question about this team, is an interesting factor because their number one running back would never be accused of being a bastion of health, right? Christian McCaffrey is three sneezes in a row away from ruining everybody's fantasy team. He just is, period, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh my
number
god.
two. Number
Three
two,
sneezes
they're
while
they're
bending over to tie his shoe.
yeah. I
Oh
mean,
my
listen,
god.
he could get whiplash in a rear end from a car crash, and he might be out for 6 weeks. I don't know, but
Damn.
the 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 wide receiver in question
Perfect.
is Debo Samuel, who to me is asked to be one of the most physical over the middle wide receivers, running back wide receivers in the league. Period. And for a playmaker of his caliber to get the yards and the touches the way that he does, it's not that I'm looking to see him injured, as easily as Christian McCaffrey, but it's certainly not out of the question as a hypothetical possibility. And this goes for every single quarterback in the league, except for those rare few guys. any quarterback on any roster is, a 1/3 to 2/3 chance of missing significant time period. You look at the statistics as far back as, ink was put in BIC pens. Shout outs to the losers of the A7FL championship. But
So does that mean it's written in black?
well, no, I mean, it's just, I said I wanted to say pens, and then I thought of a BIC joke that would have, fit for this situation. Anyway,
Hey, you know what, Corey?
quarterbacks don't.
There's one question. There's one question I wanted to ask Dub real quick,
Sure.
and
Go
this
ahead.
plays exactly into what you're saying. But Dub, when so far this season, I did watch two first halves of. I wasn't able to finish watching the games, but two of the first halves of the 49ers games, and I did see that Purdy was in on one of them. Did your starting offensive line, and I'm just asking, did your offensive starting line play in a quarter or a half of any of the preseason games?
As we come to know them, not really, because obviously Trent Williams is holding out. Like I said, the one bright spot on the line has been Dominic Puny, their guard from Kansas. No, you did not see Aaron Banks out there. I mean, Jake Brindle was out there at the center, and he's been very serviceable, and he's been very solid. But again, the problem is who's going to be your right tackle, because Colton McKivitz has struggled mightily. Unfortunately, John Feliciano is still injured. Spencer Burford is a problem, which again, if Spencer Burford and Colton McKivitz are your starting right side of the offensive line, that's going to be a problem. That's going to cause a lot of issues in trying to protect. If you have,
Now,
go ahead.
There's a reason why I was asking about that, because the game that I was watching, Purdy looked. I mean, yes, it's preseason. I get all that, but he looked rushed. He looked bad.
Well,
in
he
the
looked bad
preseason
against the
game.
Saints. He looked bad against the Saints. He looked lost out there, but again, because he did have a full-fledged offensive lineman. But yeah, there were some passes that he missed. He even made some Jimmy Ono throws, which really should have been accepted. But to your point, I definitely think the Niners and the Rams are certainly the two teams that can contest for the division. And I think whoever wins the division, one of those two, out of those two, I think the other will be one of the wild card teams in the NFC, because the whole NFC conference as a whole is still wide open.
Yeah.
But as I've been saying before previous shows, I mean, for the way the Niners are constructed right now, as they are, it really is New Orleans or bust for them, which means they have to go there and they have to win it. Because as we know, yes, quite the accomplishment of getting there, but they've gotten there twice in the last 5 years. Had double-digit leads. Okay, made Mahomes look pedestrian, not as bad as the Buccaneers did in Super Bowl 55, but twice you had them on the ropes, but could not pull the trigger and did not keep your foot on the Tiger's neck. Because again, as we know, I don't know how you don't slap protection to guard an all-pro guy by the name of Chris Jones. Because if you block Chris Jones, Brandon Ayuk is butt naked open in the end zone in overtime, and they're not settling for a field goal, and you have to make the Chiefs score a touchdown, which they eventually did after the field goal. But
dude, please tell me this isn't true.
Yes, Christian McCaffrey's on the cover of Madden.
On cover, yeah.
Oh.
And believe me,
Another reason I don't get Madden.
And believe me, the reason why, and when that happened, I screamed a big fat no. Obviously, to what Corey Hammond said.
I had no idea.
No, I'm just let's just say for a lot of people, the Madden curse really is real.
Yeah.
And to pinpoint
Christian McCaffrey is his kids playing with Legos at night away from like a 4-week ankle injury.
And to pinpoint what Corey is saying, now obviously it's been pretty damn good since he got traded back to the Bay Area. But as we know, and of course Country K knows because he saw him twice a year in Carolina. I mean, you know what you're getting when he's on, but he was hardly on in Carolina. and that led to a problem. To which that's why he got traded for so cheap when he got traded to Santa Clara, and obviously
Bag of chips and Coca-Cola, right?
You're right.
something along those lines. Yes.
If
they
Christian
win?
McCaffrey's wife dyes her hair, he could be out for 3 weeks because he accidentally
Damn.
uses the color as shampoo and
Damn.
it burns
Corey,
his eyes.
you stop it right now.
Damn.
Stop it right now, Corey.
Damn.
Stop
I like Corey.
Damn.
Call that man.
Derek, to answer your question, yes, they do. Because for some reason, Aaron Rodgers has struggled mightily against the Niners for whatever reason.
Isn't Aaron Rodgers? Oh wait, no. RFK just dropped out of the race. I was gonna say, isn't Aaron Rodgers potentially Derek's pick for vice president? But never mind. That's a different thing.
Would have been a good joke if,
Hold on, RFK is
race.
calling. What's up, RFK? I just wanted to say that I really think that Aaron Rodgers is going to have a great week one. All right, RFK, you're not a candidate anymore. Stop it.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Anyway.
That was dead on him.
Because he's not like
I do want to give you my little 2 cents about your Niners, Dub. You already know I have a little bit.
I'm just mad that I'm just sad that you and JP won't go back and forth.
It's I mean,
and yes, that is true, Derek. He did have a woman vice president. That is correct. Go ahead, Kay.
Yeah. Madden Kurt's real. We'll start there. Since you brought up CMC used to be in the Panther. Yeah, you might as well just go and cancel Christmas for the rest of what you got going on offense and running back position.
Hold on, Kay, hold on.
Damn.
I am not going to say this again. He was going to want to leave anyway because he wanted to prove himself as a general manager on his own.
I'm about to say, we talked about this on a previous show with him.
Doesn't matter how much money they could have offered him. If a person wants to go and try and be a GM on his own, he's going to leave.
Amen.
Period. That's just the way it is. He had He had earned the right to go see if he can prove it on his own. Hence why D'Amico Ryans got a head coach position. Hence why Maurice Carthon's son left the Niners to try to go be a GM with the Tennessee Titans. When people are taking from your staff, that normally means you have a good organization in place.
But eventually that attrition does add up, Dub. And here's breaking news. I didn't
breaking
do the
news.
exact noise. You can't sue me. First of all, breaking news, guys. Christian McCaffrey out for the first couple of days of practice this week. It wasn't Madden, guys. He was playing NCAA college football. Somehow got a paper cut on the disc, inserting it into the PlayStation 5.
Oh shit, I'm done.
We're gonna keep our eyes on this story as it develops.
God, why is he going in? Stop.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kay. I had to go that rant.
I knew where Corey was going with this shit, so I let it go. I already knew. I was prepared. I get all of that, but here's the problem with y'all. Y'all got too much pride at the Niners organization. Like, your head coach seems to try to prove that he's right in all these situations, and that's what's been making y'all lose all the time. Y'all never make a smart move.
You don't have to tell me about Kyle being B-Rabbit, as you like to call him.
The reason why y'all will never win the Super Bowl.
B-Rabbit.
Kyle of the B-Rabbit will for sure be the reason why y'all will never win the Super Bowl. 1,000%. 1,000%. Y'all will never win the Super Bowl because of him. Y'all can be as talented as you want to be. Fred Warner gonna get old eventually, and he's not gonna be there no more because the man gonna keep trying to prove that he's right.
Really?
When it got Parasol, sorry ass. Like, come on.
I feel like this is only right because Kay, you should have heard what JP was saying about the Bucks when you weren't here.
Again, and that's the reason why he said it, because I wasn't here. Because
I know that I invoked your name though. It was fair, just like I invoked his name.
You don't know the Bucks like I know the Bucks. That's the reason why he be wrong about the Bucks all the time. The same way he talked shit about Baker Mayfield for that long, extensive time, and Baker threw
May
over
he
4,000 yards, and he ain't played that shit no more. Again, Baker threw for over 4,000 yards and did all of that shit with the Bucks. Said absolutely nothing. Won a playoff game with the Bucks. Absolutely nothing. All of that was him saying 4 games that we were all gonna win. The man won. He twice over and won 9 games.
Derek Duffy, you stop right now.
So
Turn him up.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, I get what he's saying, but at the same time, a lot of his football takes is kind of skewed. But it's all good. We're not gonna do that. So all I'm saying is to mention my Bucks. My Bucks are a more balanced team than the Niners. You know what I'm saying? It's a more balanced team, and there's not much pride there. So that's the reason why the Bucks can do things that people don't understand. As far as the Niners will be the Niners the same way the Cowboys will be the Cowboys and the Jets will be the Jets, because it's going to be the same thing that stops them every single year. The same exact thing. And that's the problem with those teams. They're going to lose the same way every time because they're not changing up on what they're doing. Your draft pick is literally what Kyle does all the time. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Kyle does. He thinks he can find a diamond in the rough and shake them up. Parasol didn't do shit in Florida.
So to wrap up the West, I think we all agree that at least the preseason pick, if nothing changes, is the Niners, or is somebody going out on a limb and saying Rams?
Well, I'm sticking with the Niners.
I'll say Niners. Dub already said Niners.
You know what?
Dub ain't got to speak. JP ain't got to speak. We already. Boss man said Rams because I think he was just being. I don't know. I think he was being serious or not even funny. I don't know.
Nah, Rams are all right. We'll see.
No, if like I said, if
I think everybody likes Hawk Tua, but I don't know if that's a different person.
He just said Rams officially. Well,
All
like I
right.
said, as I said at the top, I'm not looking forward to seeing Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp twice this season, especially with the way those two can run routes and still. And I know people want to give him flack, but if Matthew Stafford is still healthy, that Georgia Bulldog can still sling the football. Make no mistake about that. And like I said, you got Kyron Williams in the run game. He's been solid. Then you draft Blake Corum, who I think is going to be very good in that offense. And I know Sean McVay is going to utilize him.
It's all right. You could just say that the Niners got it. You don't just because Derek says that the
No,
Rams are good. But it's the Niners until otherwise specified.
Again, I'm not going to argue that. But what I'm saying is, as a fan,
no, they're not a bad team.
As a fan, I'm not looking forward to seeing Nacua and Cooper Kupp be on one side of the field. That's just a very dynamic receiving core that they have. Utilizing those two guys. I mean, I'm mad at the fact that Sean McVay gets to utilize those two guys.
Yeah, and that's the guy, I think, right there. Because Country K was talking about the reputation that Shanahan has, even though he's a great coach. He's a great offensive coach. He's able to do a lot of things. I think Sean McVay might have something to say about being the best coach in the division. And if you ask the people who matter, the fans, they like that Sean McVay won the Super Bowl and then shit happened. More than there's more comeback stories of the greatest comebacks of all time against Mike Shanahan, not Mike, Kyle Shanahan, than there are anything more than 3. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, again, to go back to Country K's point, I go back to the 2021 or the 2021 NFC title game. The Niners had a 10-point lead. And for whatever reason, Kyle Shanahan decides, I'm not going to give the guy that, in a sense, single-handedly got us to the NFC title game. He decides, I'm not going to let Deebo Samuel touch the ball for the last 12 minutes and 42 seconds of that game. Instead, I'm going to try to put it in my hands of James Richard Garoppolo, who was playing with the wrap on his throwing thumb, and decides to try to flicker a ball to Jermichael Hasty, who decides to play volleyball, and it bats up in the air, all out like Michael Crabtree and Richard Sherman, and the ball just floats in the air and lands in the hand of Malcolm Smith, lands in the hand of a Rams defender. But yet, here I got my guy who ran through the Cowboys. Then a miracle happened in Green Bay, to which I still don't know how they won that game in Green Bay. And then you're up by 10. Not playing well, but you're still up by 10, but you decide not to give Diva the ball. Just like it was in Super Bowl 54. Decide not to give Raheem Mostert the ball or Diva the ball on jet sweeps. Just like this last game. I'm not going to give the ball to Chris McCaffrey, who just did everything for me during the season. Hence why Sean McVay has the one thing that Kyle Shanahan can't do, which is finish a damn football game.
And
Because
since we
if
just
this
went
is the
through
same-
all of that, and it's okay, Dub, you can sit up in the couch, you can lay down on the couch. It is 110 an hour, so the hour's almost up. I just wanted to say,
Oh shit! Nice.
how does because I'm being a psychiatrist, not the other thing, but how does that make you feel? Since we're doing therapy now, because you just went through. Dub is going through therapy right now. The Freud would teach us, after identifying that, how does that make you feel, Dub?
Oh my god.
Well, like I said, they're still a top team in the NFC.
What gets him fired? What gets Kyle Shanahan fired? We were talking about.
Oh, that is a
with the
great
Cowboys.
question.
I've asked that
What
question
gets
on
him fired?
multiple shows.
Considering him and Lynch just signed extensions.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
before you answer, before you answer that question, let me ask this question. I guess it kind of plays on to that. After his debacle with the Falcons, what made the Niners pursue Shanahan? And then, yes, please answer what would have him be terminated.
Here's the thing.
His offense.
Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, I'm sorry, not Mike, not his dad. His dad actually won Super Bowls, 2 of them.
I already did that. So
I mean, despite the fact that he has horrible time clock management issues,
Okay.
you can't deny the fact that he is a very smart, bright play caller. Him and Sean McVay, even when they were coaching together in Tampa and with the Redskins, they were always feeding ideas off each other
they're
as far
2A,
as
2B right there. 2A, 2B, because number one's Andy Reid.
as offensive minds.
Yeah, 2A, 2B right there.
Shanahan and McVay runs some of the most complex offenses in the NFL, which means, number one, you have to be a smart quarterback to run their offense.
Okay.
Which is why a certain quarterback.
I don't know. That might be true. I think that Shanahan uses motion better than anybody in the league. I think that McVay has his wide receivers think more than any other team that I'm aware. Like listen, I'm not in those meetings, but the route combinations that their wide receivers are asked to do are why guys like Hawk Tua and Cooper Kupp are able to just be so great. What?
I thought he said hot to us.
I did. I literally did.
This guy's awesome.
So, honestly, if you look at the Vegas A7FL Facebook page, you could find a video of me saying that too. But that's a different story. Shout outs to Coach James. Congratulations.
Oh my god, he's like the Gambit of the group.
So for me, the thing about the coach, when you talk about Kyle Shanahan and when you ask the question, why did they even hire him? You cannot argue with the results that he has been able to produce. The problem is that he's gotten so close that it seems like it's so far away. But if Jimmy Garoppolo hits that one throw against the Chiefs where he just whiffed it, that's a win. That's a play call win. He was wide open. I forget the receiver, but that's
Emmanuel Sanders.
wide open. Yeah, it was Emmanuel Sanders. And Emmanuel Sanders would have caught it if Garoppolo threw it. If Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt, do they? I don't know. Do they make the Super Bowl that they missed because they lost to the Eagles? I mean, Kyle Shanahan is one of the coaches that all of the teams in the NFL would be dying to sign a huge contract to, which would include general management, right? But the thing that for me, Andy Reid got fired from the Eagles because eventually shit gets stale and everybody wants something else. and
Correct.
the and I don't think it would be a good move. Just like I think it would be stupid for the Cowboys to try to move on from Dak Prescott anytime soon. But I think that maybe not this year, but if let's say the 49ers struggle and in the playoffs, and if a frog has wings it could bump.
Wait, what?
Did I have a
If a
stroke?
frog has wings, he wouldn't bump his ass so often.
Oh, I get it when he jumps. Oh my God, this guy. God.
All right, I still think I had a stroke.
No, you didn't have a stroke, brother. Keep talking. Oh my God.
I don't know. To me, if the Niners somehow don't win the division, they win the wild card or win the wild card round and lose in the division, and then next year is a referendum. What might happen is if they don't have him as their head coach, they're going to hire some other guy that they think is going to be better, and he's not, and then they're going to be like, "Oh,
well,
shit."
I mean,
That's the danger.
We don't have to go that far back, because those 2 mediocre years after Jed and Trent Baalke basically told Harbaugh to get out, we ended up with
Tom Sula. Tom Sula.
No, Steve Kerr is playing basketball, coaching the Warriors and coaching Wardell. That's it. That's all. That's all Steve Kerr needs to do. But moving on to the Mark Jackson. Okay, Mark Jackson didn't even get to a conference final.
Whoa!
Conference title twice.
I don't know. I think Shanahan deserves all of the criticism he gets.
I agree.
He's still great.
I agree on all fronts.
Best season Matt Ryan as a quarterback ever had by far. Won an MVP.
His MVP
Best years from Jimmy Garoppolo, and that guy was like an 80% winner as a Patriot. No, you know what I'm saying? Jimmy Garoppolo got paid by the Raiders a lot of money because of Kyle Shanahan. And look, I love the kid's story, and he deserves all the credit in the world. But Brock Purdy is not a starting NFL quarterback in any other organization, period. Sorry. And not because he doesn't necessarily deserve it, but because Kyle Shanahan, and this is what I was going to say before when you said the complexity of his offense. Kyle Shanahan is one of those coaches that, because he's a great teacher of the game, and it's very rare that at the pro level you have teachers of the game. For him to have cultivated the talent of guys like Deebo Samuel, who a lot of guys had the opportunity to draft and cultivate, but yet he's putting him in the exact position that he will look like an all-pro. People were saying a couple years ago that Deebo Samuel was probably an MVP candidate. Tell me if Deebo Samuel gets drafted by the Jets that he gets a 40 catch season. He doesn't. So you could do a lot worse, and I think the Niners, to cap this NFC off, I think the Niners have a pretty solid footing in their division, and we'll just see how health shakes out. Because breaking Christian McCaffrey. No, I'm not even going to do it.
Stop. Call that man the Anthony Davis of the NFL. Leave that man alone.
Moving on.
Well, Anthony Davis has an excuse. He's 7 foot.
He's charming. He's always down. It used to be all day. Now it's always down. That's AD. Always down. We're moving on.
Disabled.
Moving on to the American Football Conference, where, of course, the Chiefs trying to go for a three-peat. But we will start in perhaps the most unique and perhaps most funnest division in football. We'll start with the AFC South, the division of young quarterbacks, Will Levis, Trevor Lawrence, Anthony Richardson, and who was MVP for most of the year until the last part of the season, C.J. Stroud, of course, the Texans.
That's going to be
last season. And they only got better by adding Stephon Diggs.
Jesus Christ.
And Joe Mixon. How do we see the shape up that?
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say Joe Mixon is on the Texans?
Joe Mixon went to the Texans, yes, along with
holy shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I allowed to say that? Sorry, I didn't live show. Sorry, I don't. Sorry. I mean, holy.
The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I was
That.
about to make the same joke. I was about to make the same joke.
Never mind. Just wanted to. Hey, I'm not trying to get. I'm not trying to get canceled. My second time on the show.
So that's good
No.
news
If you
for
post pictures,
Texans
no. If you
fans.
post pictures of Steph Curry, that's when you get in trouble. So we're not doing that.
That's
Okay.
good. That's good news for Texans fans. Good news for most of Joe Mixon's ex-girlfriends that don't live in Texas as well. And
Oh shit! God.
listen, I'm never letting guys like that. Or wait till we talk about Tyreek Hill. Go ahead.
Oh
Anyway.
shit! That little Tyreek Hill, little high pitched cheater. Sound like a damn little kitten cat.
Well,
he's so short. He's so short.
I'm picking the Texans as well to win.
I'm picking the Texans. Yeah, before you even ask, Texans.
All right. Hold on. You know how I said no to the NFC South?
Yes.
Right.
Well, I say yes to the AFC South. It's almost the exact opposite for
this
a guy.
This is gonna
like
be
me.
fun. This division is gonna be fun.
I mean, how could you not like a division that has Trevor Lawrence?
Yes.
Listen, CJ Stroud is pretty damn special. I mean, the Texans were not good enough to be as good as they were last year.
500 yards, 5 touchdowns, one game.
It's not even the stats, because a lot of dudes can put up like crazy stats. He was winning with that team.
Yeah,
this is true.
He was coming out of Ohio State, which is that ridiculous spread, which has all these weird rules that don't translate to NFL.
Pretty much not a good NFL quarterback if you go to Ohio State. Pretty much.
Well,
before tend not to pan out.
Before, right? But he's releasing the ball to his third read, like within the scope of like the 3-second pocket. It's amazing what he was able to do last year, and that's why I think they were able to be competitive and win a lot of games that they probably should have lost. They were, to me, they're not a good team. I think he elevates, and that's why you draft a quarterback in the first round. That said, sometimes that's a trap, because I don't know. You add a couple of good names to the Texans, they are better. Still kind of a tough division. The Colts to me are really interesting because they do things that I respect football teams can do. They play good defense. They have linebackers that are fast enough to cover in play action and like hard nosed enough to stop the run. But I don't know. The Anthony Richardson archetype of quarterback to me is just a dangerous place to be, because when you live on potential, it doesn't force you to, buckle down and improve at execution. If we have, we've had Derek, we've had Derek, chiming in, and we'll get some guys from the A7FL watching. But one of the things I said during the A7FL championship game, even though, and maybe rightfully so, I was completely biased to one side because I'm from Jersey, and fuck you guys. But anyway, one of the things that I said, and I think was really the story of the game. And this kind of breaks it down in Anthony Richardson as an NFL player. What the Insomniacs were able to do is execute way better than the initial play call, the game plan, the whole thing. Insomniacs were able to execute better. BIC at the time was better to make the impromptu plays. And what won out, and by 1 point, but still won, because at the end of the day there was an interception on defense, which is how it was ended. So BIC had a chance. That game came down to Insomniacs executing better and executing a game plan better. The play that changed it was a play that was set up in the first quarter, right? And just so that we're clear, this is just my first media opportunity to address this, but I think it's interesting. So Insomniacs come in with a plan. When they go Wildcat, we're going to run. We're going to make BIC just stop the run. Eventually, it'll be the perfect time, and David Clark will be uncovered. And thank God Juice was able to throw the touchdown when he did, because the immediate throw after was the throw off. And if that was the throw on the touchdown pass, the Insomniacs walk out of Jersey a little bit upset. So execution versus the impromptu. Anthony Richardson is BIC. What he needs to do to be an effective NFL quarterback is amplify the gifts that he has been given by God with the understanding of how to execute when it's there. I don't know if in year 2 he's that guy. So for me, the Colts are whatever. And I like the kid Will Levis. I mean, the the best NFL highlight was when he threw that interception and then ripped it out of the guy's hands and got yardage after the play. Like that is every quarterback's dream, and he lived it. So in the NFL, good for him.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The Titans to me seem more of a mid than a top team. So the Texans aren't a far cry. But the thing is that all of these teams have those pluses and minuses where there's no one team like that's really great like the Niners, but I don't think there's one team that you could really count out completely. Maybe the Titans, but I don't know. We'll see.
I can agree with that, but then, like I said, this is going to be a fun division to watch. But I just
Welcome
think the
back,
Texans.
Mr.
I just think the Texans are going to just still take it.
Who has the better team? Is it Jacksonville or the Texans?
I would say the Texans. Better defense.
Because I think
better defense for sure.
Because I think I don't know. Because I think C.J. Stroud might be the best quarterback in the division by a tiny bit, and that's saying something. Because I think Trevor Lawrence is a top 10 NFL QB. But to me, I just have a sneaky suspicion that the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be the team that's just the better roster, and to me, watching the Texans play, they didn't ever have they didn't dominate game control, in my opinion. Not that the Jacksonville Jaguars did. It just felt like they were in every game. And this is kind of maybe like, me romanticizing it, like looking back at it because I like CJ Stroud. But to me, they felt like they were in every game and he gave them a chance to win, as opposed to, wow, this is a team that's building the right way and has a lot of pieces that are like that's for sure an answer at left guard. Now, I have no idea who that guy is, but I don't know if he's the answer.
Well, isn't the Texans where Diggs went?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, coming back into this on the back end.
That's all right.
No, that's all right. We're just talking the AFC South as we're digging into the AFC here on this Mizzle Dub prediction show. I would like to thank Country K and JP for coming in and chatting with us, hanging with us for a little bit. We appreciate Derek Huggin in the comments, and of course, yes, Mr. Franklin. We appreciate Corey and Chris and Mr. McDonald joining us here. Who likes the Texans? I like the Texans. Keith likes the Texans. Corey, who is your pick to win the AFC South?
I'm rocking with Sunshine. I think Jacksonville.
Okay,
Duval. Hey, and then you know what? That is not a bad pick though either. That's like I said, this division is going to be fun to watch. I just think the Texans might got a little better defense than the Jaguars.
Definitely. All right, black and blue division, the AFC North, where you have Joe Burrow, you have Lamar Jackson. You don't know who's going to be the quarterback in Pittsburgh. And then the Browns, who are very dynamic, but the question for the Browns is their quarterback situation. I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was the only division that had a team over 500, if I'm not mistaken. But I will make sure that that's a factual statement, so I don't look like a dum-dum. We know that 2 teams out of this division made the playoffs last year with the Browns and the Ravens. Of course, the Ravens got to the AFC title game before they decided not to run the football. Why, I don't know. But that goes without saying. But,
and Lamar Jackson went from being a top 3 QB, and I think I was on the All-Pro Jaffos, right? Oh no, those guys are both gone. I was on the All-Pro Jaffos, and we were talking about, who would you take and everybody was like, "Oh, Lamar Jackson, top 3 QB." And then after that week, all of a sudden, it was like, "Oh, he's a running back again." And I literally called it. By the way, not taking a victory lap or anything.
So we're just talking about winning the division and not going any further, right? Because Lamar Jackson definitely will show you how to shit the bed in the playoff.
Well, I'm gonna say it's not Lamar Jackson's fault that wide receiver tried to get the extra yard and fumbled the ball at the goal line.
That whole thing.
I mean, that doesn't take away from the whole game, but that was a big reason why they lost that game. So I'm not gonna say Lamar Jackson shit the bed.
I think
we all know the quarterback gets to blame, though.
I think that some of the things that Lamar does is one of his biggest strengths, obviously, is running the ball. I think that if you want to put pressure on Lamar, keep him in the pocket, and turn him into a passer, your capabilities of winning the game go way up.
I would agree with that. I would have to agree with that.
All right, so just to prove my point again, the AFC North was the only team that had every team finish over 500 in this division last season. The Ravens 13-4, division winner, got to the title game. The Browns 11-6, lost to the Texans. Joe Flacco was brought back to life, which is why he got a contract in Indianapolis. Steelers finished 10-7. As me and Mizzle say, never go against Mike Tomlin. And the Bengals, despite losing their quarterback Joe Burrow, who now looks like Slim Shady, they went 9-7.
So the only thing about it is, if you could tell me Joe Burrow is going to stay healthy, I would definitely pick Cincinnati to win the division. But my problem with that team is health. And if it's not Burrows, it's a wide receiver going down. They're just, I hate to put I hate to put this on any team, but they're snake bit. And once that starts to happen, it always seems to snowball at the wrong parts of the season. And trust me when I say I've had their wide receiver and I've had their quarterback over the last 3 seasons of fantasy football, and I've been, I hate to put it this way, bucked. Just being real.
Yeah, this is true.
So if we're looking at that right now, I would have to pick in this division, I'd have to pick the Ravens to win it, unless you could tell me that those two are staying healthy, and then I would go with Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'm with the Ravens on this one as well.
Yeah, I guess this is where I get to be me and be different. I'm gonna go on a limb on this one, and y'all might be like, "What?" And the reason why is because, again, you never bet against Mike Tomlin, but I'm going with the Steelers. I have a feeling, I've said this since the trade happened, I have a feeling we're going to see the resurgence, the reemergence of one Russell Wilson. I don't know why. It's not my team, but under Mike Tomlin, I have a feeling Russell Wilson is going to be that man, and I'm going with the Steelers to win that one. That's just that.
And you're not wrong with that assessment.
It's just something.
You're not wrong.
I don't know. It's some Mike Tomlin, Russell Wilson. It's something about, or Mr. Sierra, as Dub likes to say. It's something about it. I don't know. It's the Steelers. It's that steel curtain. So I'm going with the Steelers on this one, fellas.
I don't know. I feel like ever since he got the goodies, there's something changed in Russell Wilson. I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason that the cookies were supposed to stay in the jar. I mean, that's like Pandora's jar that he opened up. I keep referencing like past appearances on the other shows. But when I was with the Jaffos one time, it was the first lull in the Broncos season with Russell Wilson in his first year with the team, and I've seen Russell Wilson since he'd been at NC State, right? And I had always seen him as a top tier quarterback that was just shorter. There's a lot that goes into playing quarterback, whatever.
For a decade.
when he started becoming too big for the team, and you hear all these reports out of Seattle from guys that were in the locker room with him, he lost, in my opinion, the perspective needed to be, you know, a top flight NFL quarterback. And you know, I kind of was rooting for Justin Fields because at times he looked like he figured out a little bit
Mhm.
more with the Bears. And you always have to grade a Bears quarterback on a scale because they're playing for the Chicago Bears. I mean, like, when was the last time? Like, you could say Kyle Orton and still, like, watch those games. You're like, right? Like, it's just that's the noise that you say to any Chicago's Bear quarterback. It's, like,
The
that's
Bears.
yeah. I mean, you know, you could tell Bears about their defense, but like, even Ditka would be like, "Ah," like that's just the noise you make.
Right.
Listen, the NFC North is another division that you can kind of just say yes to because of, you know, the competitiveness. But I think it starts with, you know, who's the quarterback for the Browns, because I think that matters.
Deshaun Watson.
If Deshaun
Yes.
Weinstein
No, I
is
think
the
that question was real. Who's going to be the quarterback for the Browns?
well,
Oh my God.
if it's Deshaun Weinstein, then, you know, he is. No, that one doesn't get any jokes anymore. Come on, is it Deshaun Cosby that's going to get the jokes? Um,
Ah,
so
Stop.
when
God.
the he's a good quarterback before, right, and
mhm.
then after, I don't know. We'll see. Uh, I think
Them
that
happy endings is costing them.
yes,
Stop it.
Uh,
Stop it.
The
I
pudding pop.
think
The pudding pops.
What are you
that's
saying?
another whole
What are you
visual that I don't
putting
think we
him
should
in
get
the
into.
There,
mood?
there he goes. I was wondering when Dub was going to take that.
Listen, I think people were too high on Lamar Jackson after he entered the AFC Championship game, playing very great football, like, clearly great football. And then people were taking him in the division over even guys like Joe Burrow, which I don't think he's a better quarterback than. However, I think that losing to the same team that he, you know, pretty pretty consistently loses to. It's like the team that beats Lamar Jackson is usually going to be the Chiefs. It's kind of like, you know, the team that beat the Tom Brady Patriots a lot of times was the Steelers, or for whatever reason, right? Like,
yeah.
or the team that beat Peyton Manning was always the Patriots. You know, that's Lamar Jackson. I think is a victim of the hype of a highlight quarterback, because there's a new wave in the evaluation of who my favorite player is, and it's not based on a totality of the actual skill set. It's the what does this guy's best highlight look like. Look no further than the Odell Beckham phenomenon, right? He was the most popular wide receiver, maybe even player, in the NFL for much longer than he probably should have been. And it's because his best highlight was better than any other player's best highlight. Lamar Jackson, as a quarterback, his best highlights are better than any other player's best highlights. However, he also falls victim to that hype when he isn't making the mundane play that he probably should in certain situations. All of a sudden we lose that battle in the hype because he's the best quarterback in the league, which he's not, but he's also not a running back. So to me, this division feels like it's the Ravens to lose. And if Pittsburgh could figure out their quarterback position, you know, they must have hated Kenny Pickett, because, you know, to bring in Russell Wilson and
Justin
Justin
Fields.
Fields.
Yeah.
Listen, that is a slap in the face to a guy that you picked in the first round.
100%.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But anyway, I love the Bengals as a team, but Joe Burrow is just the man. They're really they're almost like how I was talking about with C.J. Stroud and the Texans.
Yeah. He
The
has to
the
stay
the
healthy.
Bengals don't feel like they're a good football team most of the time I watch them. It's just Joe Burrow is kind of a special quarterback, and that does make a difference. But at the end of the day, I think the roster after the management was able to recover after signing Lamar to that big deal, they were roster deficient in the years they missed the playoffs, and they were able to turn it over. And some of those late round draft picks a couple years ago are now great players for a relative bargain, and that's the ebb and flow of this new rookie quarterback era of NFL football. And I think the Ravens they have the better roster. And if you doubt the quarterback, just look how hard he works out and in the offseason on getting better at the things that he knows that he's not as proficient as maybe he should be.
Fair enough.
Nice analogy. Yeah.
As much as I want to pick the Browns because I love their defense. Yeah, I just love their roster. The quarterback issue just has it up in the air, and I can't pick them. And I agree, it's still the Ravens' division to lose, but it wouldn't shock me if Cincinnati, if they're healthy, division also. But I'm still going to pick the Ravens because Lamar's just too damn dynamic. And the fact that you add King Henry to the run game to take the whole pressure off of Lamar to where Lamar can really just focus on throwing the ball if he wants to. Adding Derrick Henry takes a huge load off that. But, however, the Ravens are going to miss Patrick Queen. He went to the enemy.
100%.
He's in the crosshairs now playing alongside TJ Watt in Pittsburgh.
But
I still think it's the Ravens' division to lose. Go ahead, Keith. Make your point. Go ahead.
Oh no, nothing, sir. I was agreeing with you. No, all you guys are making excellent points. I'm just, again, it's just the whole Mike Tomlin. It's the record, as you guys have said. It's what history has shown, and as Mr. Mizzle has said before, you don't bet against Mike Tomlin. And then when you add a Russell Wilson who has had the crappy year that he had in Denver, he has taken what he's taken. And then you have a hungry Justin Fields, and you add that dynamic on a team who's already who has known for doing the impossible. I don't know. I know we were just talking about the Houston Texans in their division. I think this is going to be the most exciting division because they are going. I mean, the Steelers, the Ravens. It's going to go back and forth. And I'm looking. I still think the Steelers got it. But again, that's me. Russell Wilson. I won't go against him.
All right. Turning things now to the AFC East, and that means Mr. McDonald's beloved Jets.
Here we go.
Oh no! Wait, what? You're a
Excuse
Jets
me?
fan?
Excuse me?
You're
From
a
New
Jets
York.
fan?
From New York.
I live in New Jersey right now. You're a Jets fan?
Do or die best. I born and raised in Brooklyn all day.
You poor bastard.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
There's the
He said you poor bastard.
DJ Madsticks that works with the other two guys that were on here, Country K and JP. All Podrafos. He used to be, and I might be getting this wrong, but he used to be a Cowboys fan, and then he says, "I'm not being a Cowboys fan anymore. I'm a jump on a bandwagon," and he said the Jets, and I went on an epic rant about the fucking Jets and how much they fuck shit up. Listen, the AFC East. The AFC East is kind of my favorite division to sometimes talk about. I grew up a Dolphins fan. I was a Dan Marino fan through and through. I no longer root for the Dolphins because of what they did to my guy. You're telling me you can't find a way to get Dan Marino? You're going to hire Jimmy Johnson? The running back's name is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Listen, Dub was already on the couch. Don't get me started on Jay Fiedler. Don't get me started on Jay Fiedler.
I got my legal pad ready for you, buddy.
Here we go.
All right. So and then let's just be clear. I
Yes,
think
sir.
any real football fan should root for the New England Patriots to go 0-30 this year.
Amen, brother.
How
Preach it.
dare you?
Preach
How
it.
dare you?
0-30.
Yes.
Yes.
How
0 and
dare
45.
They let go of him.
Yeah.
How dare they?
And I'm just not even my team. That's my
Despicable.
that's my arch rivals.
Do you guys? Yeah. Do you guys remember that the early YouTube guy that used to be like despicable? That guy,
Yes.
bro. The sandwich that Robert Kraft is making, or the mac and cheese that he is friggin' making, despicable. How dare you? I hope they lose every game. And no disrespect to Drake May, but bro, they fired. They what? What?
Hey,
who's-
fuck the Patriots.
Fuck the Patriots.
Let's go
It's
go back to talking about the division. But anyway,
Yes.
they're gonna
It's
go.
unanimous.
They're gonna go 0 forever because
Yes.
the fact that they fired him, despicable. Anyway.
Yeah. Fuck the Patriots. I think that's unanimous.
So you're talking about the coach that they fired. That is a career under 500 head coach when he doesn't have Brady as his quarterback. Talking about that guy.
Say it to his face, Dub.
I will.
No, you wouldn't. He's so mean.
And
Yo,
I
he's
will.
legendarily mean. You would never say that to his face. 100.
Actually,
Yes,
I think Dub would. I think Dub would on this one. I think he would. I got 20 on Dub on this one.
I mean, listen, you could say
I would ask
he
him
doesn't
straight
punch
up.
people.
I would. He can try to punch me all he wants to. I will DDT his ass like Jake the Snake Roberts if he tries to put in.
Yeah, here we go. Don't get him going.
Fine.
Like I said, Dub, don't sleep on Dub.
Regardless of his record as a Browns coach. Listen, he coached the Browns, and you're talking about his career under 500 without Tom Brady.
Okay, when Tom Brady does not start as a quarterback, what's his record? It's okay. I'll wait.
Oh, got him.
Listen,
got him.
Tom Brady. What? My son's name is Brady. First of all, so this is obviously not biased against Tom Brady, but Tom Brady was kept as a fourth-string quarterback his rookie season because Bill Belichick believed in Tom Brady. Bill Belichick started Tom Brady in the AFC playoffs over Drew Bledsoe. Now, Drew Bledsoe won the AFC Championship game, which was nice, but then went back to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl and won with Tom Brady.
We know the legend.
There is no Tom Brady without Bill
that's not
Belichick.
what
There
he
is no
has.
Bill Belichick without Tom Brady. That's fine. But what they did together, still, you don't fire that man. They shouldn't have. They shouldn't have let go of friggin' Tom Brady either. How dare they? Despicable, right?
Okay,
Good job by them. Good job.
Here's the thing.
I agree with you
He's
on that
gonna
one,
be
cousin.
started by week 7 for you.
Belichick was trying to let Brady leave early because Belichick
wanted Garoppolo.
Yeah, he wanted him gone. And that was wrong.
And then Robert Kraft, because it's his team, told Bill Belichick, no, you're going to start Brady and you're going to like it. The relationship deteriorated at the end because I don't care what anybody says. Tom Brady in 2019, in his last year in New England, sucked. He sucked.
You are fucking crazy.
He sucked fat donkey balls.
Bro, they made the playoffs with a sub 500 team.
Yeah, and he sucked against the Titans and lost.
And he had a bad game against the Titans.
He lost to Ryan Tannehill in the playoffs.
Pick 6.
He lost to Ryan Tannehill.
Yo, he's not.
He
He's a Niners
lost to
fan,
a
so it's
backup
almost
quarterback in the Super Bowl.
No, I'd be the Cowboys fan.
He may be a Niner fan, but he preach facts.
About what? About Tom Brady not? Stop it.
He preaches the facts.
The one time. So wait. When Jordan lost. So when Jordan lost to the Pistons, is that what you talk about? When Jordan lost to the Pistons, that's what you talk about. When Jordan lost to Larry Bird, that's what you talk about. No.
No, everybody talks about when Jordan won the championship. I get what you're saying, but that's Jordan. That's the whole
Wizards Jordan. Do we talk about Wizards Jordan? No.
We could talk about Wizards Jordan because Wizards Jordan carried a whole team to the playoffs. Let's just be real about that.
And that's what Tom Brady did his last year as a Patriot. And they got rid of him, and he won a Super Bowl with the Bucks.
Hey, Dub,
and that's
Dub,
it.
just
And
a
the
quick
49ers
question.
in that time have almost won.
But
They've
Dub,
almost won.
let me ask you a question. wasn't your original question was what was Bill Belichick's record without Tom Brady? Wasn't that the original question?
That was my question.
No,
Okay.
it's not a question. He's under 500. That's not a question. And
Wasn't
who were his
Bill
quarterbacks?
Belichick the same Bill
His
Belichick
quarterbacks
that
were
took the
his
job
quarterbacks
with
were
the
Kelly
Bucs
Holcomb.
one day and quit the next?
His quarterbacks were Kelly Holcomb, Matt Cassell, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Mac Jones. And you're welcome.
He went 2-1. He
You're
went
welcome.
2-1 with Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, he went 11-5 with Matt Castle and didn't make the playoffs.
That whole thing
Okay.
with Matt Castle. Matt Castle.
So despicable that he was fired.
Okay,
Despicable.
we're not taking away what Bill Belichick accomplished. We're not. That's not what I'm saying. But
Can't
what I'm
believe I'm
saying
defending
is,
this man.
my only question was, to which you were, because you thought, how dare Robert Kraft fire Bill Belichick? The Patriots were not going. Okay, this is what I said the very exact minute Tom Brady left the Patriots. I said, don't be surprised if the Patriots started sucking again, because before even Brady got there, who in the hell were the New England Patriots outside of 1985 and 1996? It's okay.
When did he get there, though? 96?
No, Belichick got there in 2000. And they started, and
Yes.
the dynasty,
Okay. So there are players in the A7FL that were not yet born when he got there. Since he got there.
When he got there, Mizzle and I were getting ready to graduate high school along with Marquise. That's what happened. When he got there, he was getting ready to get out of high school.
High school.
However, so Corey, who is your prediction to win the AFC East?
Oh, let's break down each team, because the Jets, I think the Jets are probably going to be pretty good.
Listen. Okay.
Go ahead. Let's talk. Let's do the positive part first, because
No.
the joke.
Here's the part that I was gonna fuck y'all up with, because I wasn't gonna say the Jets was gonna have as much as I would like to be biased. This is me learning a thing or two from Dub and Mizzle on how to see the perspective, or how to see the wide array of things. The Dolphins are going to be a problem. The Dolphins, I'm telling you right now, with a healthy Tua, a healthy Tyreek, them boys is going to be a problem. And I dare anyone on this show, as intelligent as every one of you brothers have been, I dare you to say, no, they're not. And I'll wait.
I'll be honest. The Bills are also going to be relatively good too.
As someone who takes on the Bills, and you can attest to this, because you being in Jersey, you have actually more access to this. I feel like the Bills this year, their number's going to get called. I feel like the Bills are not going to be that intimidating Bills that they have been the past 5 years or so. They're not going to be, oh, it's the Bills, we got it. No, I feel like, no, are they going to be pushovers? No, but they're not going to be the Bills that we've come to see them be. I honestly believe the Bills and the Patriots are going to take a huge dip. And it's honestly, as far as our division, it's going to be between the Jets and Miami. And Miami is going to be a handful. Now, whether or not, with a healthy Aaron Rodgers and a healthy O-line, I don't see why and again, that's because we saw what happened game 1 last year when I went from cheering to crying. Don't get me started on that. But I think Miami's going to be a problem, and I stand on that. Take it away, fellas.
Mr. Vera, go ahead.
So you said some really big things there.
Yes, sir.
Some stuff I will agree with, and some stuff I'll disagree with.
Yes, sir. Bring it on.
Miami over the last 2 seasons have been a problem for a lot of teams. But let me ask you, and just a curiosity question, who beat Miami in the playoffs last season?
Wasn't us, because we were sitting at home.
And what round?
Oh, good point. Damn.
Miami lost to
First
The
round.
Chiefs.
No, second round. Chiefs, second
They
round.
lost the Chiefs in that blizzard, ridiculous weather.
Yeah.
Was that the
Second
first or
round.
second round?
Second
It was
round, I
wild
believe.
card.
Second round.
Hold
So
on.
it was wild card? I thought it was second
Yeah.
round. Okay, I was corrected. My apologies. Apologies.
Second. That's why he's looking it up. That's why I wanted him to answer. What round was it, Dub?
Wild card round.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the fact of the matter is, my question is, who was your defensive coordinator? Who was a Miami? Sorry, don't know if you're a Miami fan, but who was a Miami
No,
Dolphins?
I'm not a Miami fan. I don't know. I don't
who
know
was
too
the
in depth.
defensive coordinator for Miami?
For Miami?
Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Wasn't it Vic Fangio?
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
And where's Fangio now?
He is.
Where's-
I'll solve that for you. He's in Philly.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh,
Yeah.
So the question mark is, with Miami being a problem, the fact of the matter is, in my eyes, they took a huge step backwards defensively.
Mm.
So
And they lost Christian Wilkins in the middle.
So we could
That's
talk
huge.
about how Miami's going to be this and Miami's going to be that.
Mhm.
All we want. The fact of the matter is, I agree with you. They are going to be a problem.
Yes, sir.
The only problem that they're going to have is, can they keep any other team from scoring?
Ooh.
So you could be a problem offensively, but when you're losing a game 35-45, how's that being a problem? You're a problem offensively. What are they going to be defensively? Because
Good
even
point.
watching them in the preseason, their defense looks like a friggin' sieve. I didn't see one flash from their defense in the preseason yet, and now we're going into the regular season.
You make a point.
So you say you want somebody that's going to step up and say something about Miami and tell you why. These are the reasons why I don't think they're going to win the division. And to be honest with you and be straight up with you, I think that you're not going to watch the Buffalo Bills take a bigger step backwards as you think. I really don't. And the thing that I see from Buffalo is some young up-and-coming players defensively that I saw flashing in the preseason. Not to mention some offensive players that I saw flashing in the
We're looking
preseason.
forward to seeing Keon Coleman in a Bills uniform.
You damn right.
That's one.
Mm.
Yeah, that's one of
He
them.
looked like a beast in preseason. So when you sit there and you say, "Oh, Miami's got this," nah, bro. I'll argue that fact with you to the day I die. I don't think they got this.
Well,
I think that they're going to be in a fight for that number
Mm-hmm.
one position, and I think it'll
Right,
be
right.
back to Buffalo.
Interesting.
And I think it's interesting to have you guys go back to back, because for the Bills, last year was, I think, what you're saying this year was. Last year they were not a good team. I feel like they were at one point they were at 500 and looking at their chances in the season as like, this is not working out. But the one thing that was consistent was that there was an elevation in the level, even from the years prior, that Josh Allen was able to execute in especially in like tight games, in must-have situations. And I feel like we mentioned this before in the AFC North. Last year was that tough year the Bills had to get through after signing Josh Allen to the big contract, just like what the Ravens had to deal with when they signed Lamar Jackson to the big contract.
Mm-hmm.
There's this adjustment that teams, when they commit to a quarterback, have to go through, where they lose 2 to 3 to 4 like big time starters, right? You're talking about going from 8 million on the quarterback position in one guy to 45. I mean,
That's
just
huge.
the raw math. We're talking about a top flight defensive end, probably a starting guard, and maybe 2 linebackers that are in the rotation. Like, we're talking about a lot of money. And now the Bills have kind of weathered the storm, and they'll be able to, because I think one of the things that goes under the radar is that Sean McDonough was the defensive disciple under Andy Reid, for the Philadelphia Eagles when they were at their highest level of success. Sean
Under Jimmy
McDonough as a coach is
McDermott.
probably the most underrated head coach in the National Football League. And he's able to kind of make the defense, regardless of what their personnel issues end up being because of that change in the amount that you're paying the quarterback. He can put a relatively decent defense out there. Josh
Yeah.
Allen, to me, is probably on my short list for MVP because he's going to be in positions where he has to be special for the Bills to elevate. But the division is really interesting because on paper, when you take Aaron Rodgers for his reputation, they should be a really great team. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, watch. I'm listening. Is he crying?
Mm-mm.
Oh, shit. He's crying. Yikes.
Oh, daddy duties.
Daddy time. Daddy,
Daddy
duties.
duties, do what you gotta do.
Unfortunately, I can't
Because daddy
breastfeed,
duties.
so it's
Oh,
not.
okay.
Hey.
It's not
Not
me
that
yet.
type of daddy duty.
No.
Well, we talked about PC before. You know, men can breastfeed apparently, but we can get into that later. Yeah, Dub's like, don't care. I'm not putting my face to that.
He bounced quick.
But I said
And
it
he's back.
correctly.
Yeah,
I said it correctly, so
I
nobody
haven't
could be
seen.
upset. Stop it. That's the correct way to say it. So nobody's upset. We did it correctly. We are a progressive show here,
Yes.
and everybody is
Yes.
thankful that as Nevadians, you guys are going to be all progressive in November too. But
All right.
the thing is that to kind of balance the two of you guys when you were talking before me, I love the Miami Dolphins. They may not be the best team in even their division,
Mm-hmm.
but they might be the most explosive offense. And
That I don't
even
disagree.
though Tyreek Hill, his professional fighting career is against unborn fetuses, and I think he's
Oh
undefeated.
my gosh.
You cannot take away. That's worse than what I said before.
And then he brings in
You
stem cell.
you cannot take away his ability to affect an NFL football game. And for all of the Tua hate when he was going through concussion stuff, for all of or not hate. All right, so let me rephrase that. For all of the Tua sympathy that he should, save his brain and do the important thing and screw football, it's not worth it. When he was going through the concussion stuff, and then those same people that so cared about his health to make fun of him when he was suffering a hip injury coming out of Alabama, a very serious, life-altering injury that if he wasn't an elderly person, we would all be like, damn, like you got a hip injury, bro, that sucks. But no, it was cool to make fun of a man's health and say, oh, look at him, he's got a noodle arm because he got his hip injured, he's like a geriatric. And it was okay to make fun of his health then, but when he's trying to make $300 million and he's fighting through concussions, all of a sudden now we care about this guy's health. First of all, fuck you to anybody who ever said that, personally and in infinitum, like forever. Fuck you for saying that, because
Oh,
all of us for $300 million would play with a concussion. So fuck you, by the way.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, the people who were like trying to advocate for him to quit football because it wasn't worth it, their ancestors would go into coal mines for 25 cents a week. So first of all, fuck all of
well,
you. If you are making fun of his hip, don't talk about his concussion. It's not your fucking business.
oh,
Yo, he was the MVP until he was suffering injuries last year. He was the MVP of the league. And he still ended the season as one of the top-rated passers. And he didn't play all the snaps.
He missed games last year. I didn't think he did. That was the
Oh,
year.
I'm
he did.
conflating the 2 years ago and this year. But
Oh, okay.
point being, I'm very passionate about my Tua take, even though it's a couple years old. But I love the Miami
You're not
Dolphins
wrong.
offense.
You're not wrong, but you know what? It wasn't up to Tua to play in those games with a concussion. It was up to the doctors, and
That whole thing.
the doctor that was walking on the sidelines that was supposed to take care of that, if I'm not mistaken, was let go, and they have since replaced him. So it is a situation now with the Miami Dolphins where they're looking more and more at concussions. because it's supposed to be somebody who has no attachment to the team.
Yeah, tell
And
that
it's supposed to be.
tell
What's that?
that to what's his fucking name, the wide receiver for the Patriots, and I can't remember his name, and neither can he.
Oh shit! Damn.
That'd be Christy Jones from the old
No.
Philadelphia
What's his
Eagles.
no?
I mean, when
What's
the
his fucking
doorbell
name?
rings, he answers his phone. But I
No,
mean,
the kid from Kent State. What's his fucking name? I can't remember it.
Julian Edelman.
Julian Edelman.
Yeah, Julian Edelman. Yeah. I always go to say Wes Welker, but there's been so many.
Well,
but Julian Edelman is not as bad as some. I mean, let's
in the no, it was in the Super Bowl. It was in the Super Bowl, so it's like, all right, you got one game, go out there, buddy, win the championship.
Yeah, but I mean, it's they've taken that out of the coaches and out of the staff's hands and put that into a doctor that's supposed to be on the sidelines and watching out for these guys. So
all I'll say is that Julian Edelman played that entire second half with just pupils, no iris.
Yeah, I would agree. He saw everything coming his way.
Yeah,
his pupils were so friggin' anyway.
By the way, Tua Tagovailoa was your leader in passing yards this past season with 46-24. By the way.
Yeah, and then all right. So then I think the division comes down to is how good is Aaron Rodgers with all of the shit, because it feels like it's been a decade since he left the Packers. It really does.
God,
he was underground, like literally doing shrooms for fucking God knows how long.
8 months.
But I mean, he was a vice presidential candidate. Like what the fuck? Like is he
to kind of look at the linear piece of what you were talking about earlier? Just to put some perspective on this, Miami Dolphins ranking for defensive line is 25th. The Buffalo Bills is 15th, so they're quite a bit higher. Offensive line, Buffalo's got the nod to them as well. So when we're talking about this, I mean, obviously, wide receiver wise, we know Miami's got it. Quarterback wise, I think the nod goes to Buffalo. So how this all shakes out, I think we're in another situation where it could be a 2 to 3 team race in this division in reality.
Yeah.
But I think to be fair, at his best, Aaron Rodgers is one of the most talented quarterbacks of all time.
Yes.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes.
The Jets' offense is not hurting for weapons.
No.
And by some accounts, not all, their offensive line isn't that bad.
Actually, they're ranked pretty high because of the moves they made in the offseason.
But that's what I'm saying. But like you know, like the thing is about, in my opinion, offensive lines, like change is usually a sign of like dysfunction, and it doesn't work. Like the best offensive lines are the ones. The best offensive lines, in my opinion, are the ones that are like returning like 4 of the 5 guys. Like even if they're just like, you know, Joe Shalomo and Phil, McFullen. What like it doesn't matter. If they're returning, they're probably decent, right? Like I don't know. Unless they're Giants offensive line.
If you're looking at it, they picked up Tyron Smith from the Cowboys, and
that's a monster.
That was huge.
Tackle position, so they're going to be stout against the rush for sure from the tackle position. So Aaron Rodgers is his man to watch his back, if you will, on the left side of that offensive line, and Tyron Smith, who watched the back of Tony Romo and of Dak Prescott when he was in Dallas. And this dude, once he gets his hands on you, you're not going in. I mean, this is a dude that you're talking about that's 6'7", walks around at 320 pounds, and that's with barely any fat on his body. So this dude's for real.
He's got hands like friggin' Dave Valley that are just like weapons. They're just meat sacks.
Yeah, and he wears what most people wear on their knees for braces. He wears on his elbows.
Jeez, it's a big boy.
My thing of the Jets is do we really expect Aaron Rodgers to be a 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions guy?
I can see the yardage, maybe not the touchdowns.
The yardage,
that's who he's
yes.
been. That's
The
who
yardage,
he is.
yes. Maybe not the touchdowns because he does have a decent wide receiving core. They did kind of like you just said. We just said they upped the offensive line a little bit. Brees Hall is going to be an amazing running back.
But if somebody could check for me, when was the last year that Aaron Rodgers started 13 or more games? Because it hasn't been recent.
I'm about to say his last season in Green Bay, right?
His Green Bay, yeah, last season with Green Bay.
No, he missed some starts.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. Yeah, his last season.
So his last season in Green Bay,
maybe one.
But didn't he miss some? Like, didn't he miss a lot of the previous seasons? And that's why they drafted Jordan Love.
This has been his first. This is his only major injury he didn't have, right? Was this one?
Yeah, kind of this one. Yeah, this was his only major one. I mean, he's had some injuries here or there, but nothing like this. This is like his first major one.
This was an all season.
The last time he didn't play double-digit seasons was 2017. Only played 7.
All right, so that's a false narrative. I don't know. My thing is that I don't, in my opinion, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers shows up and plays as the back of his baseball card, right? Is the term. I just don't see him being a 4,035 guy. I think he's going to be, 2,800, 3,200. They're going to try to get Brees Hall involved. He's going to be. I think that he's a shell of himself, and at the end of the day, the Jets are going to find a way. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be that, Aaron Rodgers turns on his offensive coordinator and then like walks off the field like with an eighth of mushrooms, like literally being ingested as he walks off. I don't know if he's going to show up one day and he's just going to be barefoot.
It would have been better if he said he was smoking the bong, but anyway.
Listen. I think that somehow the Jets are going to jet. And the shame is that Robert Saleh is a very good head coach. The Jets have had good head coaches. I feel like they've consistently had good head coaches. They just jet, man. They jet. Yo, Mark Sanchez has more playoff wins than more quarterbacks than you would like to admit, right? Like it's disrespectful to say, and I don't mean this specifically against the Cowboys, but I'm pretty sure Mark Sanchez has more playoff victories than Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins. The list goes on. Like Mark Sanchez won playoff games against guys, right? Like he beat Tom Brady.
Yes, yeah, we did. We did.
What is Mark Sanchez's Jet career and by de facto his NFL career, like what does it break down to? It's 2 words, guys.
I couldn't say it.
A quarterback that has like it's like 4 or 5 or 6 playoff wins, and I think they're all on the road.
Sanchez has had 4 playoff wins total.
Yeah.
All right, and they definitely are all on the road. I know that for a fact.
Yes, they are.
He's known for 2 things: butt fumble, first and foremost, and for that Rex Ryan tattoo scandal. Do you guys remember the tattoo scandal?
Why you had to bring that up, man? Why you had?
Because that's what the AFC East comes down to year in and year out.
Yeah.
Is when you mention the fucking Jets, you poor bastard, the fucking Jets. Yeah. That's all that you have to say.
I know, because you click back in so quick. Click. Oh, hi, how's it going? But yeah, those are my guys. You
guys should have known last year, because that feeling that you had, like looking around over your shoulder, like it's a fucking horror movie, right? You were like, something's about to stab me. Everything was fine. You were like, we got a quarterback. Our defense is nice. Last 2 years, we had the rookies of the year on offense and defense, respectively.
Preach it.
And then,
boom. Yep. Right when it could happen. Like I said, I went from
enter Zach Wilson.
Oh God. Oh my God. I don't want to talk. I can't even talk about them. I just got a headache. I don't even know what I got. Man, yeah, it was horrible. But you know what? New season, new take, new breath of life, barring injury. there's no reason why, as again, and this not being biased, barring injury, there's no reason why we're not contending for that top spot.
Yeah, it's a
And
three-way
yes,
race.
yes,
I
and
think
make
there's
and
three.
then
I think there's legitimately 3 playoff teams in this division.
and there's something I have to admit. I love the fact that when facts are brought to me, I can reevaluate and rethink my position on certain things. And bringing the facts about Buffalo, it opened my eyes to some things that I was not aware of. So I appreciate that. Appreciate the lesson. Right on.
Well, and I'll be fair. My Jet take is not based on facts.
I can tell.
It's just
Listen.
based on. It's just based on a collective intuition that people in this area, including Jets fans, probably the Jets fans know more than anybody, is that this fucking organization is going to find a way. They're
Yeah, I
just
know.
going to.
So we'll snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory.
No, snatch embarrassment out of the jaws of legitimacy. Right? It's not even just so there's like we were talking about Kyle Shanahan before. Somehow he snatches losses out of the jaws of victories. But the Jets have consistently snatched just clownishness.
You know what?
Out of the business suit of respectability.
You know the talk around the NFL. I believe they call it. That's just the Jets. That's literally what it is. That's just Jet. That's just the Jets. That is literally what the talk is when the NFL when it comes to that's just the Jets. And that's not a good thing.
The Eagles have Fly Eagles Fly. Different teams have different songs. The Jets have the Benny Hill theme, and that's
ouch.
That's what it comes down to.
Ouch.
All right, guys. Who's
but
gonna
I'll go
win?
with Benny Hill.
Who's gonna win this goddamn division?
Bills.
Wow.
I'm gonna be biased.
You might as well. I mean, it's not a bad take.
I said, who are we picking in this division?
The Bills.
The Bills? Okay.
I got the Bills.
I'm pulling the Dave Chappelle. I plead the fifth.
Nah, if you want to you pick.
Yes, sir. All right, yes, sir. Okay, so listen. Okay, obviously, the fan in me wants to go with my Jets. So I want to say Jets. Obviously, I want to say Jets.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say Jets. Fuck it, I'm saying Jets. I gotta say Jets. I don't care.
It's a legitimate. It's not like, no disrespect, Miz. It's not like a Raiders. It's not like a Raiders are gonna win the AFC West pick. The Jets are winning.
No shit. I'm not gonna even pick the Raiders to win the AFC
but that's what I'm saying.
So.
He's not even ridiculous enough to do that. That's what I'm saying. Like that would be like an objective person would be like, you know what? That's hard. That's hard for me to. No, you can make the claim that the Jets are going to win the division.
Because like you said, on paper,
in some circles they might even be the favorite.
Okay, so Dub, who you got?
I'm picking the Dolphins of Miami.
Oh,
okay. And Corey, who you got?
Okay.
This is what it's going to come down to, and then my superhero wife, who's also not feeling so well, so she's still doing everything. Jess, what are the chances that the Jets, all things considered,
0.
What are the chances that the Jets win the division this year? She doesn't need to know. Her dad's a Jets fan. Yeah, but he barely knows the goings on because it's a collective thing. He's the Jets fan that wears the 1969 72 Jets jerseys. You know what I'm saying? He
Very
wears
nice.
It's to a better time.
Yes.
Who you got?
I love the Dolphins. I think the Bills.
Okay.
She said,
Yeah.
And I too am going with the Bills.
All right. Next conference, Dub.
Yep, bring it up. Let's go.
Your beloved AFC West Chiefs looking to go for the three-peat. Raiders and
Kermit
Chargers
the Frog.
have the playoff spots. Bo Nix becoming the number one starter in Denver. So, Mizzle, this is your division. You get first dibs on how you think the Raiders can compete for a wild card spot in the first full season with AP at the helm.
Beat the Chiefs.
Mm.
Beat the
That's
Chiefs.
a tall order. Although they had them on the ropes last year.
I think they can do it.
They beat them on Christmas, you know.
Amen.
And it was a competitive. Well, it was a competitive game in the first half at the home. But no, to be real, they got to play the real defense. Pretty much, you're going up against Herbert. You're going up against Patrick Mahomes. We don't know what Bo Nix is going to be. You know, it's a rookie quarterback, so that's a toss up in there. But the division is still the Chiefs until somebody takes it from them. And we just got to play good defense, and it's tough when we don't have that. It's Gardner Minshew. Okay, he did what he did with the Colts.
Minshew mania.
Yeah, they were riding with Minshew mania. So if he could just be consistent, I guess that's a cliche with any quarterback, I guess. So that's kind of hard. But I'm not going to pick the Raiders to win this division. It's going to be the Chiefs. Will they be competitive? Yes. Can they get that playoff spot? Possibly. But they got to use those two tight ends very well. So I don't know what Getsy's going to bring with this offense. Was it Getsy's offense problem in Chicago? Or was it Justin Fields? So we'll see. I am just going to be a fan and just see what happens. But defense and play good offense, maybe we can contend for that playoff spot, but I'm picking the Chiefs to win this division until otherwise.
1777 Memorabilia says, damn shame this season, man. It's the first time ever a sports league is going to fix the entire season.
What because of Taylor Swift? Are we still doing that?
Low key,
talking about her.
Want to fast forward this season.
Taylor
Swift
why would it even be a fix
season.
Why would it even be a fix if the team with the best quarterback won it again?
I don't.
Yeah. I'll make this short and sweet out of this division. We don't know what the Chargers are going to be with the new coach.
Nope.
That's what I was thinking.
And new players. The Raiders, we know what they are. The Chiefs, we know what they are. And the Broncos, we don't know what they're going to be with Bo Nix running the show. So right now, I'll make it short and sweet. Say the Chiefs are going to win the division.
We do know the Broncos are going to lose to an SEC team week 1 somehow. I don't know.
You could say the Broncos are going to lose to a high school team, and that wouldn't be too far fetched.
Well, Bo Nix is their quarterback, so they are. It's in his contract. They will lose to an SEC team week 1.
Damn.
What is he? I don't necessarily like. I don't like the overall like the NFL is fixed take. Because then what you're telling people that fail in the NFL that they had to have failed and that they chose to, and I don't think that you can create a conspiracy where that many guys who have sacrificed their entire lives up to that point to be the best that they can be in a league that they sign a contract in which they're limited to the amount of money that they can make and that they're throwing games. You could fix a league with just the refs, maybe, but the players still decided on the field, and you can't fix any of the coaches' jobs who were the highest turnover jobs in all of sports is the NFL coaches, and not just the head coaches. It's more the assistants. Those guys are not trying to get fired. They're doing their best to get as many wins and as many accolades so that they can continue to live their dream out. I think that the fix thing is just so corny. Like is Taylor Swift the fix? Is that why? Because we're still on that thing. We're still, is Joe Biden still trying to get the endorsement that we were promised at halftime? Are we really still doing that? I don't know. I think more interesting to ask the Raiders fan here is in a division where clearly you're going to have a really good to great quarterback to be a competitive team again.
Mm-hmm.
How do your long-term rooting interests mesh with the short term as a real fan where you're not looking for any kind of Philadelphia 76ers process?
Well, I look at it is that they tried to go get their franchise quarterback. They just couldn't. No trigger could get pulled because of, as we said earlier, the teams decided that they wanted to stick around and draft their quarterback. So
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that was before. Now it's Gardner Minshew,
yeah,
and I love the guy, and he
I
is more talented than people give him credit for.
agree.
But what are you saying as an organization when week one you're saying this is our optimism right here?
I believe they're going with more of a vet. If you look at the first games that we played, we pretty much played decent defenses. You know, we opened up against the Chargers, then we played the Ravens. With 2 games, we 2 games on the road before we come home. I can't remember who we played the third game when we come home, but I believe that they want to go with a mobile quarterback with those games. And so, looking at Minshew that can get the first down on that third and maybe like 5 in the passing situation, if the pocket collapses, he can get out of it. As well as O'Connell is more your typical quarterback who stands in the pocket, who will take that sack on 3rd and 5 instead of trying to move out the pocket to create stuff. So
I just think it's a really tough spot. I think that they're looking at it, and Denver is potentially in trouble. I don't want to disrespect Bo Nix. I think a lot of what a rookie quarterback does in his rookie year is coaching and system. So we'll see.
yeah.
I do like the idea of the Chargers, but the fact is that none of these teams are right now, in my opinion, ready to compete for the division. These interdivision games are always relatively close.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes' record as a starting quarterback in September is like 35-1. So it's
Yeah.
He's
I don't know, man.
ridiculous. Yeah, he's
I,
fucking ridiculous.
now I'm making that up, but it's probably pretty close to that. It's like it's something and like 1 or 2.
No, you're pretty close.
So
He's
I don't know.
ridiculous.
This
No,
division
he
to
don't
me,
lose.
it could be fun to see things, and I think there's always, optimism in the beginning of the season for a lot of fans to kind of see like, where they are. But the AFC West, it's like, it's a bunch of 6th graders, having fun playing football, looking up at a senior in high school. It's not an equivalent. It's not an equivalent matchup, at least on paper.
Yeah. It's the Chiefs division until otherwise. But I believe the Raiders will be a close second because they're, well, I don't know what Jim Harbaugh is going to bring to the Chargers, and you can never know if Bosa is going to stay healthy. I mean, you got Khalil Mack on the other side, but just some way down the line, the Chargers just forget how to play football for some odd reason.
And
Yeah,
I just not that anybody was really, really super interested, and I apologize for interrupting. That's honestly my first real bad interruption, so I've done pretty well today. Honestly.
No, Corey, you've been great, man.
But I did confirm in the comments. Yes, we are talking about Taylor Swift. So just be careful who you bet on. Is all we're gonna say from the comments. So I mean, I appreciate. I appreciate. I appreciate that you're looking out for us.
I don't too much gamble anyway. I like my money.
Yeah, I don't gamble. I got enough ways losing money. It's called bills.
Bro,
I can gamble with my life more than my money. Anyway,
all I'll say,
we all agree that Kansas City, this is their division to win.
Yeah.
We all agree with that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So,
this is Kansas City's
and
division.
just to put a cherry on top, all I'll say about Taylor Swift, if she was dating Dak Prescott and the Cowboys won the Super Bowl,
Dak Prescott would never date
Yeah.
Taylor Swift. She doesn't have enough ass or tits. Anyway, going
Stop!
Listen, she has enough
Stop!
assets that you could get over ass and tits, please.
What's
Taylor
that?
Swift is finna be a billionaire. Y'all better
Taylor
leave that.
Swift has enough
Taylor Swift
assets
looks like she's
that
had
you
it.
could
She's
get over ass and
hiding
tits.
2 ham hocks in her shorts.
Okay, hold on. I just want
Taylor
to.
Swift blasphemy is too much, guys.
Hold on, fellas. Now I'm gonna put it out there. I don't care. I'll be that. I will be that one. I'm gonna keep that one freaking honey. And outside of y'all married men, Taylor Swift walks up to any one of us single men
Tagging
and
her.
was like, "Hey, yo, what's up? Let's
Tagging
go."
her.
Thank you. Ain't not one of us is finna be like, "No, I'm cool. You're Taylor Swift." Every last one of us, let's go.
Look,
So
you
let's just not kid ourselves.
I'm married. It's not me.
See, here's the
I'm
thing.
just
Here's-
being real. My
Here's
wife's
the thing.
tagging me.
You talking about one woman
No,
walking up.
no.
So if you had,
I'm just because that's because who was talking on. That's because who was talking. I'm just saying
No.
that's
Stop.
who.
Stop. My
but
wife's
that's
taking this the
because you
wrong way.
guys are talking about
My wife's
Uh-oh.
taking this the wrong way. Let me
Okay,
clarify.
Jason.
She didn't have
Hold up.
that popularity and was a singer, and she was just a single girl
Stop.
that was just a girl walking off the street.
No, you
walking
got it
up to
wrong.
most men.
That's not part of the equation because you're changing
It
the
ain't
rules.
gonna happen.
My guy over here already made a Dave Chappelle reference. Yo, 20 years ago, the same conversation would have been said about Oprah fucking Winfrey. Okay?
Wow.
and the same answer applies. By the way,
Gotcha, bitch.
the joke from Dave Chappelle is that he would have impregnated the bitch so that he would take care of the
Gotcha.
kid.
And ran
Gotcha,
away.
bitch.
So to his point, and so that my wife hears, to any single guy, if Taylor,
That's what I
and that's
said.
what I said, regardless of whether she was your preference or type, if Oprah Winfrey walks up to you and says, "Tag, you're it," you're tagging in. You're tagging in. So stop it with and to be clear, of all the NFL players, the one that has a prominent podcast that is that is kind of like in pop culture, like, yeah, she went through the things and was like, yeah, that's the football player out of the catalog I want. And guess what the dude did? He said, sure, Oprah. And that's it. Like, why does it have to be she doesn't have ass or tits? She has enough assets to make up for a lack of ass and tits, period. I mean,
Hey,
Yeah. So the thing about it is,
bro,
while you're
Jason
great, you might get some of that.
Kelsey
But
might
the
tag
bottom line is,
Oprah.
at the end of the day, you ain't getting nothing. So what difference does it make? You're gonna say, okay, yeah, I hit that. That would be like the same thing with Paris Hilton. How many hit that already and walked away from it? So
Okay.
when it comes
We're
down to
married.
it, you have women that are marrying that what you consider are that you bring home to mama and that you
Bro,
want to marry, and then you
we're
got
all
the hit it
married
and quit it.
here. None of
Taylor
us
Swift,
actually are on the
Taylor
market.
Swift is on the line of hit it and quit it only because she's that's about it.
Stop it.
You ain't taking her home to mama. You ain't marrying the girl because you don't want to ride those bones for the rest of your life. Let's be
See,
real.
you're such a Cowboy fan.
Y'all want to
You're
say
such a
ride
Cowboy
them
fan,
bones.
even the
You
hypothetical
don't
of
ride-
Dak Prescott
she was a
dating
regular
Taylor
girl.
Swift. Now you a hater.
You would have nothing to do with her. Let's be real. You guys are only talking about it because, just like he just said, Oprah 20 years ago. Why?
Yeah,
Money.
that's
The whole
That's-
thing
we
with
we're
Taylor Swift, exactly the same
we've
thing.
never
Money.
made your
She was
point.
walking down the street and she was not popular.
Bro, all
You
of us
can give her
to a
2
man
looks.
will agree that Taylor Swift isn't the hottest woman that you could marry if you have
No.
all the options in the world.
exactly. Yeah, we all
Neither
agree
is
on that.
Oprah. Neither was Oprah 20
Oprah.
years
Yeah,
ago.
that's the whole point of the joke.
That's the whole point.
That's
of
what
it.
I'm
That's
saying.
what I said.
Like,
No ass, no tits. Look, she got all that money. You could get yourself a little bit of ass and a little bit of tits with all that money she got. She decided not to. I'm out.
regardless, we're all married men, and
Who's
for
we?
two. All right, so most of us here are married, except for the ones who aren't. Okay, so we're not in this discussion. The fact
Fair
is
enough.
that the single guys are like, yeah, I'll fly on the private plane. It
Yeah, I
sounds
would.
okay. It
Yeah.
sounds not so bad. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, the whole point is that in the NFL's fixed thing, if all of a sudden Taylor Swift started dating the Cowboys and they won the Super Bowl, all right, now I'm starting to believe something's up. Or if Zach Wilson,
There you go.
There you go. There you go. Zach Wilson all of a sudden become quarterback of the year.
If Zach Wilson and the Jets, I'm fucking 100%
He's
like
still going back to
the biggest
God,
conspiracy
man, we'll
theorist
move
of all
on.
time, and I will fight it to the death. But it was the
Let's move
Chiefs who happened to be, I don't know, the best team, and Travis Kelce was, I don't know, the most attractive, white famous player. It's pretty straightforward math. I mean, come on.
Oh my god.
So it's not a conspiracy.
Oh my god.
I don't know,
good.
man.
That's good.
I'm done.
That's good.
I call him the most white famous player.
He has a podcast. She doesn't know how good he is. She doesn't know how she gives defensive how Travis Kelce gives defensive coordinators fits because he can't be covered by a linebacker or safety, right? She doesn't know that. She just knows that she has a podcast, a shape up and a beard.
Memorabilia, would that be Oprah on the island or off the island? Let's answer that question first.
What's that?
You were saying Taylor Swift and Oprah will look at us all like we are peasants.
We are peasants. That's the point.
And Oprah,
Taylor Swift thinks that I'm a peasant for sure, Jess, and she's right. She makes more off of Coca-Cola at her concerts in one night than I have in the past 3 years, probably, which is good for her. She's doing it.
Sure, it's Coca-Cola or Coke.
I don't think she sells that directly, but who knows? I don't know.
Say this. Maybe if she drank more of that Coca-Cola, maybe that she would have an ass. But anyway.
He's roasting.
Listen, the fact is that it does not matter. And
Where was the chicken salad come from?
I will no longer take the blasphemy.
Maybe what she needs is to stop dating Kelce, start dating a black dude, so that way she could eat some chicken.
Travis Kelce is halfway to a black
drink some soda, and actually grow an ass. And I don't know,
bro. Travis Kelce was invited to the cookout before he started dating dating a country singer.
Oh, that's true. That's why I don't understand, because Travis Kelce's last girlfriend was hot as hell compared to Taylor Swift. Now, if he's going to date her for her money,
he's got a point.
We have to wrap up Taylor Swift, but I'll say this: she writes one hell of a country song.
Hey, right here.
Her lyrics are picturesque and very imaginative.
I wouldn't say that statement. I wouldn't say that statement because if anybody wants to get her money, they'll date her, and that'll be a nigga too. So that statement I would not go by, because if somebody's thinking about the money and just not dating her, there's people out there.
You saw the dude
that will date her for her money.
You saw the dude who's dating Bill Gates' daughter, right?
No,
that whole thing.
Like you said,
look it up right now.
Like you just said.
Look it up. Yeah, look up Bill Gates. Yeah, bro.
The whole thing about it is money. And
that's what I'm just saying. That I was just going off that statement. What he said.
Hey, Chris.
No nigga wants Taylor Swift. That's not true.
Look at the smile on the dude who's dating Bill Gates' daughter, and tell me
because he know he's gonna get into some money if he stays with her.
Exactly.
No,
he's gonna inherit.
Miz, look it up right now. There's a reason I'm saying it, and I'm not allowed to say why I'm saying it, but you can maybe through context clues understand why I'm saying it. Look it up right now. Anyway, maybe we should go into the playoffs right now, because I think we're getting there.
So,
yeah, well, I'll be. Are you talking about this dude?
Hey, he done got into some money. No, it's a black dude.
No,
it's a Berber.
Here it is.
A black dude. There he is.
And that's the smile you're talking about, right, Corey? Yeah.
That is the smile of pure happiness. He don't care that bitch got long.
He ain't got to do nothing in the world.
Yo, that bitch could have a back down to her ankles. That motherfucker.
No, there's no difference, Debo. There's no difference. And I'm gonna keep it. And that's where I'm dropping. I'm done talking about Taylor Swift. I'm done. We did enough of it last year. I'm done. Because they're gonna be doing this shit again this year. So we did it. We said it. She ain't got no ass. People will want her for her money. Boom.
I like
Next.
that picture.
All I'll say is it's CBS and Fox's fault. It's not her fault.
100%.
Amen, brother. Preach it. Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
It's CBS, NBC, and
No,
Fox's
we're not
fault.
discussing nothing. I'm done.
It's not.
You be talking to yourself.
Let's move on.
Who's making the playoffs from the AFC?
Well, that's where we're. I think we already covered
Yeah,
every basis, right?
Who are the three wild card teams from the AFC? Since we have already picked our division winners, who is your playoffs team? Who are your three wild card teams from the AFC? Corey, we'll start with you.
Bengals, Dolphins, and
Well, you can't say the Dolphins because they made you picked them to be a division winner, right?
I picked the Bills.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say the Dolphins. My bad.
No, I said I like the Dolphins, so it's definitely the Dolphins
Okay.
in the wild card.
Okay.
Listen, the Jets should be the team that I say. For some reason, I'm interested in the Chargers. I could also buy the Steelers or maybe even the Browns, but I'm gonna say the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge Joe Burrow guy, and they might suck, but he's gonna ball out. I'm a huge Tua guy, and I'm gonna say the Jets because I feel like they can. I feel like it's the only thing that makes me hesitate is knowing that that's them, right? Like if they were the Cardinals, I would be like, yeah, the Cardinals are going to be solid this year. The Cardinals are not going to be solid this year, but the Jets, I don't know, man. All right, I'll lock it in: Jets, Dolphins, Bengals.
Okay. Nice. Keys.
Mr. Vera. Oh, I'm sorry.
Keys.
Ooh. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna go last here. Damn. Because I already said Jets to win it. So for me, I'm gonna say Dolphins, Browns, and my last one, I probably have to say Ravens.
Because you picked the Steelers to win the division, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Chris.
For the wild card,
Yep.
this should be interesting. Jaguars,
Oh,
Ravens, and
He went sunshine,
I like the Jaguars pick. I kind of really do like that one.
Mr. California, sunshine.
I do like that one.
there you go.
All right. So you say Jaguars, Ravens, and who?
The Jets.
And the Jets. Wild card.
Dolphins. Dolphins. And I'm not going against Mike Tomlin. I think some way, somehow, with that, he's going to find a way just to get into the damn playoffs because it's going to be down to the wire. Dolphins, Steelers. Damn, who's my last pick?
Yeah, I just realized I snubbed the Texans, which is tough.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Because I picked the Jags.
Division
Yeah,
winner.
because I picked
But
the
he said
Jags
the
to win
Jag, yeah.
division.
But I picked the Texans to win the division though, so that's why I
so you're
can't
probably
snub
good
them.
there. Yeah.
Damn, I gotta pick one. Whew.
Good luck.
Man, I'm gonna throw a sleeper pick in here.
Go for it. That was always awesome.
I'm gonna say the fucking Colts.
Whoa.
I'm gonna say the Colts.
I gotta say, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, the Colts are
the
like
Colts.
that low floor, high
I
ceiling team.
like where they were doing last year. Even with they were one catch away from getting in there, and that was with Gardner Minshew.
That's true.
One catch.
They
And
could
they're
be
getting
like
some of their
6-12 or 12-6.
Exactly.
Last year means
Yeah.
nothing. It's a brand
Say
new
what?
year.
100%. I was just, but then what I was going on is they're bringing a lot of their players back on defense. You're getting Anthony Richardson back. Jonathan Taylor, he's healthy. Mate, you know, the running game was pretty decent. They signed their receiver. I can't think of his name right. Is it not
Michael Pittman Jr.?
Michael Pittman.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? So, and the kid, if he can just learn how to play the quarterback position, don't sleep on the Colts. Like I said, that division is going to be fun.
Mm-hmm. I think the league go. Oh, yes,
the Panthers, bro. You just lost all credibility on this show right now by saying the Panthers can probably make the wild card.
No,
they're
he
not.
said the Panthers.
Oh, except the Panthers. Okay, I saw Panthers and my whole eyes just locked on that. I'm like, whoa.
No,
okay.
Except the Panthers. Woo! Mizzle was gonna go off.
Whoa. Now we gotta pick our now we gotta pick our NFC wild cards.
Oh shit!
I didn't pick mine.
Oh, sorry.
Dub still gotta go.
Go ahead.
First wild card team from the American Football Conference, the East Rutherford Jets, because when Aaron Rodgers is healthy, you know who he is. Can't go against the man's history, even though it is what it is. Second wild card team, the Cincinnati Bengals, simply because the Cincinnati Bengals are the only team in this era that has gone into Arrowhead Stadium and have beaten them. Should have beaten them twice if Joe Burrow does not throw that interception. If Joe Burrow does not throw that interception in Arrowhead. The Chiefs are not scared of the Bengals are not scared of the Chiefs. That's well known. And I'm gonna take a page from Mizzle's playbook. I'm gonna throw out a wild card as my third wild card pick. I'm going with the Inglewood Chargers simply because Jim Harbaugh, all he does is freaking win. Doesn't matter what level, doesn't matter where you're at. Something about Harbaugh and winning, it just happens. Now
I don't trust Bosa to stay healthy. I don't trust Bosa to stay healthy, and I do not trust that defense.
Hey, and you're not wrong in saying that. All I'm saying is I'm just going off of history. It's the same thing with Rodgers and the Jets is why I'm picking them. I can't go against the history of Aaron Rodgers. Reason why
you think Aaron Rodgers trusts his leg? Because we all know quarterbacks. Carson Palmer didn't really trust his leg when he came back. Is he going to trust his leg or his offensive line?
That's a very valid point. That's a very valid point.
You do realize that Aaron Rodgers was at the end of last year was running around and throwing the ball. You realize that?
I understand that, but that's running around without somebody bearing down at his ass.
He's got a point.
The matter is he had more time. Listen to me. He had more time. He had more time rehabbing that blown Achilles than Kirk Cousins has even come close to.
Chris,
he blew it out in the first game. By November, he was running around throwing the ball in practice. The thing about it is, like I said before, it's mental, right? So if you've had that time since November, and now he's gone through all the camps, mini camps.
Not necessarily. No, he wasn't there the whole time. He was not there the whole time.
Okay, can we leave that? Can you leave that alone?
He's taking his Veterans Day off and hitting his 420. I get that.
He took more than the Veterans Day off, brother.
He sure did. That's my quarterback, but he sure did.
Which he earned the right, but don't get me wrong, he earned the right. He's Aaron Rodgers.
He went through all of training camp, and he wasn't on the PUP. So that is saying something, and he's got some confidence in that. And I would put him over Kirk Cousins to be ready to play in game one because he's had that time and that comfortability with that ankle and with that, or should I say with the Achilles.
I'm just saying, ain't nobody been running at him.
It's true. I agree with you. But like I said, most of the guys that are rehabbing, most of the guys that have been rehabbing have not had that type of stuff happen to them. But I gave you that, but you've got to give me this. He was in mini camp and they did practice with other teams. So he did have people running.
And he did look good in joint practices. I'm not gonna lie, he did look good. He didn't look shaky. He didn't look scared.
That's where
I know. Look here. I know he's a bad man.
Yes, sir.
I'm a big Aaron Rodgers fan.
Okay, Skip Bayless.
You know, so no, that was
You better not
Stephen
use
A.
him
Smith.
anymore. That boy.
That's Stephen A.
That's Stephen
That's
A. Smith.
Stephen
That
A.
wasn't Skip
That's
Bayless.
that's Stephen A.
Stephen A.
My bad.
Yeah, that's Stephen A. But
Talk to him. Talk to him.
I'm not I like the Jets pick. It's we always have high hopes for the Jets. I've been telling Keith for years, just have trust in Robert Saleh to always let him down. He's always been down on this team, and I'm like, cuz, trust the process. La 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 la.
No, you lied to him because you're a good friend. He had the right instinct every single time.
No, he didn't. Not all.
No, not all the time, because there were there were a lot of times where I'm happy to say I was wrong, and even going into this year, like, listen, all the hype aside, that was all last year, all the glitz and glamour, and you're talking to a Jets fan. The emotion, I can't even put into words the emotional roller coaster that I went through. So to go through all that, we fast forward, forget all that. We're talking an Aaron Rodgers who for the first time in his almost 20 plus year career, his body hasn't been touched in over a year. So any aches, whatever, little, small, whatever, plus his ankle. Exactly. And what I seen from this man and trust me, I've been on it. The offensive line does not look like that same bull crappy shit that I saw last year, because you can ask Mizzle Dub. I was the first one to call that out. Even in the training camp, he's scrambling too much. This year, he looks like Aaron Rodgers. That arm, that release is amazing. And I'm saying, barring injury, barring a repeat, yes, but no, but we can't do like you said, be the Jets and find a way to jet things up. There's no excuse. I'm still a little worried about the lack of touchdown scoring, even in the preseason. I know y'all say it's preseason games, but I take it seriously, because for me, even in preseason, I'm like the mama mentality. You practice how you play. And if that's how you playing in the preseason, how do I know you're not taking that into the regular season? And I see other teams putting up touchdowns, and you're still relying on field goals. That's not going to win it. It's not going to happen. Especially, like you said, when you got a team like the Miami, when you got a team like the Pittsburgh or the Ravens, or the Niners, especially a team like the Niners. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? You're not going to beat it.
Put credence into whether or not you're scoring touchdowns in the preseason.
Because like I said, it's amazing how you can take the concept, you practice how you play, and we accept it. But when it's preseason, or just a preseason game, a game is a game. And we can sit here as fans and playing
in that game. But if your starters aren't playing in that game, then scoring touchdowns means absolutely nothing, because guess who is out of the game? The starters. Guess who's playing in the first game of the season? The starters.
No,
so
I get what
any of that, especially when your first team is no longer on the field. When it comes down to it, scoring touchdowns should be on that first team, but a lot of the first teamers don't play a whole lot in the preseason anymore. Scoring touchdowns, that's why they're talking about getting rid of the preseason for the NFL altogether, because they realize
I agree and disagree
got
to
teams that first team players don't play at all. That's why they say you can't put credence into anything you see in the preseason other than having flashes from young players.
Okay, now I agree like you said, to a certain point, but at the same time, this is where I disagree. This is where the preseason is important. Okay, yeah, your starters may not be out there, but as you just touch bases on, seeing flashes from your up-and-coming players, you got your drafted, then you got your non-drafted, you got the walk-ons, whatever the case may be. How many players have we seen that was a nobody, but they killed it in preseason and went on to become a household name in the regular season? I personally,
we were making was not about the players. The argument I was making was the importance of scoring touchdowns in the preseason. You just took it to a whole different area.
Okay.
About scoring touchdowns. You said, well, you got to practice like you play. And I just said starters don't play, so you don't have to worry about that. What you're looking for in the preseason nowadays is you're looking for young players, these second-year players and these rookies. You want to see flashes out of them to show that they can play the game, that things are starting to come together and the game's starting to slow down for them. To sit there and talk about whether or not you're putting it in the end zone means nothing. Absolutely nothing. You have teams that have never that have lost damn near every game in preseason. It means nothing to these guys anymore. It's all about letting these youngsters get out there and play in game situations and see what they have. Period.
Okay.
And so when it gets down to game planning and starters and everything, then we talk about the wild card teams in the NFC. Ooh, look at that segue.
No, you did.
What's up, Zelly?
Yeah, we still got to get to the NFC.
Yes, yes.
So I guess we'll start with Mizzle. He's up in the top corner of the screen. Who you got in your wild card for the NFC?
Okay, so the division winners we got here are, we said the Niners,
Eagles. You said.
Did I say? Yeah, I did say the Eagles. And who was the North?
I think you said Bucks, and then
the Buccaneers,
Lions.
and Lions. Okay.
I don't think you have the Lions.
Yo, I do definitely have the Lions win. I definitely have the Lions winning that division for sure.
Okay,
for sure. So with that, then I'm gonna say the Packers. The Packers would take one.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Some odd reason, I just think Sean McVay will find a way to get the damn Rams in there some way, somehow.
Interesting.
Well, it's not the second team from the fucking NFC South, NFC South. That's for sure.
With the time,
watch their
let's
all
see.
over 500 this year.
My third team. Wow, who's the? Wow, man, this is almost like picking the.
I mean, you said the second team that we kind of all agreed on in the North. It's
Packers,
not the South. So the second team in the East is the Cowboys. So you're either going two teams from one of the divisions in the West or the North, or you're going Cowboys. I mean, that's kind of how like chalk lines up based on the options
on the body that's laying on the ground.
I mean, you're rocking with the Saints, you're rocking with the Falcons. You rocking with the
definitely not doing
Seahawks.
the no.
You rocking with Call of Duty.
Can't do the Cardinals. Oh man.
So this is for wild card, right?
Yeah.
It
might have to be the Cowboys
down this year. I don't know if that's true.
It might be the Cowboys.
I mean, Derek said he likes the Giants. I don't know.
Derek was joking.
Hey, who just laughed like that? That's messed up.
But I would go with the Commanders personally.
Oh, I. Damn. I got the whole room stuck.
Yeah, I said the Cowboys, so I got mine.
It's kind of it feels
Rams,
like
Cowboys.
chalk unless you're like really high on like one of those like Giants, Redskins, or like you're one of those guys that's like
not the Redskins anymore.
Oh yeah, well, it's getting late for me over here. My wife already bailed on me.
Ain't the 6 seed still in the playoffs?
Yes.
No, 7. Isn't there 7 teams in the playoffs?
No, I was just saying 7-7 said they got the 6 seed last year, which still got them in the playoffs. So
Oh yeah. I mean,
yeah, it's four division winners and three wild card teams.
It's kind of like who's left, not oh my gosh, look at all the options.
Right. Yeah.
And when conferences feel that way preseason in my NFL lifetime, it's proven sometimes incorrect by the end of the season. Sometimes you're like, oh, that division's weak, and then all of a sudden, like surprise teams happen, and there are going to be surprises this year. You know, Bryce Young might be the best quarterback of all time, and the Carolina Panthers might fucking make the playoffs. Like
There's
I'm not
no
saying
doubt
that
there.
that's the thing. I'm not
Corey,
saying that
are
that's
you
the thing.
picking? Are you picking right now?
I'm not saying that's the thing that's going to happen, but shit like that happens all the time. You're telling me
I'm
last year at this time anybody was talking about the Texans and CJ Stroud?
no, but
Like,
I'm
no.
confused. Who's supposed to be picking their play? I mean, their wild card guy.
I did mine. I
I
did
feel like
mine.
everybody's just kind of like just shrugging their shoulders and being like, I guess it's the
Well,
second
because
place team in
I
the
said,
North.
Corey, who do you have? And you
Oh no, I
kind of
thought we were still waiting on and hemming
no,
and
we're
hawing.
waiting on you,
I
bro. Who
picked
you got?
mine. I
Bro,
picked mine.
it's easy. It's already settled. It's Eagles, and then I said I think the Packers might win, even though I actually didn't make the pick, but the Packers. So the Lions are going to be my wild card from that division, and I think the Rams. I think it's just like you can't make the case with the information that we have right now.
But did you just
That
pick 4 teams?
no. It sounded like I had extra teams because I was confirming the team that I picked to win that division, right?
Oh, because
Since
you
I
said the
picked the
Packers twice. That's
Cowboys,
right.
yeah. Since I picked the
No, you
Cowboys,
said the
de
Packers twice.
facto.
That's
e-
what it was.
Oh yeah, no. What I was saying is that since I picked the Packers, it's the Lions,
Yes.
and then yeah. So I think I don't know. The NFC feels boring, maybe.
So you've got the Packers, the Lions, and who was your third?
The Rams. I don't think anybody's going
Rams.
outside of those 7 teams in one
Okay.
order or the other. Maybe
Gotcha.
we got one more.
Mizzle? Oh, you
I
already
did
picked.
mine.
Dub?
You pick first.
Huh?
Green Bay Packers, Inglewood Rams, and I'm going to say, not because I think they're going to be world beaters, but I think the Eagles will sneak in there. So Packers, Rams, Eagles.
You picked the Cowboys for the East.
I did, yes.
Nice.
You did.
Yeah. There you go.
Keys?
I'm gonna go Eagles.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, Eagles, Packers. Eagles, Packers, and I actually picked the Rams to win it, so I'm gonna say the 49ers.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same 7 teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you make a case for any of the other teams? Maybe the Falcons.
Maybe.
Well, I
the
guess it's
Falcons
8.
the
I
Falcons
guess it's
would-
8 teams because no, we
Yeah,
all
with
picked
the
the Bucks
Falcons-
too.
No.
We all picked
The
the
Falcons,
Bucks,
you
right?
got the 4 division winners and the 3.
Right, but we
and
all picked the
and
Bucks
3.
to win that division, right?
Yeah, so the
I know,
Falcons
yeah,
are
I
out.
did.
Yeah, so there's no fucking team that you can make a case is going to make the playoffs.
No.
Other than maybe maybe it's the Saints win that division even though they were really close last year. They're a better team this year. I don't know. I don't know.
That would be your Cinderella team. I think the Saints is the
So
Cinderella
what's the
team.
conference championship look like, man?
Ooh, good
I don't
question.
know if I can make the Saints a Cinderella team, but
Not this. Who would be okay? So who would be the Cinderella team?
in my eyes, the Falcons put it all together and actually make a run.
I can see that.
They've got
the
most
Colts
talent.
were the
They've got
one
the most
that
talent in
the
that
Colts
division.
were the one that
so I think
Mizzle.
they would
Oh, yeah, we're
probably
talking about
be
the
the
NFC.
ones that can make a run at it. The Colts aren't in the
Yeah,
NFC.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was like, I'm like stretching to figure this out.
So my Cinderella would definitely be the Falcons. If there was going to be one, I think they're the ones that could make a run at it. I actually think the Falcons have a chance to unseed Tampa Bay as that division winner.
Ooh.
Well, they have a chance.
They got a chance.
I mean, right now,
All
every
right.
team.
Yeah, they got to win 7 games.
All right, Keys, you're 3.
You know what? I would say 9 games wins that division.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was just exaggerating.
As it did last.
My 3. All right. Yeah, like you said, it's pretty much same 7 teams. Packers, Lions, and Chargers. Because
NFC.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, Rams. I'm sorry, Rams.
He's going
Yeah, I'm
LA.
sorry.
He's going LA, but
Rams. Packers. Yeah, Packers, Rams. Packers, Lions, Rams. Yeah. That's my 3.
so
Nice.
who you guys?
Well, we have come to the coup de grace.
What do we do? What do we do next? We do the conference championship matchup.
No, we do our Homer Super Bowl pick and our non-Homer Super
Fair.
Bowl pick.
All right. I don't really have a team anymore. It's like sad. Like I just
No.
watch football and enjoy every game, and I never get upset. I'm just like, wow, that's fun.
That's got to be awesome.
It's such a terrible existence. I can't stand it.
No, that's awesome because my team loses and I can't watch football, so that
No,
goes to
that's what
show
I'm
you.
saying. Like, listen, let's just be clear. I love the NFL, and I don't want to. I don't want to take away your guys' thing with it, right?
Right.
But I always felt like if the NFL was cereal, and my favorite was Fruit Loops, and I poured it into a bowl one year, and it fucking tastes like shit, I would go to the fucking store. I would go get Golden Grams. I would pour it in the bowl the next day and be like, okay, this is now my new favorite cereal for right now. Like, you know what I mean? Nowhere else in our existence as human beings do we consume something that we spend, and the amount of money that we spend on is ridiculous. But the amount of time and money that we do on a product where, first of all, who's Narco 1770 memorabilia? And by the way, even if that was hypothetically true, I live in New Jersey. Okay, stop
said
trying to.
hypothetically.
It's 12:50 in the morning over there.
Call the Taylor Swift police. They'll come arrest me for what I've done.
Yeah, it's almost 1 in the morning over there. Cut us some slack. It's 1 in the morning over there.
They'll all show up with no asses and no tits. But anyway,
he's saying that I sound high, right? Because I'm talking about cereal, which I guess is a high thing to say. But I'm saying any product that you go through that analogy with, if it pisses you off and makes you angry, like countless times every year at the end of the year, there's all of these videos that makes everybody else happy, but not Chris and his fandom, of Dallas Cowboys fans destroying their television. Like, if the television broke and it was a Samsung every time, they just would buy a fucking Vizio. You know what I mean? Like, nobody would go back to that product and spend the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that we do. But there is a romanticism to it. So I do get the fandom thing, but let's be clear. Fans are insane people. They're not normal human beings that should be allowed in society en masse. Like, we allow this insanity, and hopefully it like has a positive effect on the murder rate. Like, seriously, like,
what the fuck? How do you get murder rate? What the?
Because people who break their televisions, because Dak Prescott threw an interception are fucking shouldn't be allowed in society. That's what I'm saying.
Make your picks and let's go move on. Come on, man.
There is no homer pick for me is the point of what I'm saying.
Yes, I know, but you went like 5 minutes into that. Just
listen, the Bengals are gonna somehow sneak through the Siberian forests that is the AFC and make the Super Bowl, and they likely are going to play the 49ers. And I will say this. The 49ers will be up probably 28-13 in the fourth quarter.
Damn. Here he goes.
And they are going to lose 30-28.
Damn. He said, y'all not scoring no more.
You know what, Dub? Because you're the only 49er fan left, you need to go next.
Yeah, you got a rebuttal. Uh-oh. He's going to pick up the mic. No mic? Uh-oh. Here we go. Passion.
The Louisiana Superdome. New Orleans, Louisiana. February the 13th.
You got the music playing.
On Fox Sports.
Oh, no.
Would I be happy if my team won the Super Bowl against any other team?
We're
yes,
missing it, though.
But for
Stop.
me...
It's a good take. Stop. I can't hear
No. For me, it's personal. It's very personal. I won't be satisfied with number 6 until it's against Kansas City. That's my homer pick.
Somebody tell him.
What's your non-homer pick?
My non-homer pick, I will say, and I would love this just for this reason. It would be two teams getting there for the very first time. I'll be okay with the Houston Texans Detroit Lions Super Bowl to my non-homer pick.
Charlie Batch would pick the Detroit Lions, wouldn't he?
You know what?
Charlie Batch chill for that one for sure.
That was actually a good pick, though. That non-homer pick. That's actually a really good pick. I can't lie. That was a really good pick.
Well, in my heart of hearts, I would love a Lions Browns Super Bowl, but I can't trust Deshaun Watson because you don't know which version of Deshaun Watson you're going to get.
100%.
Exactly. All right, who's next?
Go ahead, Chris.
You want me to go next? All right.
Yes, sir.
Homer pick, obviously, it's got to be my Cowboys.
Yes, sir.
And who I'd like to see them beat in reality would be actually kind of fun. And it would also mean an all-Texas Super Bowl, and that's the Texans.
Oh.
So that's my homer pick.
It would be a Mid-South Super Bowl because you would have Texas invading Louisiana. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be
I like that.
Non-homer pick, and this is Dub. I'm kind of leaning towards what you did, but I'm looking at this very carefully, and I'll be, very forthright with it, and I'm gonna say, when I say the first team, you guys are gonna be like, "What?" But yes, I'm gonna say it. The Buffalo Bills. They've been there so many times and have not won a damn thing.
Josh Allen
and I
company.
think they have a shot coming from the AFC and NFC teams. Believe it or not, this one hurts me a little bit to say, but I do think that the 49ers are still the team to beat, and I think that Buffalo and 49ers would make a good Super Bowl.
The Chris Berman Super Bowl that he never got.
Yes, indeed. Okay, Keys.
Well, obviously for Homer.
Well, we know the Homer, yeah.
Yes. Now, as far as non-Homer,
well, who is your team going up against?
Who were the Jets playing?
Yeah.
Who would we be playing? Who would I like to see them play? You know what? I'm not sure if this would be a possibility, but just because they're the top of the food chain right now. The Chiefs.
That would be your AFC Championship game.
Then that would be for me. That would be my Super Bowl because I want that game back because that game I can't let it go. We shouldn't have lost that game, but I can't let it go. Okay, now
you have to pick an NFC team though.
You know what? My week 1 competitors. Yes, because there's no, in my opinion, right now, just because of what they have on their team, who they are as a team, as a whole, the Niners are not. I can't believe I'm saying this. They're not, but it's true. They're not to be messed with. And when they put it together and they on that field and they're playing the way they should, they are a force. And for me, and simply because I have Aaron Rodgers, and like you said earlier, I want to touch on what I said earlier. He got to get that Niner monkey off his back. And what better way? There's no better way. That's my home game. That's for my homer. Now, as far as non-homer, shit.
Dude, just say non-homer or non-homo.
I said non-homer. I apologize. I said non-homer.
So this is your Diddy pick. So go.
That was my non-Diddy pick. Shit.
That sounds bad too.
Yeah, that sounds horribly bad. Oh God. Actually, I have to lean to what Mizzle said. his Super Bowl pick.
I didn't pick yet.
I thought you picked.
Nope.
No, he hasn't picked yet.
Huh.
Somebody look at
I'm high.
the comment from memorabilia too. Like, man, you should rewind to like hour 2, and we
already talked about that.
He's actually
So down.
But that is a very good take. Very good take.
Yep.
Listen, it's important because of the things that the 49ers have to worry about. The one thing is every step Christian McCaffrey takes from like the time he wakes up and steps out of bed, because if he misses the slippers and falls and hits his head, it's 8 weeks with a concussion. That one wasn't as good as some of the other ones. I think the most
Keith, go ahead and pick your Super Bowl.
Okay, yeah.
You're non-homer.
He did his homer.
I already have a non-homer. I don't know. I already have a non-homer. Y'all have to come back to me on that one. I already have a non-homer on this one. Come back to me on this one if you choose to. I'll think about it.
All right, Mizzle, you.
Well, y'all know the homer pick will be the Raiders. Now,
Of
what
course.
I would like to have that would be the Raiders versus the Niners, so we can get all that bullshit out the way. One team wins the fucking Super Bowl, supremacy. Not supremacy, but you know what I'm saying? We can
bragging rights for life.
The bragging rights for a year. Put the shit to bed. So Raiders versus Niners will be my homer Super Bowl pick.
And it's funny because they tied in the preseason. But anyway, go ahead.
Exactly.
Yes, they did.
They tied.
That was couldn't be.
They did.
Lions.
You don't go no.
As much as I've picked the Niners to get to the Super Bowl the past 2 years, I'm not doing it this year. I think the Lions are gonna do it. I think the Lions will get to the Super Bowl. Now, who they play in that Super Bowl?
Jared Goff in his second Super Bowl in his career. That's interesting.
He was almost. He should have got there last year. If his coach did not decide to play bully ball.
Who are you playing against? Who
Who
are they playing against?
Don't rush me, my man. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it.
The fucking Chiefs.
Yep, I knew it.
Taylor Swift again.
Fucking Chiefs, man.
That
who
fucking
in that
bitch.
If it can't be if it's not the Bengals or the Texans, it's
fucking Taylor Swift. You can't get away from that bitch, can you?
It's not Taylor Swift. It's Patrick Mahomes.
It's Mahomes.
I'm not gonna even say it's Taylor. It's Patrick fucking Mahomes. As long as they got that heartbeat back there playing quarterback, and he does whatever the fucking magician shit that he does back there.
He ain't never lied.
It's there. It is. I would say the Lions and Chiefs.
No diddler.
Yeah.
No. We would like to thank everybody that came across our airwaves. Special thanks to the 6'10 Beast from the Southeast, Kawante Foster, Country K. Special thanks to Josh Pernelli, All Pro Joppos. Again, please subscribe to the Pruneda Brothers Production YouTube channel. Special thanks. Even though he didn't get the chance to get on the show, he did. He was backstage for a minute, but Big B, thank you for wanting to come on. Thank you to Will Franklin for his comments. Thank you to 1777 Memorabilia. Thank you to Derek Duncan for chiming in all night long. Special thanks to Gotham City, Mr. McDonald for chiming in. And he does this once a year, folks. Special thanks to Corey Hammond for coming in and
and Taylor Swift. For all that she's brought to this pod specifically.
I'm gonna have to put Taylor Swift. I'm gonna have to, like we do with No Diddy. I'm gonna have to start doing something. Taylor Swift.
We're gonna put that in the box.
Nah, you just gotta shake it off. You just gotta shake it off.
No Swift.
I see what you did there.
Or as Cleopas Jones likes to call him, Corey A. Smith. But special thanks to Corey for coming on and staying up with us to the show as he did last year. Of course, to our co-host of Talking Ish with Dub, Chris Mizzle, Chris Vera, and of course for Mizzle. But before we go, of course we have to do our plugs real quick because We like to promote others here on this show, even though we don't have the new logo up yet. But if you're into graphic design, photo editing, videography, please, thank you. Get with Creative Brothers Productions. They have done some great things for the A7FL. They put out a new video for them. Please check it out if you haven't. They've done many things for us here on the Mizzle Dub Show. They did change the logo. We will get to that. Don't forget about them also on CUSM Productions, talking about semi-pro sports. You can find them on the YouTube and Instagram. But please don't forget to check out Creative Brothers Productions. Of course, he has done a lot of great things. Also, before that, this young man is as talented as ever. If you need beats, if you need music, this young man is tremendously talented, and there is all the outlets you can find. We have this YouTube page because of this talented young man. He is all over the globe, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. So please, like I said, if you need music, if you need all of that, please, those are all the outlets to get him to. And
subscribe to him too. Let's get his subs up as well.
He's got tremendous talent. And going back to Creative Brothers Productions, here's why I say you need to get with them, because they are looking for help. Here's the reason why.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Ninth Owl edition of the Mizzle and Dub Show. Yes, vote for us. Welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. He is Mizzle. I am Dub. And
did y'all miss us? Because we missed you. Our apology. And we are live.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that was raw. That was nice.
Also, one more time, if you haven't, thank you. And if you need a DJ, whatever party you're trying to have, if you need a DJ, don't look no further than DJ Mattsticks.
Yes.
That beat was dope. That was raw.
Good. You didn't know that your video was dropped? You haven't seen? Yeah, your video was up. Cuz didn't know his video was up.
What a way to find out. Hey. Right. What a way to find out. Hey, that's dope.
It is.
Hey, congratulations. Glad you found out again.
Matter of fact, we should upload that.
Show us some love. Yeah.
Definitely should upload it.
Well, getting some late comments before we get off the airwaves. Trill Bear says, I will watch Bills and Bears game, Dub and Mizzle. I will watch the Bears game. May the best West Coasters get the W.
Right?
No,
right?
It's on Facebook, cuz Cleophas Jones, super dope beat maker.
Cuz check my Facebook page. It's on there.
Yeah.
I put it on my Facebook page. Yeah.
Said he's on Instagram.
Oh, okay. I don't think it's on.
Yeah.
I don't think we.
No,
put it
I
on
haven't seen it yet.
But it's on my Facebook page.
Yes, Debo, that is it. Trill Bear. Yes, Trill Bear is him. Yes, that is him. No, cuz go to the A7FL Nevada Facebook page. That's where we came across it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I watched it and didn't even know that it was yours.
Yeah. I was the one that had to tell Mizzle that. I'm like, did you see Cuz's video? Yeah, it is on the A7FL page, of course, talking about the Winter War, which registration opens on September
is coming.
So if you want to play in the Winter Clash in the A7FL, it only happens in Nevada, as it is the prelude to the spring season, which starts in March of 2025. Of course, some good things happening at Matter Academy as they are building the box and the stands, and it looks real nice. as we like to say from our favorite baseball movie, starting to come together, Pepper, starting to come together. You can catch my my broadcast colleague Chris Vera along with the Vikings Scott McCorkle in the booth during the Winter Clash. Of course, our other co-host of Talking Ish and the Mizzle Dub Show, he will be joining us in January for the Winter Clash as well. Also, one more time before we get out of here, don't forget to please subscribe to Live 125 as his podcast is coming up real
Waiting
soon.
on that.
So please subscribe to that. We will be back to you this week with another episode of Talking Ish. Don't forget this Wednesday, the other side of the ball is celebrating episode 100. Wow.
Let's go.
100.
Let's go.
We talk talking
Congratulations.
NFL. I know you didn't get just to say so long, but again, we appreciate Corey Hammond for staying up with us and joining us as we have officially gone over 5 hours again, as we did on last year's NFL prediction show. But nonetheless, if you're placing bets in the NFL season, hope you win more than you lose. It's all for real now. September the 5th. It gets started with the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City
Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, right? Or is it game? It's a game every day.
You got, if you want to count college football, you got that too. But yes, Thursday,
Friday, Saturday, 5th, Sunday.
Ravens, Chiefs, then Friday in the beautiful country of Brazil. We got the Eagles and the Packers. You just can't wear green out in the streets in Brazil for many reasons. So they've been encouraged not to do that. And then everybody else on Sunday, September 8th, and then Marquise's Jets against my beloved 49ers to close out week 1 in Gene Stadium at Great America in Santa Clara as East Rutherford takes on Santa Clara. But nonetheless, thank you to everybody. If you stay with us for the whole 5 hours and 5 minutes, God bless you. We appreciate each and every one of you. Don't forget, other side of the ball, Wednesday. Later on this week, Talking Ish with Dub, Chris, and Mizzle. And of course, you'll be seeing a lot of us on the Mizzle Dub Show because our peak season is here. So you'll be seeing a lot of shows. But nonetheless, okay. So what are you talking about? One non-NFL question. How? Please elaborate before we get off the air. Please elaborate on that, guys.
Yeah, I'm interested to. Yeah, I don't know.
What's this one?
Please. That's going to be in though. I'm sure we'll hear about that in the other chat room.
I'm gonna be.
What's the? He says
be
you
nice.
know.
Yeah, not with that confused look on his face. He don't.
Okay, this is like this is a few shots in a couple of cone stuff, so the brain is a little foggy. So you might as well just come out and just say it. Unless we're talking about Mayweather.
I don't say it.
Is that what we're talking about, Mayweather?
That bullshit ass.
Mayweather kicking out the referee the past weekend.
Well, all I know is my butt belongs in bed.
Florida State. That's for a different show. That'll be on the. That we'll talk about that on the regular edition of the Mizzle and Dub Show. But if you just want my opinion, the fucking defense needs to step up. And I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
Well, we have two upset Florida State fans, and I'm not going to say anything more on that. But before we get out of here, one more football score as we're going to Chris's home country, Canada. Which, by the way, Mizzle's Boltman did get a walk-off win on Thursday against the who are they? They played the Hamilton Tigers. Got the win. No, they played the Rough Riders of Saskatchewan. Got the win 2019. The Alouettes beat the Elks tonight, 21-17. Last night, it was the Redbacks beating the Lions 34-27, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers get the win over Hamilton 26-23, and Cleopas we love you too. All right. For Mizzle, for Chris Beer, for Batman, and again for Corey Hammond and Josh Bernetta and Kawante Foster, and Brian, who was trying to get in but didn't hit because he had to go back to work. We appreciate every one of you guys for hanging out with us as we talking some NFL football as it counts now. This goes on the record. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the week. Have a good start to your week. Take care of yourself and each other. And of course, as always, it is 12 o'clock some damn way. And you have been watching a collaborated edition of Talking Ish, the All-Pro Jaffos, the Mizzle Dub Show, NFL Prediction Show for 2024. And that is yeet.
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 All the yeets. I mean, you can throw in every yeet you want to with that one. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy football.
Yeet.
And good luck.
I mean,
and good luck
well,
to your team this season. Hopefully you win more than you lose.
Well,
all right, Chris.
Well,
everybody.
We definitely want them to win more than they lose, but that's how it goes. Yeah. Enjoy the season, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for chiming in or watching us for this whole 5 hours. Peace.